I shall be crowned king. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 426: Silencing. Bang! A blinding flash of light erupted in the rain, violently deflecting a falling blade. Thump! The survivor collapsed onto the deck, his terrified pupils reflecting the navigator's image, which was visibly mutating. Bang! 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 Before he could react, 5 more gunshots rang out, 1 to the head, 2 to the arms, 2 to the torso. Crimson blood mist bloomed in the rain. The navigator's body, his head blown off and arms severed, convulsed, blood gushing from his chest like a fountain. Almost simultaneously, a figure in a gray overcoat leaped from the railing, loading his revolver and drawing a gleaming silver bayonet from his left sleeve. He crossed the chaotic deck, charging headlong towards the navigator's corpse. Colonel Anson, startled, William Cecil looked up sharply, shouting at the fleeting figure beside him. Maintain the status quo, keep the crown at full speed, Anson roared behind him without turning his head, aiming his gun at the bleeding corpse. The wind blew his tricorn hat away, and his rain-soaked hair almost obscured his vision. But Anson didn't care. The edge of the storm was already close, and whether the spellcaster was the Abyss Sea or some other strange thing, its casting range was limited. Judging from the fact that its existence was constantly weakening, its range had already expanded to its limit. Of course, this was on the premise that this guy was really a magic user. If it was black magic or blood magic, that would be a different story. PFFT, PFFT, almost as soon as he finished speaking, the bleeding navigator's corpse suddenly began to swell, and 3 tentacles extended directly from the wounds on his neck and arms where his head had been blown off, while simultaneously opening his mouth and emitting a kind of rumbling sound similar to stomach activity towards Anson. The answer was the roar of the dagger revolver. Bang! 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 3 lead bullets were fired in succession, aiming at the terminals of the left and right tentacles and the navigator's heart, respectively. In the last second before his heart was about to explode, the navigator, blood still gushing from his chest, leaped into the air with superhuman strength, attacking Anson from above, who had no time to dodge. But this conveniently allowed the other group behind him to finally no longer worry about the risk of friendly fire. Volley, fire. The moment William Cecil roared, the sailors guarding the deck exits simultaneously raised their guns and pulled the triggers into the dark night sky. Smoke billowed, and sticky blood and flesh turned into raindrops, splashing onto the deck. The next second, a dark figure suddenly burst out from the explosion, tearing through the rain with unstoppable force, and lunged at William Cecil behind the crowd. It was too late. Anson, startled by the sudden movement, realized his opponent's speed clearly surpassed his own, though this wasn't particularly remarkable. In such a short time, unless he used undead mist, he wouldn't have been able to stop them. The navigator's target was William, and it was obvious that the spellcaster wasn't indiscriminately killing during the hunt, but rather adhering to some kind of rule, which was likely closely related to their abilities. In a mere fraction of a second, a perfect plan flashed through Anson's mind. He threw the bayonet in his left hand, then simultaneously raised his gun, aiming at the hilt of the flying bayonet, and decisively pulled the trigger. He couldn't use his spell in public, but he could retract his released power, extending the spell's range to the deck and enhancing the spellcaster's unique sense of distance. Watching the approaching black shadow, William, his scalp tingling, was so tense his heart nearly stopped. Instinctively gripping his sword hilt, a flash of silver light suddenly appeared before his eyes, striking the navigator's chest. Thud! This time, the navigator didn't dodge. The sharp bayonet tore through the lifeless flesh, piercing his heart and bursting out of his chest from behind. The force of the blow sent him flying, crashing heavily against the ship's side. Pinned by the bayonet, the navigator's crimson eyes shone even brighter. His riddled body sprouted new tentacles from his wounds, some like fleshy buds, some with octopus suckers, some covered in barbs, some resembling the mouthparts of arthropods. They attacked Anson from all sides, as if intending to give him a friendly hug. In response to this enthusiastic gesture, Anson promptly offered an equally generous gift, pulling a jet-black cylindrical object from his pocket, pulling the pin, and throwing it. Then, he raised his dagger revolver and fired 5 shots at the monster and the cylindrical object. Boom! A golden red flash illuminated the dark night sky, shaking the entire deck of the Crown. In the rolling smoke, the navigator's body was completely charred, his torso and tentacles melted away in the flames, scattering like raindrops. What kind of weapon is this? William and the crew stared in disbelief. August's latest grenade from the armory, also known as Miss Talia's hospitality. Panting heavily, Anson stared at the navigator's ashes, then pulled a postcard from his pocket and tossed it to him. This has the armory's contact information. Besides grenades, they also produce breech-loading rifles, field guns, supply equipment, and large towing equipment. Send someone to find a Mr. Eric, mention my name and you'll get a 20% discount, and free shipping if you buy over 50,000 gold coins. William Cecil, as a loyal follower of the Rune family and a competent salesman, carrying product samples to demonstrate quality to customers was perfectly reasonable. Although this wasn't the initial goal, at the moment of taking action, Anson suddenly thought that he might be able to use this opportunity to further win over the Cecil family and make the Royal Navy a major client of the August Arms Factory. While the domestic and international army markets were huge, the competition was equally fierce. Not only were there numerous wealthy families and foreign companies, many of which were directly controlled by the Clovis royal family, leaving them with barely any profits. In contrast, the Royal Navy, as a relatively independent system, had greater economic autonomy than the Clovis army. Some warships could even be customized according to the preferences of the royal family or naval high command, not to mention the sailors' weapons. If, through his own efforts, he could get the France family to provide them with pale beer, and the Rune family to provide light weapons and logistical support, with the 2 Clovis powerful families serving only the Royal Navy. Just as Anson began to indulge in these wild thoughts, the deck, which had just calmed down slightly, suddenly erupted in commotion again, besides the navigator who had been killed. The bodies of the other 5 lookouts also arose, their violently writhing bodies emitting eerie sounds. "Anson, behind you," William Cecil cried out from the deck. Looking at the 5 corpses already encased in tentacles, Anson pulled out his mist pipe, bit his lip, and shouted behind him, "Get all the crew out. Retreat below deck." William didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately giving the order to retreat. Although he didn't know what Anson intended, having chosen to trust his judgment, there should be no further hesitation. Never doubt your captain, that's the ironclad rule of the sea. The terrified sailors, after confirming that no more monsters were climbing onto the warship, began to retreat in an orderly fashion. Only Anson, William, the first mate at the helm, and the corpses of crew members and monsters remained on the deck. Looking around at the corpses that were now surrounding him, Anson activated his mist pipe. This magical item's ability was actually quite limited. It created a dense fog that blocked vision, and it was not limited to any particular situation. For a group of corpses, it was of little use, perhaps even meaningless, but it could conceal traces of the use of cursed magic. Although the Church of Order was extremely strict in managing all matters involving the old gods, it was clear that some unspoken rules existed. Otherwise, Viscount Bonner wouldn't dare to hoard magical items, much less give them to himself, the High Priest's confidant. Furthermore, this was the turbulent sea. As long as it wasn't too obvious, it shouldn't become a target. Whoosh! Just as the dense fog enveloped the entire deck, 5 corpses simultaneously leaped up, rushing towards Anson's position from different directions. A sharp whistling sound of air tearing through his ears rang in Anson's ears. He calmly put on his anonymous glasses, loaded the lead bullets engraved with "Gathering Flame" into the magazine, and pulled the trigger at the first attacking figure. Boom! A flash of fire streaked through the smoke, and the twisted corpse was blasted in 2. The remaining remains burned in the flames, turning into ashes at a visible speed. Seizing that fleeting moment, he lunged at the ashes. Just as he charged, a piercing vibration came from where he had just stood. Without turning around, Anson, aided by his superpower, saw the deck smashed through by 4 thick tentacles, shattering planks and debris raining down, accompanied by several screams. Having missed their target, the remaining 4 undead controlled by the tentacles showed obvious hesitation, turning their backs to each other as they searched for their prey. Good, it seems the anonymous glasses are effective on them too. With a slight thought, Anson immediately lowered the dagger revolver he had already raised, and opened his left hand towards the spot where he had just stood. Spellcasting, rising fire. The next second, the ashes scattered in the smoke suddenly ignited, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, bursting into flames around the four corpses. Boom! This is the advantage of curse magic, absolute control within the casting range. Even in a downpour, it can reignite extinguished ashes. In an instant, the sound of flesh and grease igniting, melting, and turning into charcoal filled the deck. The undead, controlled by tentacles, convulsed in agony as they relentlessly attacked Anson. Watching the afterimage break through the mist, Anson didn't hesitate. Snap! He snapped his fingers, imprinting "Hunter" onto the dagger revolver. Bang! The instant the gun fired, a golden red beam of light pierced the entire deck of the Crown battleship, slicing off a small section of the stern railing. PFFT, blood and flesh flew everywhere. One after the other, two corpses struck by, hunting, their burning bodies engulfed by rising fire. The remaining undead attacked Anson, standing on the left and right, simultaneously. Just as he was about to be torn apart by the tentacles, Anson, having completed undead mist, transformed into white smoke indistinguishable from the surrounding mist, dodging the fatal blow. The next second, Anson appeared behind the undead, raising his dagger revolver and loading 6 lead bullets imprinted with gathering flame into the magazine. Bang! 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 Gunshots and explosions shattered simultaneously in the thick fog. Anson opened his right hand again, releasing rising fire at the undead's location. This is one of the greatest advantages of curse magic. As long as advanced skills are mastered, even low-level spellcasters can unleash power comparable to high-level magic through skill combinations. Of course, this requires a sufficient reserve of magic, since the biggest disadvantage of cursed magic is that all spells must be prepared in advance before they can be cast, and the number that can be prepared each day is limited. However, this was not a problem for Anson at all. As cautious as he was, he would not use magic unless absolutely necessary, and even the reserve of high-level skills like Hunter was in the hundreds. Boom! The flames of the explosion instantly expanded, turning into a huge pillar of fire that shot straight into the sky from the ship's deck. When the flames subsided, the remaining 2 undead had been completely torn apart by the flames, turning into a pool of unrecognizable flesh and blood. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the first mate, who was holding the helm, fell silent as he watched Anson Bach standing in the middle of a pool of blood, calmly smoking his pipe and reloading his revolver 1 bullet at a time. For some reason, at this moment, he suddenly felt that compared to the Abyss Sea, perhaps the man before him was the one who truly deserved to be feared. Click! With a crisp click of the mechanism, Anson, having put away his revolver, slowly turned around, his calm gaze slowly turning to the first mate at the back of the deck. Their eyes met, and the first mate, gripping the helm tightly, suddenly tensed. Anson Bach, pipe in hand, hands in pockets, staggered towards him and William Cecil. What was he planning? The first mate's expression instantly tightened, recalling Anson's forceful demand to clear the area, and the physical reaction after using the smoke-generating magic item. Was he trying to silence them? Remembering the spellcasters and their actions he'd witnessed in the colony, the first mate instantly realized he might have made a fatal mistake. Step by step, the staggering figure drew closer like a demonic shadow, engulfing the first mate in fear. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Bang! Just as the other stopped, the first mate, drenched in cold sweat, gripped the shotgun at his waist. Anson slowly raised his right hand, removed the pipe from his mouth, and reached forward with his left hand to hold on to the railing of the ship's side. Then, this chapter was deleted and rewritten. Originally, I wanted to write about Anson ending the battle in style, but how could a seasick wretch be so carefree at sea, right? Chapter 427 An Unusual Similarity. When Anson awoke from his blackout, it was already daytime. It turned out that seasickness, a condition with both innate and slightly psychological components, didn't simply get used to it as some experienced sufferers claimed. In fact, the more one tried to suppress it, the stronger the reaction became, even causing fainting spells and mild amnesia at crucial moments. For example, he had absolutely no recollection of killing those 6 zombies. Alan Dawn sat at the desk opposite him, Lisa sleeping soundly beside him. Outside the closed cabin door, the occasional whispers of the sentries could be heard. "How long have I been asleep?" 30 hours." The junior clerk was startled and quickly put his index finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Anson immediately understood. grabbing a blanket and handing it to her. The junior clerk, standing on tiptoe, took the blanket and gently covered Lisa. "Thanks to the ring of order, you're finally awake." After confirming the girl was completely asleep, the junior scribe breathed a sigh of relief, looking utterly relieved. "While you were unconscious, the entire storm division and fleet were in complete chaos." "In complete chaos?" Anson was startled. "You mean that monster?" "Monster? What monster?" Alan blinked in confusion. "Are you implying or using monster to refer to something?" Seeing his bewildered expression, Anson's heart skipped a beat. "What happened while I was unconscious? The specifics are like this. Because Lieutenant Commander Edward, the navigator of the Crown, was drunk while on duty and failed to detect a forming storm in time, causing the fleet to rush into the eye of the storm without any preparation. In the process of fighting the storm, many excellent crew members and sailors unfortunately perished at sea, including Lieutenant Commander Edward himself. It is said that he first slipped and fell from the lookout tower, and then accidentally set fire to an ammunition box on the deck. Oh, may the environmental order protect him." The junior clerk shook his head regretfully, then changed the subject. "Fortunately, there were no major casualties, and they have escaped the storm and are continuing along their original course towards Ice Dragon Fjord. That's roughly all the information I know. Since I stayed in my cabin the whole time, I'm afraid I'll have to ask Captain William Cecil himself for more specific information. By the way, he's also the one who brought you back to your cabin, because of your coma." Chief of Staff Carl Bain and the fleet had a dispute. It seems they intend to place you in the captain's cabin on the Crown, to be cared for by the ship's doctor, but the Chief of Staff disagrees, insisting that the guards and Miss Lisa be responsible for your care. Carl: "Yes, but the problem has been resolved, because the Chief of Staff, also got seasick and is currently lying in his room." After discussing it, Lieutenant Commander Fabian and Captain William decided to let you return to your cabin. "But the ship's doctor will come every half day." The clerk then pulled out a pocket watch. "It's 11:20 now. They should be here soon." Then, "Oh, that's about the storm," the clerk explained. "You fell into coma, and we lost a lot of supplies because of the storm. Plus the navigator died, so many mid-level officers in the storm division wanted to return. You know, they weren't really keen on going to the colony." Anson Bach: "That's very much in line with the storm division's consistent cowardly tradition." Anson chuckled inwardly, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, he suddenly realized a huge loophole in the junior clerk's words. An ammunition box explosion. At the time, no fewer than 20 crew members on deck witnessed him kill the navigator with grenades, including and not limited to mid to high-ranking officers and low-ranking sailors. This was something that couldn't possibly be concealed. How could he think it was an ammunition box explosion? Clearly, Alan Dawn wouldn't lie to him, at least not about matters unrelated to the Franz family. This involved his professional ethics, so there was only one answer: someone was deliberately covering up the truth. Given the circumstances, if similar incidents had occurred on other ships besides the Crown, it couldn't have been done by just one or two people. At least the entire fleet's crew and sailors would have needed to reach a unified story immediately after the incident, erasing every trace. Not only that, according to the junior clerk's explanation, the spellcaster who suddenly appeared didn't continue the pursuit after the fleet broke through the storm. He simply let them go. Does that make sense? Continuing to delve deeper into this line of thought, even the storm itself appeared extremely suddenly, just as they were already far from North Harbor and still quite a distance from Ice Dragon Fjord, just as he had just recovered and received a warning from William Cecil, just as Fabian had learned about the Abyss Sea from the crew. Too many just as. Anson suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If he weren't certain he still had some use to the Rune family, he might even have suspected that Talia, in collusion with the Cecil and Franz families, had killed him. This loyal subject suspiciously suspected of treason, considering his life was probably worth less than the price of a battleship, 4 cruisers, and a dozen merchant ships. Anson, quite frightened by his own actions, dismissed this terrifying thought. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Please come in." The junior clerk jumped off his chair and opened the door. William Cecil, dressed in a formal suit, appeared outside. He coughed lightly and, seemingly a little nervous, said, "May I speak with you alone?" Anson, seeing the junior clerk reflexively looking at him, nodded slightly and said, "Yes." The junior clerk, understanding the implication, stepped aside, turned and left as William entered the room, closing the door behind him. The young captain, standing by the window, glanced at the sleeping Lisa beside him, his lips tightly pressed together, his eyes darting around with an unusual unease. "Excuse me, what is it?" Anson asked calmly. William suddenly shuddered, as if summoning immense courage, and abruptly looked up to meet Anson's gaze. "You should still remember what happened that day, right?" "Yes, I remember." "Then did you verify the events of that night with that scribe, and find that they differed from your memory?" Anson remained silent for a moment, then slowly narrowed his eyes. "What are you trying to say?" "I just want to tell you that your memory of that night is flawless. Similarly, your scribe's is as well." William's expression was extremely grave. "That night, apart from the crown, the crew members on the decks of the other ships in the fleet and the soldiers of your storm division, all perished, besides you and me, and those lucky ones you rescued. No one will remember them, because they will have no memory of that night at all. To them, it was just a storm no different from any other, only more violent." Anson looked at his expression and vaguely understood his meaning. "You mean, the ABC?" William, with dark circles under his eyes, gave the answer. "I used to wonder why so many legends circulated about the turbulent sea, yet no one had ever actually seen it. Now I understand, because those who have truly seen it, almost none could have survived. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to escape that storm so quickly, much less survive so easily, and for those survivors, they wouldn't remember what happened in the storm, only that it was a terrible shipwreck. Although your chief of staff seems quite suspicious of us, even harboring some kind of Army-Navy prejudice, I understand his actions, even though at the time we were completely aligned in our desire for your speedy recovery." William's earnest words were filled with immense gratitude. But Anson didn't feel relieved by his explanation. On the contrary, he was even more terrified. If William wasn't lying or deliberately misled, judging from the fact that only those who personally experienced it would retain memories, these were very standard traces left by black magic. This meant that whether he had actually experienced a battle that night, or even whether he had been on deck at all, was a mystery. The more likely truth was that he and William Cecil had experienced a large-scale hallucination together. If that's the case, then the navigator's failure to detect the storm in time can be explained, because there was no storm at all. It was all an illusion created by the dark mage. And that dark magic caster, he's definitely still alive. A caster capable of creating illusions on thousands, no, an entire sea area. That power isn't just terrifying, it's downright terrifying. Compared to him, Professor Mace Hornard, who almost killed him, is practically an infant in the world of the old gods. If this is the true core strength of the old gods, Anson suddenly felt that working for the Rune family was actually a bright and promising career. What core technology, what bloodline power, what airships, just toys for children. Why is Saint Isaac, a believer of the Ring of Order and leader of the Truth Society, a spellcaster who simultaneously masters 3 major spells? That's an undeniable fact. The so-called Steam Core was just a game he casually created. The Grand Spellbook is his true, painstakingly crafted ultimate achievement. Humble followers of the Ring of Order, enjoy your last days of triumph and await the grand plan of the old gods. The era is about to turn back. What's wrong? William noticed Anson's unusual state. Nothing. Anson, startled, quickly regained his composure, feigning normalcy. Is there anything else? No, I just wanted to come and express my gratitude. The young captain shook his head, his expression sincere. Although many things cannot be said, the Royal Navy, and the Cecil family, will forever owe you a favor. Please don't hesitate to ask if you need any help. We will do our utmost. Although Clovis was relatively lenient towards the old gods, this did not mean there were no taboos in discussing such matters in public. On the contrary, under Archbishop Luther Franz, perhaps the most indulgent towards the old gods in history, the apparent strictness in managing all topics related to this was unprecedented. The Royal Navy, in particular, which frequently traveled to and from the colonies and may have had dealings with many heretical sects and even followers of the old gods, was extremely secretive about this matter. Anson understood this perfectly, so he deliberately said seriously, I'm not doing this for your so-called favor. I understand. William Cecil smiled slightly. From now on, you are a friend of the Cecil family. We will do our utmost to assist the stormtroopers' activities in the colonies and will request the Royal Navy to provide more security guarantees for your port, White Whale Harbor. I can't promise you much right now, but, you know, the city's security forces in North Harbor have always suffered from a lack of equipment. If the Empire suddenly decides to besiege North Harbor by land, the consequences would be unimaginable. It concerns the security of the kingdom's territory. And your concerns are absolutely not unfounded. Anson nodded solemnly. The August Armory is more than happy to contribute its efforts to the security of North Harbor. Thank you so much. The two sides exchanged pleasantries and happily finalized an arms trade agreement, and William secretly breathed a sigh of relief, having repaid the favor. Both of them tacitly avoided mentioning what exactly happened that night. For William Cecil, if you were to actually do this, whether by writing an anonymous letter to the Inquisition or the Church, it would inevitably fall into the hands of Archbishop Luther Franz, and he had already learned from his father before his departure that the other party was a confidant of the Franz family. Regardless of whether the Franz family truly intended to infiltrate the Royal Navy, declaring war on an archbishop was an extremely unwise choice. Moreover, the archbishop had saved his life. Seeing that Anson had accepted his repayment, William, finally relieved, got up to leave. As soon as he opened the door, a crew member suddenly appeared outside, looking very strange. A minute later, the young captain suddenly turned around, looking at Anson with a strange expression. "What's wrong?" Anson asked curiously. "Nothing," William stammered, shaking his head. The sailors on the ship reported that they rescued a young lady who had fallen into the water, and then, she looks remarkably like your sister, Miss Lisa Bach. He'd gotten a new pair of glasses after using them for 4 or 5 years, but the clarity was so good he felt a little uncomfortable. Chapter 428 Eyes. Clovis City, Inner District, France residence. Sophia sat slumped on the living room sofa, her slightly vacant eyes gazing thoughtfully at the flickering flames in the fireplace. The coffee on the table before her had long since gone cold. Servants bustled about upstairs and downstairs. The Franz family wasn't a large one, but every New Year's celebration at the Franz residence was a grand affair, often starting 5 days in advance and lasting a full 10 days, requiring at least a month's preparation. Especially in the New Year of Saint 101, the eldest son of the Franz family, Ludwig Franz, was about to end the war against the Kingdom of Iser-Elf, negotiating and reaching a series of fair and friendly treaties. Despite the discordant notes of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, the setback at Antler Fortress, the 13 Councils, and the Judgment Knights, this victory held utmost significance for Clovis City. Simply put, the Kingdom of Clovis, after more than a year of fierce fighting, desperately needed such a glorious victory. As the commander-in-chief of the Southern Army and the eldest son of the Franz family, there was no doubt that the army would no longer be able to stop this excessively young general from displaying his extraordinary military talent and ability, nor would it hinder the Franz family's further advancement within the army system. Under the instigation of a group of nobles from the pro-Franz faction, there were already many rumors in the Privy Council demanding that this young general be sent to the Western Front to replace the useless Brigadier General Tened. Even Ludwig's previously considered naive concept of the Grand Army began to be repeatedly discussed in various newspapers, questioning whether it truly had any practical operational significance. Still angry, Ludwig Franz, sitting opposite her, held a copy of the Clavi Truth and asked softly, "Why would I be angry?" Sophia smiled sweetly. "My newspaper is thriving, my dear brother has received the honor he most desired, and my respected father is still the Archbishop of Clovis. Perhaps you haven't noticed, but I even feel that my life is so wonderful that it's almost unreal." The Archbishop sighed softly. "So you're still angry?" "Of course I'm angry." Sophia's face turned cold. "You've exiled my most important investment to a desolate, God-forsaken place, and you expect me to face it with a smile and accept it calmly. That's not some desolate, God-forsaken place, that's Whale Harbor, Clovis's most important and prosperous colony," Luther Franz said in a deep voice. "I gave him an army of 6,000 men and full financial control. Even a governor wouldn't be much better off, and a governor of a prosperous trading port at that. That's my army." Sophia snorted coldly. "The Storm Division is mine. Don't forget that when you're making deals with the Rune family, your army." The Archbishop put down his newspaper and took a sip of coffee in confusion. "Of course it's my army. I funded the formation of this army, and I gave them ample publicity, making the name Anson Bach known throughout Clovis." Sophia proudly puffed out her chest. "Ownership depends on the last person to pay. Those are your exact words." "Yes, I did say that." The Archbishop nodded slightly, speaking calmly. "So, according to this theory, the Storm Division is now my army because I was the final bidder and offered a price he absolutely couldn't refuse." "That's deception." Sophia gritted her teeth. "If he had known beforehand that the unit you promised was in that God-forsaken place, Ice Dragon Fjord, he would never have agreed. After spending several days understanding Clovis's most important colony, Sophia finally understood what her father meant by the war they were about to lose. This wasn't just a trading port, it was a powder keg. As Clovis's most important colony, White Whale Port and its associated raw material trade accounted for almost 1/5 of the government's revenue: salt, leather, ore, grain, and even slaves. Given the development of mines and forests within Clovis, a labor shortage had already begun to emerge. In the northern provinces, slaves had begun to appear among the war refugees from the colonies and the 3 North Sea kingdoms. Even the Railway Commission, with the expansion of conscription, began to consider whether to expand the slave trade to fill the labor shortage. The exploitation of manpower, the exploitation of resources, and even the repatriation of trade surpluses to replenish the national treasury. It was an indescribable miracle that White Whale Harbor had not yet experienced a riot. Of course, it was more likely that it had already rioted countless times. Sophia absolutely did not believe that the colonial officials were loyal and devoted to the country. Such excellent talents could not possibly be exiled to the colonies, except for the storemasters. On the contrary, I think it's precisely because the colonies are so unstable that Anson Bach has more opportunities, Luther Franz said dismissively. Think about it, if you put him in Clovis, besides maintaining order and cracking down on gangs in the outer districts, what else can he and your invincible stormtroopers do? Nothing, just wait to die. Based on my intelligence, Anson Bach isn't very good at maintaining order using the lowest possible intensity. Kirindia Port is the best example. The army he left there to maintain stability became the source of the city's destruction. Given the current situation in Clovis, I don't think the royal family and the Privy Council will allow him to set up 12-pound cannons on Fredericksburg Street and use cannonballs and cavalry to disperse rioters and protest groups. The Archbishop asked indifferently, "What do you think?" "I think you're really amazing, my wonderful father," Sophia said coldly. "You truly are the world's greatest genius at making the best use of people. The longer I spend with you, the more I realize that Brother Ludwig's decision to distance himself from you was a very wise one, though even so, he couldn't escape your grasp." "My dear daughter, what are you saying?" Ludwig Franz shook his head, looking at Sophia with a fatherly, indulgent smile. "Perhaps you don't understand now, perhaps you will resent me for a long time, but one day you will understand, and I think that's not far off." "Understand what?" "The purpose of all this," Ludwig Franz sighed. "It's all for you." Talia Rune is on the ship. Anson, his face paling, desperately tried to control his emotions and appear as calm as possible. "Where is she?" "The infirmary," William immediately replied. Although Anson's attempt to conceal it was flawless, the tension in his voice was still palpable. "She's soaking wet and unconscious. I've ordered the ship's doctor to take care of her." "Captain Anson, you've only just regained consciousness. Perhaps you should go to the mess hall first, and then take me there," Anson interrupted abruptly. "All right." The young captain wasn't annoyed at all. In fact, he seemed quite pleased with Anson's actions. Compared to the army, the Navy placed even greater emphasis on family ties. Yes, because of their resemblance, he already considered Talia a relative of Anson's. While in a sense this wasn't wrong, Anson's tension wasn't truly due to that. 2 minutes later, William Cecil led Anson, who had hastily changed his clothes, out of the room, heading towards the infirmary one after the other. Stealing a glance at the sweat-drenched, flustered figure behind him, the young captain was even more moved. Outside the infirmary, several crew members and Fabian were standing guard. Seeing their superior approaching, the former Imperial Guard officer's expression was visibly tense. "How is she?" Anson asked directly. "She? I mean, that person," Fabian stammered, his eyes darting around, completely unsure how to respond. "She's fine, no injuries, no illness, aside from obvious signs of fatigue and malnutrition. Everything else is normal, perfectly healthy." Anson nodded slightly. This was largely as he had expected. Just as the two were talking, the infirmary door suddenly opened. The ship's doctor, wearing a white coat, pushed open the door, revealing the figure on the bed behind him. The young girl sat on the clean hospital bed, her slightly wavy light brown hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face was so pale it was almost bloodless, and long eyelashes veiled her closed eyelids, as if she were resting. She wore a fitted shirt, and her soaked bright red long skirt hung on the opposite wall. The large blanket couldn't conceal her petite figure. Instead, it made her appear even more adorable and charming. Like a porcelain doll. William thought to himself. Seeing the lovely girl unharmed, everyone present showed joy, even though they didn't know each other. Seeing a beautiful young lady uninjured was always a happy thing. Except for Anson and his loyal grenadier commander. Fabian, with a serious expression, looked very strange, his gaze rapidly shifting between Anson and Talia. As a former Royal Guard officer, he knew very well that there was absolutely no blood relation between Anson and this young lady. Yes, just as he knew that Lisa Bach wasn't Anson's biological sister, but only had an older brother in the countryside of this central province. Anson, who had been feigning composure, was now tense, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it could break his ribs. Cold sweat had soaked him through twice. He needed to quickly figure out two things: why she had appeared, and how to explain her identity to the others. Tell the truth? It's an honor to introduce you all to Miss Talia, a member of the renowned Rune family, the owner and current head of Lund Manor. What? The eldest daughter of the Rune family would appear on a stormy sea without warning, and seemingly even be shipwrecked. Oh, sir, you truly know nothing about the most prestigious family in Clovis. Joking, how could she possibly be shipwrecked? If she wanted to, this whole ship would be turned into watermelon juice in no time. If he dared say that, the crown would probably be a ship full of watermelon juice in the next second. But if he lied, he would have to consider whether the other party was willing to cooperate. Considering his importance to the other party, Anson felt it was highly unlikely. This leads to the first question: why did she appear at this particular time? Recalling the sudden disappearance of the Abyss Sea, Anson could roughly guess that it was probably related to her. The reasoning was simple: he alone could not possibly stop a dark mage capable of creating widespread storms at sea. Clearly, this was definitely not a coincidence. As the spellcaster family of Clovis and the most little-known noble family, the Rune family had always maintained a deliberate low profile, to the point that they had almost become a kind of legendary existence. Even the eldest daughter of the Franz family knew almost nothing about them. This deliberate low profile was obviously due to tacit understanding with the Clovis royal family and even the Church of Order. If it weren't for this, it would be hard to imagine that they would allow a blood magic apostle to live outside the most important city in all of Clovis without any monitoring. Of course, it was more likely that monitoring was useless anyway. Under this premise, Talia's public appearance in such a sudden manner, what exactly did she know? What did the Rune family want to do? Anson's pupils contracted sharply. At the same time, the girl slowly opened her eyes. Bright sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the girl wrapped in a blanket in a soft golden glow. She slowly turned her head, her clear emerald green eyes landing on Anson, who stood in the center of the crowd. The infirmary was silent. Feeling the girl's gaze and the stares of everyone behind him, Anson, trying to remain calm, swallowed hard as cold sweat trickled down his cheek. Let me introduce you. Anson took a half step forward, forcing a smile. This is Talia August Rune. The girl's soft voice interrupted Anson, freezing a smile on his face. Wrapped in a thick white blanket, as if wearing an elegant evening gown, she gracefully landed on her feet, lifting the hem of her dress to curtsy to the crowd. I extend my sincerest gratitude to everyone. I am the eldest daughter of Rune, the mistress of Lund Manor, the current nominal head of the Rune family, and, before she could finish speaking, the girl suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Anson in his arms before he could react, her incredibly innocent face beaming with happiness. Anson Bach's fiancée. In that instant, Anson, stiff as a board, suddenly felt the gazes of the people behind him begin to change. They didn't seem to be looking at his savior or ordinary comrades, but rather, scum. Chapter 429 The Land of Rest. The Crown, a warship on the turbulent sea. Early morning. In the brightly lit officers' mess, Anson sat at a table, staring silently at the steaming hot coffee, knife and fork in his hands. Even with his head down, he could feel the young captain across from him watching him with a very strange gaze, though he was desperately trying to hide it. Anson generally disliked explaining pointless questions, as explanations often made things worse, but this time was different. The Cecil family was a very important partner, and if possible, Anson really wanted to win over this young captain and get him to join his side. Considering that his carefully cultivated persona could potentially be ruined by some young lady's impulsive behavior, Anson felt it was necessary to salvage the situation. Anson swallowed hard and slowly raised his gaze. William across from him, clearly also observing his every move, shuddered. Anson took a deep breath. Colonel William Cecil, huh? The young captain reacted strongly. What's wrong? Nothing. I just think we might need to talk. No. I understand. I don't think there's anything to talk about. William began to play dumb. Anson sighed. Regarding Miss Talia's matter, perhaps you all misunderstood something. No misunderstanding. I mean, we all understand. Really? No, you've clearly misunderstood. The two of us are not what you imagine. I understand. Really, you don't need to hide anything. I understand. Many traditions followed by ancient noble families don't entirely conform to the modern Clovis kingdom's morality. No, you don't understand. I understand your feelings. This is nothing to be ashamed of. True lovers only need to care about each other, without considering worldly views. You really have misunderstood. I assure you, the Royal Navy is absolutely not a prejudiced place. We will absolutely not look at you with any strange eyes. Rest assured, we will absolutely not consider you as some kind of scum. That's right. No. We absolutely didn't think that way. Really, I believe you. Thank you. No, I should be thanking you. Just one more question. You and Miss Talia are only engaged. You shouldn't have. By the ring of order, what am I thinking? Never mind. I was just rambling. You, just pretend you didn't hear me. Well, it seems this persona has completely collapsed. Seeing William Cecil's forced composure, Anson sighed inwardly and forced a smile. I'll go back to my room first. Just as he got up to leave, the young captain, his face slightly flushed, suddenly called out, "Wait a minute." Stopping, Anson turned back without changing his expression. What is it? Nothing. William smiled awkwardly. It's like this. The kitchen told me that lunch today will be a little late, probably not until noon, so I'm informing you in advance, or if you need it, I can have lunch delivered to your room, outside your door. Don't worry, our crew members are very respectful of each other's privacy and would never do anything despicable. Thank you. Suppressing the urge to beat the other man up, Anson turned and left the dining room. Inside the cabin, Talia sat by the window gazing at the boundless sea, a glass of water beside her, her expression very relaxed. On the bed next to her, Lisa was fast asleep, seemingly having a sweet dream about food. Drool had already dripped onto the pillow. How to describe it? Well, the sense of déjà vu is too strong. It's practically like a happy family going on vacation. Anson, you're back. Smiling, Talia turned around and gracefully stood up. How was breakfast? Not bad. How about you? Just woke up. The waves last night were really fierce. How's Lisa? Still not awake. You know, kids your age are usually quite sleepy. Yeah, no, this déjà vu is getting stronger and stronger. Glancing at the sleeping Lisa, Anson calmly locked the door behind him. Can we talk? Of course. Talia, having gotten up, walked to the side, hung Anson's coat, which he had casually tossed on the bed, on the coat rack behind the door, poured herself a glass of Tirpitz rum, and smiled sweetly. We can talk about anything, anytime, whenever you want. After all, we're engaged. Anson's lips twitched violently. He was now 100% certain that the other party's appearance was not a coincidence, but something planned from the very beginning. You seem to have misunderstood something. Do you need any help from Talia? The girl blinked her clear, large eyes as she offered Anson a glass of wine. May I ask why? Anson asked calmly, taking the glass. Why? Doesn't Anson want Talia to come? A hint of grievance appeared in the girl's eyes. That's absolutely not what I meant, Anson denied decisively. Then why do you ask why? Talia pressed. Because, Anson hesitated. The girl's eyes widened. Because, I thought you'd come later. Anson quickly put down his glass, his gaze towards the girl incredibly sincere. You know, establishing the Rune family's power in the colony requires a lot of preliminary work, and that's why Talia insisted on coming. The girl gave a heartwarming smile. The situation in the New World is far too complex. Anson alone can't handle all the problems. More importantly, we're engaged. Shouldn't we face hardships together, hand in hand? Of course, absolutely, Anson readily agreed. Looking at Anson's earnest expression, Talia shook her head slightly, turned, and walked to the window, gazing at the calm yet surging sea. No, dear Anson, you still don't understand. Oh, Anson raised an eyebrow. In the initial stages, Talia indeed had no intention of interfering with Anson's plans, intending to appear at the most opportune time. Appearing early might offer some advantages using a Rune family identity, but it would also exacerbate many conflicts and create more unforeseen events. The girl, her back to Anson, said, but unfortunately, The current situation no longer allows Talia to do so. The current situation. Anson raised an eyebrow. The ABC. Exactly. Talia's voice suddenly turned heavy. More accurately, the old god world of the new world. They are filled with hostility and rejection towards us outsiders, and are unwilling to accept a force from the old world establishing itself on their land. I tried to reach a compromise with them, even lowering my stance to seek cooperation and assistance, but all attempts were rejected. They were unwilling to engage in any form of negotiation, their attitude incredibly hardline. I see, Anson sighed softly, but inwardly he was quite unconvinced. Of course they were hardline. Anson didn't fully understand the relationships between the old gods, but he was well aware of what an apostle truly meant. It was an existence standing at the pinnacle of the entire spellcaster system. A true god existing in the world besides the three fallen old gods. Of course, according to the evaluation standards of the Ring of Order, they were actually more like a group of evil gods. What did this mean? It meant that once the Rune family gained a foothold in the new world, the first thing the two sides would engage in wouldn't be some nonsense of unity, the blood ties and intimacy between the old god factions, but a deadly struggle to divide up interests. The reason was simple: no matter how much they touted justice, the old god faction was a group whose rule was centered on bloodlines. This meant that apart from family members with shared bloodlines, the rest were either enemies or not even human. For example, Anson himself could barely be considered a tool between human and not human, his status roughly equivalent to Mace Hornard, who had died at the hands of Talia. For the Rune family, adopting a humble stance might seem like a compromise, but for the old gods faction in the New World, the mere presence of a blood magic family with apostles on their land would be an outright invasion. Thinking this way, Anson could roughly understand why, even after nearly 200 years, the Church of Order still hadn't been able to establish a true cathedral in the New World. The Church of Order likely faced a similar dilemma: either maintain its presence in the Old World or launch a true holy war, calling on the entire Order world to march on the New World and annihilate these blatant old gods. Now it seemed the Church of Order had chosen the former. Indeed, enemies within their own borders were far more hateful than those outside. Thinking of all this, Anson suddenly realized another problem. So this time, our enemy isn't just the Empire, but also the old gods faction of the New World. Unfortunately, yes. Talia turned her head and sighed softly. It's ironic. Our original purpose for this trip was to find allies, but instead we've gained more enemies, and mortal enemies at that. The Land of Rest, that is, the old gods faction of the New World. They seem to have given up on the idea of fighting the false gods, or rather, they don't believe that the Ring of Order will really extend its tentacles to their desolate land, the Land of Rest. Anson met the girl's gaze and suddenly became very interested in this topic. Why is it called that? Does it have any special meaning, or is it just a name that was chosen randomly? Hearing Anson's question, Talia suddenly trembled. She gently closed her eyes, trembling as she sat down, holding onto the edge of the table, silently burying her head in her hands. Anson was a little flustered by her actions and cautiously asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." The girl suddenly looked up. "Dear Anson, to tell you the answer, Talia must first explain another question to you. Why do you think the Ring of Order is a false god? Why is the Ring of Order a false god?" Anson, completely bewildered, frowned slightly and tried to think. "Because you stole the primordial ring." "No," Talia smiled, "because no matter how much the followers of the Ring of Order proclaim the justice of their faith, they can never explain the most fatal question: how did this world come into being? Where do we come from, and where are we going? They cannot explain all this, but the three old gods can. Only darkness reveals light, only blood brings immortality, only destruction brings greatness. The three verses correspond to the three true gods, which in turn symbolize the primordial ring, the origin of everything. Blasphemers completely fail to understand its meaning, brazenly using their modified runes as symbols of faith. The primordial ring represents the origin of the true God's faith, evolution. We were born from chaos, from the initial darkness creating countless colors, from the first drop of rain falling from the dome transforming into the entire world, from ants becoming powerful beings. We have been evolving, always evolving. This is why the true gods are true gods. This world is constantly evolving, and they have found three distinct paths of evolution for us. These paths are dangerous, cruel, and terrifying, requiring us to sacrifice so much, but the moment we abandon evolution is the moment of our self-destruction." Talia sighed softly. "And this is also the reason the Land of Rest exists. Even though the gods have revealed the truth to all living beings in the world, It doesn't mean everyone can understand the future they have pointed out. There is still a group of beings who have embarked on this path, believing that something should be preserved while evolving. They are destined not to become extraordinary, destined to be abandoned by the ever-changing world, but they still insist on not giving up, stubbornly adhering to certain principles that they cannot relinquish. So the world they live in is called the land of rest by the old gods, because they are destined to perish. Anson couldn't help but speculate. In other words, the old gods of the new world, their power is very likely to be completely different from that of the old world. Of course, this is only one reason, and for many true old gods, it's not even the real reason for calling it that. Talia's tone suddenly became somewhat desolate, her eyes containing some very unique emotions. For all of us, that land actually has some very special meaning. It is also the graveyard of the entire old god world. It buries the remains of 3 true gods. Chapter 430, Taking the Shortcut. The Tomb of the 3 Old Gods? The moment Anson heard that name, a sudden chill ran through his chest, making it difficult to breathe. The enclosed cabin swayed slightly, and the cool light streaming through the windows only made the room seem darker. Are you afraid? Seeing Anson's sudden silence, Talia smiled slightly. Dear Anson, you should be afraid. We, all the followers of the old gods, we hold the primal ring in our faith, unwaveringly following the path they have shown us, but contrary to what many believers imagine, the further we advance, the more perilous it becomes, even more terrifying. It may not even be correct. Even its creators ultimately failed, and not just one, they all failed. Long before the old gods dominated the world, they had already vanished. Since its evolution, there's no way it can be without a price, Anson said solemnly. From the moment of his first dream encounter with the Dark Mage, Anson was already mentally prepared. Of course, he had hesitated and wavered. But as a pragmatist, Anson didn't reject risk, and in some ways even relished it. Nothing is completely risk-free, and that would be tantamount to exposing oneself to greater risks without even realizing it. To be swept away by the storm, or to control it? Anson felt he would probably choose the latter. Exactly, Talia praised softly. Even if they failed, even if we all failed, it doesn't mean they were wrong, or that the self-proclaimed Ring of Order false gods were right. Evolution is a rather long process. Therefore, dear Anson, you have absolutely no need to fear the old gods of the resting lands. Essentially, they are no different from the tombs of the true gods they guard, just skeletons in a grave. Of course, it's undeniable that the power they wield is still very strong. Even if their overall strength is inferior to the old world, they still have some unique strengths. With dear Anson's current strength, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to reach the new world on my own. I don't deny that. Anson chuckled self-deprecatingly. If it weren't for Talia, he would have been dead by the stormy night, and wouldn't have been able to wait until now. So what should we do next? Anson asked cautiously. According to Talia, the old gods of the New World are extremely exclusive in their attitude towards outsiders, even more conservative than the Iser Elves bloodline theory. The Rune family wanted more than just cooperation, they wanted to completely transfer their power to the New World. The conflict between the two sides had escalated to the level of core interests, and unless one side was utterly defeated, there was no possibility of even negotiation. Whether he admitted it or not, he was already branded with a Rune family mark. Any action he and the Storm Master took after arriving could immediately ignite war. Even, war might have already begun. Talia didn't immediately answer his question, but instead raised her head, quietly gazing into Anson's eyes, as if she could see something different in his sincere yet slightly doubtful gaze. Dear Anson, it all depends on you, the girl smiled. Me. Anson's expression was quite different, not quite understanding her meaning. That's right. Whether it's expanding the Rune family's businesses in Clovis City or abandoning Lund Manor and transferring the family's power to the New World, it's all your idea. All Talia can do is offer a little help in your plans. The girl's tone was calm and gentle, like a sea breeze on a surging ocean under the sun, incredibly comforting. Although Anson didn't think so at all. Because all of this was definitely part of the Rune family's plan long ago. Judging from the decisiveness of the other party after the Judgment Knights intervened in the Kingdom of Iser, even if the Rune family wasn't prepared in advance, they must have had such a plan. At the latest, it should have been around the time of the Clovis riots. For the Rune family, Mace Harnard's betrayal almost destroyed the foundation of the old god's power in the upper echelons of the Kingdom of Clovis, so much so that in order not to completely lose face, the head of the family, Talia August Rune, had to personally step in to stop the damage. Even if they could use the military-industrial complex to mitigate the damage later, the foundation of the old god's power that they had spent years building up was gone. Compared to starting from scratch, it was obviously more reliable to start over in a place with less pressure. His plan at most only offered a choice, which was also in line with his role as a tool. Then what choice do I have? Anson asked back. Anything, Talia said with a smile. Anything Anson needs, Talia will agree to. After all, she's Anson's fiancée. For some reason, the mere mention of that term sent chills down Anson's spine, making him incredibly uncomfortable. Clearly, since Talia said anything, it meant there was only one correct answer. Forcing himself to remain calm, Anson's mind began to wander. Although he had no idea what kind of agreement had been reached between the Rune and Franz families, it was obvious that his service to the Rune family had been tacitly approved by Luther Franz. In other words, his greatest value to the Archbishop was helping the Rune family establish a foothold in the New World, creating a vacuum of old god power in Clovis City. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Whale Harbor might indeed become his final resting place. Of course, starting from scratch in the New World wasn't entirely a bad thing. The Battle of the Wildlands had made the Storm Division incredibly wealthy in every sense of the word, but it had also alienated almost everyone in the Royal Army. Keeping his colonel rank and the Storm Division was probably the limit for the army. Given this premise, even if the Royal Army's selection of generals was unconventional, Anson himself worried about the possibility of him being framed. And starting as a garrison commander in the colony, rising to governor within 10 years, wasn't entirely impossible. If that were the case, what he had to do in the colony wouldn't just be for the Rune family, but also for himself. He wouldn't just be facing ordinary troops, but also the old gods faction on this land. He suddenly realized that Talia's "it depends on you" was indeed a choice, but not a choice about how she would help him, but a stance. She was confirming her stance. Franz, or Rune? The Church of Order, or the old gods faction? He had to make a choice, and immediately. Anson's pupils trembled. Indeed, now that the New World project had officially begun, it meant the Rune family had completely cut off their escape route, abandoning their influence in Clovis City in exchange for Luther Franz's assistance, and transferring 6,000 Storm Division soldiers to the colony. He wasn't just a tool to be manipulated. He was the Rune family's only publicly acknowledged force. In this situation, if it were Anson himself, he probably wouldn't allow the actual controller of such a force to not be truly and completely loyal to him. Having realized this, Anson slowly lowered his head, his expression becoming solemn. Talia, with her back to the window, silently watched him, saying nothing. In the quiet cabin, only the sound of the waves and Lisa snoring could be heard. Anson, his lips tightly pressed together, stared at the glass of rum on the table. He was now even more hesitant. Because the answer was obvious. There was only one way to prove his stance to the Rune family, and that was, "I've made up my mind." Anson's voice was low, with a hint of determination. "Respected Miss Talia, I need your help with something." The girl nodded slightly, looking at him with the gentlest expression. "Please speak." Anson swallowed. "I want to take my spellcasting further. I want to become tutor, a blasphemous mage." At that moment, the girl's pupils contracted sharply. "Are you sure?" Talia's tone was somewhat surprised. "This isn't as easy as becoming a spellcaster. The process will be difficult and dangerous. Most importantly, once you take this step, there's no turning back." "Dear Anson, do you really understand what I mean? Once you become a blasphemous mage, you will no longer be human." "I understand." Anson nodded. "I am fully prepared mentally." The moment he met the Black Mage at Thunder Castle, he had anticipated that taking this step was only a matter of time. The only difference was the timing. Given his current situation, it's unrealistic to aspire to a high position within the Order Church system. He'd likely be under constant surveillance. The best outcome would be similar to Sira Virgil's current predicament, becoming a monitored inquisitor. While being an inquisitor who doesn't need to worry about promotion, just coasts along, and occasionally scares children wouldn't be bad, Anson wasn't planning on retiring so soon unless he was completely desperate. Therefore, focusing on the New World and becoming a blasphemous mage, fully siding with the Rune family, didn't seem like a completely hopeless option. Moreover, he was a conjuration mage. Given the equally perilous path of evolution, conjuration magic possessed unique advantages over the other two major forms of magic. First, it wasn't a physical force, meaning that unless he had some wild imagination, his body wouldn't undergo any mutations. Second, it wouldn't have the same intense impact on the mind as dark magic. In Anson's eyes, most dark magic casters he encountered were somewhat mentally unstable. And most importantly, the rune family was a blood magic family. This is crucial because if Saint Isaac, the author of the Grand Book of Magic, wasn't lying, then the number of apostles and blasphemians that the three major magic systems can produce isn't limitless. In a sense, this is one reason why wars and massacres constantly erupt between spellcaster families. If Anson were a blood mage without a drop of rune blood, his best fate would likely be becoming nourishment. Therefore, as a spellcaster, he poses no threat to the rune family, at least not before becoming an apostle. Alright, the girl smiled slightly. Since Anson has made up his mind, how could Talia refuse? Anson immediately showed a grateful expression, inwardly letting out a sigh of relief. Good. He should have passed this hurdle. However, even with Talia's full assistance, becoming a blasphemous mage of conjuration magic is not an easy task. It requires Anson to thoroughly understand the essence of conjuration magic and to develop a completely new philosophy that belongs only to him. The girl's lips curled slightly upward. To complete this process, even the most outstanding and talented true God believers would need at least several years, or even more than a decade. Of course, if it really takes that much time, then what Talia has done is meaningless. After all, we are about to face the threat of the old gods of the resting lands, and dear Anson needs to master this power as soon as possible. Oh? Anson couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Could it be, there's some shortcut? No, a shortcut, just a way to speed things up. Talia smiled faintly. It involves the unique nature of conjuration magic as one of the three great forms of magic, different from the other two. It doesn't involve emotions or the heart, nor is it related to flesh and blood, requiring more thought. Thought requires more time, and things to refer to, though that's not entirely accurate. As long as there's enough information to reference, Anson can grasp the essence of conjuration magic faster. Anson nodded. He'd seen similar conclusions in research on the three old gods. Then where can I get enough information to reference? Dear Anson, from other conjurers, of course, Talia said matter-of-factly. As long as I learn about the research of enough conjurers, even if I can't fully accept it, it will at least have reference value, right? Therefore, what Anson needs is to access a large number of conjurers' memories in a short period of time, and integrate them, making them his own. Quite by chance, for a very, very long time in the past, Talia had fought many sorcerers, all very kind and gentlemanly people. After losing to Talia, they even kindly left their bodies intact for her. If dear Anson could lower his guard and allow himself to be connected to Talia by blood, Talia could transfer all these memories to Anson. So, dear Anson, the girl smiled, whispering in the gentlest tone, could I be eaten by Talia? Chapter 431 Advancement. The waves gently lapped against the ship's hull outside the window, and the bright sunlight shone on the sea. Only Lisa's snoring echoed in the cabin, the air so quiet. Quiet as a tomb. Anson, smiling, looked at Talia, whose eyes were wide with surprise. Her expression was so gentle, so comforting, that Anson swallowed hard, his right hand, holding the wine glass slightly, concealing his fear, excitement. The girl leaned back gently, silent, as if waiting for his reply. Time ticked by. After a full minute of silence, Anson pursed his lips, first smiling, then feigning ease. Did I mishear? Talia looked at him, smiling and gently shaking her head. Then, what you just said, was it just a exaggeration, a metaphor? The girl shook her head again. Is there some misunderstanding here? This time, Talia didn't answer immediately. Her eyes darted around, and she slightly raised her right hand to support her chin, deliberately feigning deep thought. The frequency of her eye movements coincidentally matched the ticking speed of the second hand of the pocket watch on the table. Snap! 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 That's right. As the minute hand ticked, the girl smiled and said with absolute certainty, everything I just said was just a slightly exaggerated analogy. To help Anson understand better, you are a follower of Aten, the master of fate, while I follow Pluto, the master of blood magic. We walk completely different paths. Naturally, it's more difficult to exchange learning experiences. To use a very inappropriate analogy, it's like learning a language you've never encountered before, the girl explained gently. Until I fully grasp the basics, I can only understand its peculiarities using vocabulary and methods that Anson can comprehend. I understand. Learning a foreign language is definitely more complex and harder to understand than other knowledge. Anson swallowed again, forcing a very unnatural smile. So, it's definitely not what it sounds like literally, of course, absolutely not. The girl's smile was full of sincerity. My dear Anson is Talia's fiancé. How could Talia eat her own fiancé? Yes, that makes sense. Anson, his scalp tingling, nodded repeatedly, a look of sudden realization spreading across his face. I knew I was overthinking it. It must be that Talia didn't explain clearly. It's all Talia's fault. No, it's my fault. I just tend to overthink things. Ha ha. For a moment, the cabin was filled with a joyful atmosphere. After a while, Anson, his smile fading slightly, took a deep breath and said seriously to Talia, "What do I need to do?" "It's very simple," the girl, still smiling, said in an incredibly natural tone. "Dear Anson, all you need to do is close your eyes, don't be afraid or nervous, release the hidden restraints on your body, and then slowly empty your mind and body. The rest." The girl's lips curled up slightly, her crossed hands gently pressed against her chest. "Leave it to Talia." Anson nodded silently. He first took a deep breath, then snapped his fingers with a snap, completely releasing the restraints on himself, leaving him without any limitations. Given the disparity in strength between them, if Talia really wanted to kill him, she wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. Thinking about it further was pointless, and it would be better to just lie down obediently. Just as he closed his eyes, the girl's voice rang in his ears again. Of course. This is Talia's first time doing this, and she has absolutely no experience in this area, so she'll try to control the intensity and won't instill too much in Anson. Take it slow, consider it a small experiment. Is that alright? Talia asked cautiously. Of course, Anson replied with his eyes closed, indicating that it was also his first time. The process might be a bit intense, because blood magic is a very extreme form of evolution, and it will be quite noticeable in certain bodily senses. Is that okay? No problem. Anson nodded again. He was somewhat prepared for this. Of course. If anything feels wrong, or, if you can't bear it, Talia's voice suddenly became a little tense. No matter what stage it's at, Anson absolutely must tell Talia to end the entire experiment immediately. No matter what, Anson's life is always the most important. Okay, I promise you, Anson replied without hesitation. Boom. The moment his words fell, Anson, whose eyes were tightly closed, suddenly felt the whole world go dark. He could no longer hear any sound, as if he had been pulled into another world. It felt as if some warm, viscous liquid was pouring into the cabin through the window, first his feet, then his legs, torso, chest, neck, head. His entire body was completely enveloped in it. It was like falling into the depths of the ocean, and whether he struggled or not, he was forced to immerse himself in it, and his consciousness and body continued to fall downwards. The hazy feeling of weightlessness made his consciousness gradually blur. He could only feel thin, long tentacles constantly climbing up his body. They burrowed into the gaps between his fingernails, pried open his mouth, overflowed his ears, seeped into his nasal cavity, and enveloped his pupils. An indescribable nausea suddenly spread from his chest, and Anson began to convulse involuntarily, as if his body was resisting a forced infusion of some drug. Every muscle from head to toe tensed as if being tightly bound by chains, and his pupils, completely enveloped by the tentacles, began to tremble violently beneath his closed eyelids. Boom! A strange shriek began to ring in his ears, a heart-wrenching scream and a roar filled with endless rage. They were like a hurricane, constantly echoing around him, filling his mind. Anson remained completely calm. He had experienced a similar situation once when he became a spellcaster. The ethereal screams echoed in his ears again and again, and Anson could even feel his mind being constantly filled, drained, an endless repetition. Soon, the shouts faded, turning into whispers, echoing faintly in his ears, like a cry, yet also like low, labored breathing, as if telling a story, yet completely indistinguishable. His body was still convulsing violently, his limbs spasming uncontrollably. The darkness before his eyes began to solidify into fleeting images and fragmented pieces. Before he could fully see them, the images shattered. Accompanying the images, countless pieces of information began to flood his mind uncontrollably, like a dam bursting, a torrent of water. If he had to describe it, it was as if someone, and a very long-lived one at that, had their entire life, 1,000 times faster, relive it all for Anson, and ultimately, like all memories, solidify into a word, a habit, a triggering emotion. The heart-wrenching scream rang out again, piercing Anson's body again and again. The pain was almost equivalent to standing next to a 24-pound bomb, listening to its explosion at the epicenter. However, compared to the agony of being reduced to ashes, flesh dissolved, blood evaporated, bones charred, and only a heart remaining, this level of torture wasn't entirely unbearable. Boom, the shriek gradually dissipated, and the out-of-control body slowly stopped falling. The previously blurred consciousness began to awaken little by little. The tentacles enveloping the body slowly withdrew. The intense shriek once again transformed into faint panting, gently echoing in the ears, accompanied by a warm, sticky sensation. The previously violently convulsing body gradually regained sensation. After an unknown amount of time, this feeling began to fade, and the tightly closed eyes began to feel the light shining on them. Everything seemed to have finally returned to normal. Apart from an itchy feeling all over and a slight headache, there were no other abnormalities. Anson, with his eyes tightly closed, suddenly froze, continuing to fully unleash his command spell, keeping the casting range in its most natural state, a sphere centered on himself. Then he realized where this abnormality came from. It was the sense of distance. His spellcasting range hadn't expanded, but his sense of distance had increased, and his senses had been greatly enhanced. With his eyes closed, he could see Talia smiling radiantly before him, and Lisa fast asleep in bed. The cabin door was locked, yet he could hear faint whispers outside and the crew's tiptoeing footsteps as they passed by. No, his senses hadn't been enhanced, but his ability to distinguish subtle sounds had clearly improved, becoming much more acute. He could deduce the size and shape of objects based solely on sound and touch, and even predict their next move the instant they shifted. This was the most direct manifestation of a spellcaster reaching a certain critical point. For spellcasters throughout the old gods world, although most followed the 5 stages standard used to measure a spellcaster's strength at an approximate level, they were well aware that this standard was quite unreliable, and to some extent, even completely flawed. Leaving aside the significant differences between the 3 major forms of magic, the hallmark of the 5th stage is creating one's own magic. Most spellcasters aren't enthusiastic about this. Does possessing original magic necessarily make a spellcaster stronger than one without? Of course not, and it's quite possible the opposite. However, because the 3 major forms of magic are extremely difficult to quantify, and even within each magic family, different families have different evolutionary paths, making uniformity impossible, the 5 stages are the only way to measure them. Strictly adhering to this standard, Anson felt he was probably in the 4th stage, only one step away from the 5th. After all, the prerequisite for original magic is a personal understanding of the entire system. Anson could roughly guess why it was listed as the hallmark of the 5th stage, because after that, the next step is to advance to blasphemous mage. So-called original magic is actually a rehearsal and preparation for completely abandoning the identity of human and evolving into a higher level of life. And Anson, having obtained the complete memories of a spellcaster, was incredibly close to that step. Not only memories, but all the magic he had mastered had become part of Anson's memory. By simply revisiting these memories one by one, he could fully reconstruct these skills. Of course, the side effects were also quite obvious, because he hadn't mastered the spells entirely on his own, but rather they had been forcibly instilled into him, somewhat like a student frantically doing practice questions before an exam. Getting the answers right doesn't mean he truly understood the knowledge. The solution to the side effects was simple: keep doing practice questions, endlessly doing more. The more questions I do, the harder ones won't keep up with my progress. Having figured this out, Anson slowly opened his eyes. Everything before him was exactly the same as when he had closed his eyes. Outside the window was warm sunlight and a calm, surging sea. Inside the cabin, with the door closed, it was quiet except for the sound of Lisa snoring. Smiling, Talia sat opposite him, holding a full glass of rum in both hands, placed steadily beside him. "How are you feeling?" the girl asked with a smile, her expression showing no trace of fatigue or impatience. Not bad," Anson smiled. Before opening his eyes, he had checked his body several times. There was nothing wrong. Is anything painful? No. Any discomfort? No. Tired? No. Not hungry? Not very hungry. That's great. Talia breathed a sigh of relief, a relieved smile spreading across her face. "It's my first time doing something like this. I thought something might go wrong." "You're so lucky." "Yes, I thought so too." Anson chuckled a few times, desperately suppressing his curiosity to ask what just happened. For some reason, He had a very strange premonition that asking would lead to some terrible outcome, perhaps even being killed on the spot. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the elated Talia suddenly spoke up. "Since Anson is perfectly fine, let's continue, huh?" Anson looked up in surprise, somewhat confused by her meaning. "Continue?" "Yes," the girl chuckled matter-of-factly. "After all, only 15 minutes have passed since then. There are still 3 whole hours until lunchtime. Before arriving in the new world, Talia will do everything in her power to train Anson into a qualified spellcaster. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432 The Traditional Country People. December 1st, year 100 of the Saint Calendar, sunny. Today marks the 3rd day since Miss Talia August Rune's appearance. Miss Talia's appearance is undoubtedly a good thing, signifying that the Rune family's regard for Lord Anson has reached a new level. As a loyal scribe, I have unquestionable sensitivity in this regard. Of course, some trivial age issues, and the resemblance between Talia and Miss Lisa, have sparked some laughable and meaningless rumors. Some have even come directly to me, asking if Lord Anson's scribe knows the truth. I told them that although they seem to possess some seemingly objective subjective evidence and have made metaphysical subjective judgments based on objective facts, the existing clues are insufficient to redefine the legal and traditional dual identity of the person they refer to in the third person, nor can we rely on biased understanding to follow the clues, even if the corresponding evidence is eventually found. If the parties involved, or the third person pronouns they refer to, cannot provide a detailed and accurate answer with a calm and clear-headed attitude, then this matter remains speculation, conjecture, and subjective assumption. Unfortunately, I, the humble scribe, cannot serve as their testimony in this matter. They are very dissatisfied with my clear answer. Some even believe I am deliberately obfuscating them, or covering for Lord Anson Bach. My attitude towards this emotional attitude is mixed. Happy that they think I am obfuscating them to cover for Lord Anson. Sad that they actually think I am obfuscating them to cover for Lord Anson. December 5th, the sea was calm, and the voyage went very smoothly. The only problem was that since Miss Talia's arrival, Lord Anson has allowed me to enter his room less and less. As a scribe from the church, I suddenly feel a little worried about my future. Since Lord Anson began his expedition to the Han lands, the Rune family's influence over him has been steadily increasing. I've decided to begin studying some books on the history of the Clovis family. This knowledge will be invaluable if my future path isn't to enter the Privy Council, but rather to become a herald or a high-ranking butler. On December 10th, Colonel William Cecil brought us good news. Despite the navigator's death due to the previous storm, the fleet's voyage is proceeding smoothly, and we may arrive at our destination 10 days ahead of schedule. This means we can reach White Whale Harbor on December 30th, before the new year of the 101st year of the Saint Calendar. Undoubtedly, this is fantastic news. Not only the officers and men of the Storm Division, but even the sailors of the fleet are overjoyed. I love the sea, but if I could have my feet on the earth instead of the deck at the start of the new year, I'd gladly trade half my wealth for that earth. It's also worth mentioning that Lord Anson Bach has been leaving his room less and less lately. Sometimes we don't see him for a whole day. I don't know if that counts as bad news. On December 13th, the Lord hasn't left his cabin for 4 consecutive days. As a lowly scribe, it is not my right to disturb your Excellency's privacy, but I am indeed very worried about your Excellency's health. After all, staying at sea for a long time without sun exposure is a very dangerous thing. I asked Miss Lisa, and she told me, although she was quite big, that your Excellency has been with Miss Talia. And he is fine, just a little tired. As a scribe, I really don't know how I can help your Excellency, and can only wish you good health. On December 20th, the first mate of the Crown reminded me that the fleet had entered the waters around Istragan Fjord and would arrive at White Whale Port in 10 days at the latest. This greatly reminded me that I must quickly supplement my knowledge about the colony. In fact, White Whale Port, or rather the entire Istragan Fjord, as the most important colony of the Kingdom of Clovis, also holds an extraordinary position within the Clovis Church, and there is never a lack of information about it. One reason is that the Church has always hoped to build a cathedral here, but has never been able to realize this dream. The entire Istragan Fjord covers nearly 200,000 square kilometers and has a population of over 100,000. White Whale Harbor, the core of the colony, is not only its capital and largest city, perhaps its only one, but also its most important port, with a population of around 40,000. The rest are scattered around numerous settlements, manors, mines, and forests. Even without considering the entire Clovis colony, White Whale Harbor's fishing, forestry, and mineral resources alone are enough to astound anyone. Take its most important industry, fishing, for example. Its annual seafood harvest accounts for 1/3 to 1/2 of the entire New World's output, greatly boosting the economy of the Ice Dragon Fjord. This not only balances the salt trade with the North Sea kingdoms, but is also the primary driver of local population growth. Minerals and timber, as its most important core industries, provide 1/5 of the kingdom's annual tax revenue. They are not only crucial to the Iron Cross project, effectively suppressing timber and ore prices in the North Sea kingdoms, but also greatly promote the colony's development. In just 50 years, Clovis, originally the smallest colony, has become second only to the empire in the New World. Moreover, the land here is incredibly fertile. Although only 50 years have passed since its development began, numerous plantations have already sprung up near White Whale Harbor, with wheat, oats, potatoes, carrots, and cabbage as the main food crops. Livestock farming isn't very prevalent due to the thriving fishing industry, but due to labor shortage, breeding high-quality transport livestock is a worthwhile investment. As a port, White Whale Harbor also boasts an excellent shipbuilding industry, though mainly focusing on small ships and fishing boats, as well as completely independent steel mills, machine shops, gun workshops. Light and civilian industries can barely achieve self-sufficiency at a relatively low level. Fertile land, unimaginably abundant resources. If it weren't for the excessively cold weather and the rumored terrifying blizzards, it would be a paradise on Earth, a dream come true. If it weren't for the distance to the mainland, perhaps starting over in the New World would indeed be a good choice. Standing on the deck of the Crown, Anson, leaning on the railing, gazed at the horizon. Amidst a vast expanse of white snow and ice, a bustling port loomed faintly. Unlike Northport, it looked anything but grand and magnificent, and had absolutely nothing to do with prosperity. To put it bluntly, it was even somewhat dilapidated. It was like a white canvas smeared with black mud, covered with a pile of rotten building blocks. This is Whale Harbor, the most prosperous place in the entire New World. William Cecil patted Anson on the shoulder, jokingly adding, "How about it? Disappointed? Disappointed?" Anson chuckled. "You've been to Clovis, haven't you?" "Of course, but that was many years ago." William's expression held a hint of nostalgia. "What does that have to do with Clovis?" "Well, you probably don't know what my superior, Major General Ludwig Franz, thought of that city." Before William could speak, Anson, who is always gossiping about his superiors, revealed the answer: a disgusting cloud of smoke under a blue sky. William was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. "I thought all officers from Clovis thought the rest of the world was some awful countryside, like you guys always say we Navy people can only sleep on a ship." The young captain couldn't help but laugh. "Looks like our stereotypes are pretty deep. No, your place is the countryside. I really want to be transferred to a civilized society with steam trains, running water, streetlights, fireplaces, cafes, and theaters." Anson nodded slightly. "That's right, not everyone likes living in big cities. I prefer the countryside. After all, our Bach family is a small aristocratic family in the central province of Central. I'm more used to traditional manner, things like running water, heating, gas, those so-called modern Clovis life. I'm still not used to them, really." William suddenly paused, then chuckled. "Oh, that's perfect. How so?" Anson asked curiously. "It's like this. The matter of the White Whale Harbor garrison was actually decided more than half a year ago, but we didn't know who to send. The Privy Council's message was that they would find a highly respected general who was about to retire, so they urged the colony to speed up the construction of the headquarters and barracks." William truthfully said, to ensure that the general could come, the construction standards for the headquarters were set extremely high. A complete and independent water system and heating facilities, built entirely to the level of a high-end villa in Clovis City. But due to various problems, the construction progressed quite slowly, and the materials were substandard, so it had to be abandoned. In the end, we had to change the headquarters to traditional colonial style, that is, a version without drainage pipes and heating. Judging by the time, that building is probably still a bare shell now. I wonder if the roof has been repaired yet. But anyway, you don't like those facilities in Clovis City, so those troublesome things can be saved, and a lot of money can be saved. Isn't that perfect, Anson Bach? Chapter 433 Whale Harbor. Despite their low opinion of White Whale Harbor, the fleet was deeply captivated by the city's scenery when they finally arrived at the port. Unlike Clove or North Harbor, which were considered old-world metropolises, the city stretched out in a crescent shape along the Ice Dragon Fjord coast, centered around a high ground. The gray buildings clustered tightly together, resembling Clove's townhouses at first glance. Narrow, muddy roads crisscrossed the city like a spider web. Perhaps due to winter, the harbor appeared quite deserted. Apart from a few single-masted and three-masted sailing ships docked at the pier, even fishing boats were scarce. However, William Cecil had already told Anson this before their arrival. Unlike the warm water ports of the Old World, which were busy year-round, the colony's maritime trade and fishing were primarily concentrated between April and October. It was December, right in the middle of the fishing moratorium. Nevertheless, as the fleet flying the Clovis flag appeared, large crowds had already gathered in the harbor, excitedly standing on the shore to watch and point to the Crown's massive body. I didn't realize the colonists were so welcoming to the kingdom's army. Looking at the bustling crowd on the shore, Carl Bain, leaning on the ship's railing on deck, was quite surprised. With a ring of order above, I always thought those who dared to come to the colonies were all thugs who hated the royal family. Don't assume that, they are. Fabian walked up behind him without changing his expression and asked in a calm, narrative tone, according to the guard's internal records, at least 1/3 of the colonists who register to go to sea each year are prisoners, and 3/4 of them are heinous criminals sentenced to death or life imprisonment. They are the most typical thugs who defy the royal family. Incidentally, the remaining 2/3 are fugitives, bankrupt merchants, unemployed workers, deserters, mercenaries, displaced farmers, heretics wanted by the church, war refugees, slaves. As for those with some assets, who are diligent and have never broken the law or evaded taxes, I can't say they don't exist, but they are certainly a very small number, because they are counted along with the annual missing persons under the category of other types of immigrants. Carl rolled his eyes, then suddenly paused. Why include missing persons in the immigration count? Because we don't know where they went. Were they killed, escaped, went into hiding, or simply disappeared? Fabian shrugged. So we treat them as immigrants. Since they're missing, they're not going to come forward to explain, so we treat them as immigrants, pretending they went to a new place to start over. In a sense, that's not wrong. That way their families can pretend they're still alive. The kingdom gains another group of pioneering colonists, and everyone's happy. What about the people on the shore? It's the same principle as the rich people's poor relatives in the countryside. Following the chief of staff's direction, Fabian looked at the crowd on the shore. We have a battleship, 4 escort ships, and a dozen merchant ships. Thousands of naval and army officers and soldiers. Just the daily maintenance of the warships and the daily expenses of these people are a windfall for a city of only 40 or 50,000 people. Of course they were happy. To these people, we're less like they were here to protect them and more like they were a bunch of walking wallets. Carl Bain, just as the two were chatting, the fleet had already docked at the pier, perhaps because of the long-distance trade. Despite having a population of only 40 or 50,000, Whale Harbor possessed a port that was in no way inferior to North Harbor, allowing the entire fleet to dock smoothly. As soon as Anson stepped off the pier, 3 middle-aged men wearing black long-sleeved trench coats, top hats, pipes, and canes walked up from the crowd in the harbor, their faces beaming with smiles. Your Excellency the Garrison Commander, welcome to White Whale Harbor. Before Anson could speak, the leader of the 3 strode forward, tucked his cane under his arm, and grasped Anson's right hand. I am Herald, the Speaker of the White Whale Harbor Colonial Council. It is a great honor for me to cooperate with such an excellent soldier as you. This man had a standard Clove-like appearance, long, deep-set eyes, a high-nose bridge, and a full beard. Underneath his wide trench coat was a rather sturdy build. It is my honor, Your Excellency Speaker Herald. Anson shook hands with him. I am Colonel Anson Bach, Commander of the Storm Division, Royal Army. You may simply call me Anson. How dare I be so rude to a rising star of the Royal Army? Herald said with a smile, snapping his fingers and turning to the 2 men standing respectfully behind him. If you don't mind, please allow me to introduce you. This is Mason Weasler, the General Representative of the White Whale Harbor Chamber of Commerce. The Weasler family is also the wealthiest family in the area. If you or your army have any needs for supplies, don't hesitate to consult with our old Mason. As soon as he finished speaking, the thin, middle-aged man on the left removed his hat, bowing to Anson while revealing a slightly obsequious smile. Anson, whose right hand was being held, could only smile faintly and nod in acknowledgement. "This is Bishop Ripper, the head of the local Order Ring Church." Speaker Harold's expression suddenly turned serious. "I've heard that the church in our country has always been critical of the faith work here in the colonies, regarding us as a group of undevout believers or even heretics. I can tell you frankly, that's absolutely not true. Thanks to the efforts of the esteemed Bishop Ripper over the years, the entire Ice Dragon Fjord now has 80,000 devout believers, and even many local natives have reformed, completely abandoning their heretical gods and becoming loyal followers of the Order Ring," Harold said righteously. "Would you like to ask the bishop to tell you about his missionary experiences? They're really very interesting." "Sorry, but I really have no interest in that." Anson, his smile undiminished, shifted his gaze to the bishop standing next to President Mason. The elderly man, wearing silver-chained pince-nez glasses, appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. He leaned on a polished cherry wood cane, and the high collar and brim of his trench coat almost completely obscured his features, so much so that at first glance, Anson was reminded of a certain acquaintance, Professor Mace Hornard. Anson shuddered involuntarily. The man raised his eyes, looking Anson up and down with a very kind gaze, before slowly removing his pipe from his lips. "Colonel Anson Bach, you're from Clovis, aren't you?" "I'm from the countryside in the central province," Anson forced a smile. "However, I came to Clovis to study when I was a teenager, so I can be considered half a city dweller." "Oh," Bishop Ripper's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked in a very amused tone, "Then may I ask how you define the faith in the Ring of Order? This is definitely an ecumenical believer." Almost as soon as the other man spoke, this thought popped into Anson's mind. The reason is very simple. An ordinary believer in the Order of the Ring wouldn't ask questions like how is faith defined. Only those sects that have opposed the church would be particularly concerned with this. And among the heretical sects in the entire New World, the eclectic branch is the most numerous. So Anson pretended to think for a moment, then said with utmost sincerity, "As a Clovis, compared to other creeds, I think I'm more deeply influenced by the Seeking Truth sect in terms of faith. Not just me, but anyone who graduated from the Royal Military Academy couldn't possibly have been unaffected by the ideology of this sect." The Seeking Truth sect is also known as the Ivory sect, the sect St. Isaac once led, and it was also the former state religion of the Clovis kingdom. The reason for this answer is also simple. As a loyal subject of the France family and the former military leader of the Clovis Cathedral Guard, Anson certainly couldn't claim to be a believer of the eclectic sect just to please the other party. That would be tantamount to courting death. However, if it was due to the influence of the Seeking Truth sect, that would be perfectly acceptable, as the sect's influence on the kingdom of Clovis was undeniable, and St. Isaac had already been canonized, his position within the church reaching an unshakable level. Sure enough, after hearing Anson's answer, Bishop Ripper seemed somewhat dissatisfied, but still within acceptable limits. He nodded slightly, took a half step back, and drew a symbol of the Ring of Order in front of him. Anson slightly twitched the corners of his mouth. Judging from Speaker Harold's attitude during the introduction, and the fact that this person had proactively inquired about his faith, the ecumenical sect's influence in the New World had likely reached a terrifying level, far exceeding what the kingdom had anticipated. Bishop Ripper is not only highly respected locally, but also wields considerable influence in the surrounding colonies. In this respect, we differ greatly from the Order Church in the homeland. We don't believe in building grand cathedrals. Anyone with a sincere heart should have the right to pray alone. The Ring of Order shouldn't interfere too much in people's lives. On the contrary, its purpose is to encourage people to love life and to provide assistance when needed. I completely agree with your point of view. Before the other could finish, Anson interrupted. In fact, this is why I decided to come to the colony. Archbishop Clovis wanted to transfer me to Clovis City as a garrison commander, but I refused. Compared to the people of Clovis City, who already have little freedom, the colonies far to the north need the protection of our army more. You're absolutely right. Ice Dragon Fjord needs excellent officers like you and a powerful army for protection. Speaker Harold shook hands with Anson excitedly again. On behalf of the 500-member Council of White Whale Harbor and all the subjects of Ice Dragon Fjord, we, the three of us, extend our heartfelt gratitude for your noble gesture. A 500-member council? Anson raised an eyebrow, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the crowd on the distant shore. Indeed, there was a group completely different from the others, dressed uniformly in long-sleeved trench coats, tailcoats, and bowler hats or silk top hats. each accompanied by a similarly dressed woman. Fjord has only a little over 100,000 inhabitants, and White Whale Harbor only 40,000 to 50,000, yet they possess a 500-member council. If he remembered correctly, the Privy Council of the Kingdom of Clovis also seemed to have only about 500 members. But Clovis City's population already exceeded 1 million, even considering only the inner city, there were 300,000. White Whale Harbor, with a population of 40,000, also had 500 councillors. That's 1 in 100. Such a high ratio would probably be unattainable even for some self-proclaimed just and equal Republican city-states. Anson was stunned, utterly dumbfounded. While he stared in disbelief, the enthusiastic speaker Herald continued his spiel. Now that you've arrived at White Whale Harbor, my colleagues, the entire population, and I are eager to hear your plans and ideas. To be honest, the entire Fjord is currently facing numerous crises. Not only are our outward expansion efforts frequently attacked, but there are also significant hidden dangers in maritime transport. Furthermore, local heretics have begun to engage in organized underground activities, undermining White Whale Harbor's prosperity and stability. Therefore, we are very eager to know, esteemed Commander, whether you have made sufficient preparations and detailed plans in these areas to help us overcome these current difficulties. I mean, since you volunteered for this position, you must have already made some preparations before coming, am I right? Having said this, Speaker Herald looked at Anson sincerely, his eyes filled with expectation. Plans? What plans could I possibly have after just arriving today? A flicker of surprise crossed Anson's eyes, but he quickly realized the implication. Indeed, what the other party truly hoped for was that he had no plan. Frankly speaking, if he were the Speaker of White Whale Harbor, would he genuinely want a commander with thousands of troops sent from the mainland? Of course not. White Whale Harbor only had 40 to 50,000 people, while the Storm Division had a full 6,000 soldiers, a ratio of soldiers to residents of 1/10. Such a high ratio was enough to terrify a speaker who might not even be able to muster 200 or 300 guards. Therefore, he had to try to weaken his authority at all costs, using the excuse of lack of understanding of the colony to avoid interfering with his authority. Having understood the other party's purpose, Anson smiled and said, "Of course, if you don't mind, I hope to immediately organize a speech at the port to fully explain my well-prepared plan to the people of White Whale Harbor." A perfect plan. Sorry, I was in such a rush when I left that I forgot to update. Oops, wrong. Chapter 434 Governor's Declaration. People of the Kingdom of Clovis, it is a great honor to be here in this beautiful season at the world-renowned White Whale Harbor. Together with you all, I am Colonel Anson Bach, your White Whale Harbor Garrison Commander. I am honored to be invited by Speaker Herald and the White Whale Harbor Council to speak freely with you here. His steady voice echoed throughout the harbor. The dense crowd fell silent. The once bustling harbor was now quiet, except for the sound of seagulls dancing in the ebb and flow of the tide. Anson, dressed in a gray military overcoat and wearing a tricorn hat, stood with his back to the Crown battleship anchored in the harbor, on a makeshift stage surrounded by stormtrooper soldiers, overlooking the thousands, even nearly 10,000, of spectators before him. Despite the impromptu nature of the speech, the great people of White Whale Harbor displayed remarkable self-discipline. From Anson's perspective, 500 formally dressed counselors sat in the center, while the remaining audience members stood obediently on either side, without any disorder. Yes, especially after the 6,000 fully armed Storm Division soldiers landed, this is an era of change. The world is changing rapidly. Steam engines and new sailing ships are changing our lives. Our living standards are rising, more jobs, increased trade, a safe and stable colonial environment, and sustainable development are all issues that concern the people of White Whale Harbor today. Regarding the security and foreign affairs issues that everyone is currently concerned about, I can assure you on behalf of the Royal Army that the Kingdom of Clovis has never forgotten that Fjord is also part of it. All Storm Division soldiers will show the will and courage to defend Clovis City and the great people of White Whale Harbor. A safe community environment and stable and prosperous living conditions are the rights that every hard-working person of White Whale Harbor should have. I and the 6,000 Storm Division soldiers will strive to provide you with these guarantees. Looking up at Anson, who was standing on the stage speaking eloquently and occasionally glancing at his speech, the junior clerk in the audience sat obediently in his chair, his face beaming with admiration, which surprised Carl Bain. "Can I ask you a question?" The chief of staff couldn't hold back any longer. "Did you think that, Anson's speech was brilliant, of course, absolutely brilliant. The junior clerk nodded repeatedly, his expression excited. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've ever been asked by an adult to write a speech for him. It almost scared me to death. I was so nervous that I made at least 2 minor grammatical errors. Carl Bain, so you wrote this rubbish? That's right. The junior clerk nodded happily, so excited that he couldn't sit still. Is there a problem? No problem, it's just, Carl twitched his lips, glancing at the group of people behind him who were already dozing off, and the counselors who were fighting off sleep. Don't you think what you wrote is a little boring? Oh, thank you. The junior clerk's eyes lit up, then he showed a slightly shy expression. This is the first time I've written a speech. I really didn't expect to be praised like this by you. I'm not praising you. Carl couldn't help but roll his eyes, keeping his complaints to himself. On the stage, Anson continued his eloquent speech. Within the kingdom of Clovis, the magnificent White Whale Harbor holds an unparalleled position, the key to Clovis's proud standing in the world of order, and a jewel in her crown, and those who pioneered this virgin land are even more outstanding contributors to Clovis. Because of you, Clovis's ships can sail the seas, and Clovis's warriors can continue to expand their territory. All of this is your achievement. Therefore, I firmly believe that the New World is both a gift and a test from the great ring of order to the Clovis. Only by conquering this land can the kingdom of Clovis truly move from strength to greatness, and White Whale Harbor is the starting point of this great journey. Below the stage, Speaker Herald, sitting in the center of a group of seemingly energetic counselors, pipe in mouth, smiled broadly at the garrison commander who is reciting his speech from the prepared text, a smile he could not hide. Anson Bach's performance perfectly met his expectations. When the other party suddenly accepted his invitation, Herald had felt a momentary panic, thinking that the other party had truly come prepared. But now, phrases like the great white whale, unparalleled status, and the jewel in the crown, such meaningless flattery might be useful in the countryside of Clovis or the border provinces, but it was utterly meaningless in a colony teeming with thugs and smugglers. Clearly, this excessively young army colonel knew absolutely nothing about White Whale. To win this great journey, the magnificent Whale Harbor and its great people must not sit idly by, for while we are pioneering this new world, our enemies are doing the same thing. Anson, seemingly oblivious to the expressions of the audience, continued in a deep voice, we must fully unleash the potential of this land, especially its vast and fertile soil, abundant fisheries, minerals, and forestry resources, maximizing production capacity by continuously improving transportation and efficiency, and more importantly, we must continue our pioneering efforts, marching east, west, north, into all the unknown lands, planting the Clovis banner throughout the New World, to realize this vision. Whale Harbor and my army alone are far from sufficient. Only by fully unleashing the potential of this land can we protect the Ice Dragon Fjord, which carries the dreams of all the Clovis people. After saying this, Anson suddenly paused, looking up at the dark mass of people below, who were already drowsy. Therefore, I, Anson Bach, hereby announce that within the next 6 months, at least 1 munitions factory, 2 timber processing plants, 1 steel mill, 1 machinery plant, and 1 smelting plant will be built in Whale Harbor. These factories will bear 4/5 of the Storm Division's munitions production. I promise you all that at least 2/3 of the positions will be recruited locally, at least 1,500 to 2,000 workers, with wages on par with Storm Division soldiers, Anson declared loudly, raising his clenched right fist to the crowd. I reiterate, these factories will provide at least 1,500 high-paying jobs in Whale Harbor, and all positions are open to everyone, from the general manager to the most ordinary porter. Anyone living in Whale Harbor is eligible to apply. His steady voice echoed across the harbor on the sea breeze. Below the platform, all was silent. But the next second, the crowd erupted in uproar. While the Whale Harbor counselors in the center were still in shock and astonishment, the surrounding crowd had already begun cheering in jubilation. What do 2,000 jobs mean for a city of only 40,000 people? Even using the highest percentage, the entire able-bodied population of White Whale Harbor couldn't possibly exceed 30,000. 1/10 of them would immediately escape their current lives, no longer having to toil in fishing, logging, and farming, living a precarious existence, but instead, they would have stable employment. Stable employment. In Clovis's homeland, this might not mean much. For those farmers, they didn't lack ways to make a living. But in the still developing New World, stable employment held unparalleled significance. The reason was very simple. Besides a few ambitious merchants, why did the other colonists come to the New World? Simply put, because they couldn't survive in the Old World, they had utterly lost hope. So Anson wanted to give them hope, a hope comprised of 1,500 stable jobs. Of course, no one could build so many factories in White Whale Harbor immediately, not even with the full support of the store masters, the Roon family, and the Cecil family. Completing even half in 6 months would be a miracle. But that didn't stop him from making this promise to Whale Harbor. Even if the factory couldn't be fully built in the end, with Stormmaster around, he had a million ways to arrange 2,000 logistics positions. This is just the beginning of a great journey. Amidst waves of uproar, Anson declared in a deep voice, White Whale Harbor, rich in resources, must possess a thriving logistics industry and a powerful manufacturing sector to truly become the jewel of the New World. From today until next June, the Royal Navy fleet will be permanently stationed at White Whale Harbor, providing continuous and stable protection for the safe passage of ships and the fishing grounds near White Whale Harbor. Both shipping routes and fishing grounds will be under the protection of the Royal Flag of Clovis, from this moment on. Any ship not flying the royal flag that wantonly seizes these resources and continues its greedy and shameless behavior after being warned will be severely punished. Justice, truth, law, are all within the range of the naval guns. Below the platform, William Cecil, ignoring the changed expressions of his first and second officers beside him, proudly puffed out his chest and gestured to those around him. This is a treasure bestowed upon the Clovis by the Ring of Order. As the garrison commander of White Whale Harbor, I reiterate my promise. This treasure belonging to Istragan Fjord will never be taken away by outsiders. The land belongs to the Clovis, and the sea also belongs to the Clovis. Anson's speech continued. The prosperous shipping routes have brought White Whale Harbor not only wealth, but also prosperity. We have countless wildernesses, precious timber, and mine after mine. For the past 50 years, White Whale Harbor could only extract these raw materials, loading them onto cargo ships and transporting them to North Harbor. But we must also understand that resources are never inexhaustible. While supplying resources to our homeland, we also need to establish our own manufacturing industry, leather goods, textiles, nitrate processing, sculpture, brewing. White Whale Harbor possesses all the prerequisites for prosperity and has every hope of becoming the core of the New World's manufacturing industry. We will succeed. We will succeed. Our great Clovis, starting from a small Clovis castle on the riverbank, has built a powerful kingdom capable of directly confronting the empire in just a few centuries. Today, we possess White Whale Harbor and the entire Istragan Fjord. If we are content with our current wealth, then no matter how much we have now, we will surely lose it all. Therefore, brave people of White Whale Harbor, we must go out. We must go out. March towards the empire's colonies, towards the colonies of the three kingdoms of the North Sea, towards the territories of the natives. Sound the horn of war against all enemies who dare to hinder our expansion. This was Anson's plan. As the commander of the garrison, at least ostensibly, his power, aside from military operations and maintaining order, was very limited, and he could not interfere in the local affairs of the colonies. But for the Roon family, who were about to expand their influence in the colonies, this was clearly insufficient. For Anson, the options were quite simple. Expand the entire Istragan Fjord colony through industrial expansion, binding it to the war machine. Once the colony revolved around the war, becoming a logistical base, the rest would fall into place. He wouldn't even need to declare war on anyone, nor bear the blame for disrupting peace, because the empire would certainly retaliate. Destroying the colony would be far more detrimental to Clovis than to the empire, a fact the emperor couldn't possibly be unaware of. Once the empire fired the first shot, everything else would be irrelevant to the other side. Anyone could start a war, but only the victor could end it. In fact, White Whale Harbor, with its sparse population but abundant resources, was quite suitable as a logistical base and bridgehead for expansion. His actions were merely maximizing its potential and achieving its rightful place. As long as White Whale Harbor didn't dare betray the country, or possessed enough power to force the royal army to dismiss him, their mere 500 men would have to stand on his side, becoming part of his perfect plan, whether they liked it or not. This is my plan, a plan that will and will be realized. As your garrison commander, I firmly believe that the boundary between Istragan Fjord and White Whale Harbor has never been defined by geography, but by our cannons and warships. Wherever the Clovis flag flies, wherever our soldiers stand, that is the boundary. The howling sea breeze echoed through the harbor, wave after wave of sound. In the center of the stunned council members, Speaker Herald, who had been smug, was now utterly distraught, so much so that he didn't even notice his pipe falling to the ground. He had miscalculated, completely miscalculated. Anson Bach, he wasn't just a garrison commander. This was clearly the colonial governor. Chapter 435 The Speaker's Visit. For a port city with only tens of thousands of inhabitants, any rumor or event, once it emerges, spreads with astonishing speed. Before evening even arrived, news of the garrison's arrival had already spread throughout Whale Harbor. This included Anson's great journey speech, which was relayed by word of mouth to everyone present, becoming the talk of the town in every tavern and at every table, instantly transforming the icy, snow-covered Whale Harbor into a bustling hub of conversation. In contrast, the Whale Harbor Council was completely thrown into chaos, utterly unprepared. As the de facto rulers of Whale Harbor, this group held a rather conflicted attitude towards Anson Bach and his stormtroopers. On the one hand, the colony was facing severe internal and external pressures, with native uprisings and incursions from other colonies forcing Whale Harbor to quickly acquire a reasonably capable armed force. However, the sudden appearance of a well-organized army not under their control would disrupt the internal balance of power in Whale Harbor and would certainly consume a large portion of its budget, something the Whale Harbor Council did not want to see. Whether they liked it or not, this army was destined to come. Even though the colony was practically semi-independent, it still lacked the strength and courage to truly challenge the mainland. That's why they organized a grand welcoming ceremony and invited Anson to give an impromptu speech. Their aim was to exploit Anson's instability and lack of preparation, putting him in an awkward position. This way, they could leverage their local advantage to offer Anson, who knew nothing about the colony, various forms of assistance, ideally dividing and winning over his subordinates to side with the White Whale Harbor Council. But the outcome was far beyond their expectations. Anson Bach was not only not ignorant, he had come prepared. Furthermore, this garrison commander was not content with the military power. He wanted to directly interfere in the council's affairs, building factories, reclaiming wasteland, supporting manufacturing, fishing, and shipping. This wasn't a garrison commander, he was clearly acting as the governor of White Whale Harbor. Furthermore, all the measures he mentioned were actually quite tempting for Wallaport at the moment, putting aside the steel mills and military factories. Fishing resources and ocean shipping had always been the most important economic pillars of Wallaport. If Anson Bach could really win over a fleet to protect the fishing grounds and shipping routes, it would be something Wallaport would absolutely welcome, and the presence of Fleet Commander William Cecil and his fleet that day was enough to prove that the garrison commander was not talking nonsense, and that he was confident. The direct result of this was that before they could even begin to win over the Storm Division, the Wallaport Council itself split up. Under that flowery pie in the sky, the 500-member council directly split into three, falling into endless quarrels and riots. Faced with infighting among their own people, Speaker Herald, who had originally been confident of victory, was completely overwhelmed. The Storm Division that landed left the port directly for the pre-prepared base. The military camp was situated atop a slope on the eastern side of White Whale Harbor, overlooking the harbor and boasting a river as its water source. Its location was excellent, making it a truly desirable base. The only problem was that, due to well-known funding constraints, the entire camp, aside from the outer earthen ramparts, a headquarters resembling a colonial-style villa, and dozens of stone barracks, was completely empty. The Storm Division personnel were not dissatisfied. After 2 months at sea, even the stables were comparable to a top-tier hotel for them. Anson himself, while quite unhappy with the headquarters, had no choice but to consider rebuilding the entire camp later, along with the rest of the fleet. After some preparation, the Storm Division and part of the fleet's crew finally settled into the camp. Under the watchful eyes of a group of officers, each with their own concerns and 1,000 questions, Anson was led into the bedroom by Talia, who then locked the door behind her. Of course, this was mainly to prevent some unnecessary accidents. After all, no matter how loyal, a Storm Mage, as a follower of the Ring of Order, couldn't truly ignore the Old Gods faction. It was a truly literal shady matter. After more than a month of repeatedly practicing problems, Anson had accumulated a lot of experience and memories from other spellcasters. After removing a lot of meaningless and repetitive content, what remained was enough for him to attempt to reach the 5th stage of spellcasting. He needed to create his own spell. Originally, Anson didn't take this seriously at all, Since the concept of 5 stages itself was of little significance, rather than wasting time on it, he would rather practice a few more problems. But Talia, who had always urged Anson to improve, was unusually cautious this time, reminding Anson that he should take this stage seriously and think carefully about what kind of spell he wanted to create. Dear Anson, this not only concerns your future evolutionary path, but also the depth of your understanding of conjuration magic. Of all the steps, this is the only one that poor Talia cannot help with. Many false believers treat the core of conjuration magic, reality distortion, as a magic trick, which is an extremely superficial and completely wrong idea. Rather than distortion, it's more like creating reality, and some conjurers Talia knows how probably think that what they're creating isn't even reality, but a world. This is the benefit of having an absolutely selfless mentor. Otherwise, if Anson were to explore alone, at his current pace, it would probably take him 30 or 40 years to even touch the edge of a blasphemous mage, which is also the average level of spellcasters on the old continent. After all, since the core of the 3 major magics is evolution, there are successful evolutions and failures. Having an excellent mentor carefully guiding you can at least prevent more than 80% of wrong turns in the early stages. After completing a large number of practice problems, the next step was to continue practicing while simultaneously trying to extract and master some conjuration magic from his existing memories. He would then explore various ways of distorting reality through extensive practice, expanding his knowledge base and deepening his understanding of conjuration magic. The best way to do this was, of course, to engage in some real combat, as battle is one way to accelerate evolution and learning. Anson's current fighting style, in Talia's words, is more like a blood mage. It was also a consequence of his limited magical knowledge. After unilaterally rejecting Talia's suggestion of sparring, Anson decided that he needed to focus on increasing his practice problems first. Facing the old gods of the New World directly was still too early. He needed to master at least 10 different conjuration spells first. The two continued their intensive practice until late at night, when a soft knock sounded at the door. Dressed in a crisp suit, Anson pushed open the door. The timid junior clerk remained in a knocking posture, his expression hesitant and uncertain, desperately trying to keep his gaze fixed on Anson's face, ensuring his peripheral vision wouldn't peek through his body and see what was inside the room. Anson smiled slightly. "What is it?" "Yes," the junior clerk nodded repeatedly. "You have a guest." "Who?" "Speaker Herald." 10 minutes later, Anson, now wearing his military overcoat, entered the headquarters drawing room accompanied by the junior clerk. Speaker Herald sat somewhat hunched over on the sofa, still leaning on his cane, puffing on his pipe intermittently, a hint of weariness showing on his face. Despite the warm fireplace in the drawing room, the figure curled up on the sofa was still shivering slightly. Seeing Anson approach, he didn't rise to greet him with the same enthusiasm he had during the day. Instead, he slowly placed his cane aside, his bloodshot eyes constantly scanning Anson's figure as he removed his pipe from his mouth. Anson, noticing this, quickly stepped forward, smiling and greeting him. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. Please sit down, Colonel Anson Bach," Herald said weakly, his voice hoarse. "I just finished a very heated meeting, stopping at least 10 congressmen who nearly came to blows. I rode alone to your camp, then stood in the snow for 30 minutes, so please forgive me. I really don't have the energy for pleasantries. Would you like something to drink?" Anson asked, still offering pleasantries as he sat down. The junior clerk behind him immediately turned and left for the headquarters liquor cabinet. "A cup of hot water will do," Herald replied casually, then sighed deeply. "May I ask why you did this?" Anson was taken aback, his face showing utter confusion. "What did I do?" "You," desperately suppressing the urge to pounce and hide him, Herald looked exhausted. "It was your speech today. Didn't you think there was something wrong with it?" "No, what do you think?" Anson blinked his large, inquisitive eyes. "Me." Herald shuddered again, his tightly pursed lips twitching. "I think what you said was rather abrupt." Anson leaned back on the sofa, his right leg crossed. "How so?" "Your determination is excellent, truly. I mean, having a garrison commander as ambitious and energetic as you is a blessing for the entire White Whale Harbor and even Ice Dragon Fjord. As a colony, she certainly needs many vibrant people to enhance her life, not the staid and old-fashioned people found in some parts of the mainland." Herald praised her first, then added earnestly, "But you really shouldn't have announced all these plans so quickly. I understand you're trying to inspire the locals and give them confidence in the future, but often, That confidence can backfire. For example, if for some reason these factories fail to be built, or are simply much smaller than expected, even if you can compensate these people in other ways, the entire White Whale Harbor will be greatly disappointed, Herald pointedly remarked. Oh, Anson raised an eyebrow. You mean, some people in White Whale Harbor don't want to see these factories built? Of course not, Herald flatly denied. I was just describing a possibility. After all, building a factory isn't an easy task, it involves many factors. Even if we all fully support your idea, it might not actually be possible. You're right, Anson nodded, then leaned closer and smiled at Speaker Herald. So, what do you think I should do? Herald sighed deeply again, all his daytime enthusiasm gone, like an elder patiently guiding a younger generation. I think, if you really want to succeed, you should cooperate with us, White Whale Harbor Council. Exactly, Herald said in a deep voice. According to White Whale Harbor's laws, only those with assets of no less than 3,000 gold coins can become council candidates. Forest owners, fishing boat captains, mine owners, mercenary leaders. Instead of going to other people, you should directly seek cooperation with the council. Most importantly, you want Whale Harbor to prosper and become strong, so naturally you need the true people of Whale Harbor to stand by your side, and we, the 500 Council of Whale Harbor, are the most qualified to call ourselves that. We are Whale Harbor, and Whale Harbor is us, Herald said earnestly. Anson understood his meaning and smiled slightly. So what do you want me to do? Very simple, we hope to cooperate with you. Herald looked at Anson hopefully. We will not interfere with your freedom in military matters, nor will we impose any restrictions on your military spending. According to the laws of the Kingdom of Clovis, half of the military expenses for the colony's garrison must be borne locally. We can cover an additional quarter of the military expenses, whether you pay in kind or in cash, and will allocate the full amount to you on the 10th day of each month. As for the factories you wish to establish and the overseas reclamation operations, the White Whale Harbor Council will fully support them. In fact, we already had plans in this regard, but we have always lacked the army to resist the harassment of the natives, forcing us to abandon every reclaimed wasteland. These are our conditions, Herald said sincerely. I wonder if you can accept them. Very generous conditions. Anson nodded slightly. And what is the price? Very simple. Join us. Do not act without authorization. Do not issue any announcements or plans without the permission of the White Whale Harbor Council, and any military action must be approved by the council in advance. How about it? A perfectly reasonable request, Anson shrugged. I refuse. Chapter 436 Cooperation and Winning Over. Why? Before uttering these words, Speaker Herald paused for a long time, almost burning his fingers with cigarette ash. He simply couldn't understand why Anson Bach could refuse his humble request and generous offer. To be fair, if the White Whale Harbor Council hadn't shown signs of splitting due to the arrival of the garrison and Anson's empty promises, he wouldn't have lowered himself to such a low level. The problem was, if he wouldn't even agree to this, what exactly did Anson Bach want? Speaker Herald stared in disbelief. Just then, a junior clerk carrying a tray walked in from outside the living room, expressionlessly placing a glass of mulled wine in front of each of them. He then turned and walked to the corner behind the fireplace, silently taking out his notebook. Is it that our conditions aren't good enough? Of course not. Anson smiled and chuckled, picking up the mulled wine on the table and swirling it gently in his hand. To be honest, the conditions you offered are far too good, so good that I can hardly believe it. Given the size of Whale Harbor, while it is indeed a rather wealthy port city, supporting 3/4 of the expenses of a 6,000-man infantry division would be a huge financial drain. Herald frowned. Then what is it because you've misunderstood something, Anson interrupted calmly. Although things happened suddenly, I still received a formal appointment from the Royal Army, a garrison commander fully authorized by the royal family and the Privy Council. My officers and soldiers have complete and independent organizations, everyone's identity, position, and rank are recognized by the Royal Army, and you, Herald's expression changed slightly. If I remember correctly, the definition of a colonial council in the mainland is autonomous body, not even an administrative unit, and it has no standards or status whatsoever. Anson looked at Herald. In other words, if I wanted to, I could declare the current White Whale Harbor Council illegal tomorrow and establish a new council without any problem, right, Alan? Absolutely correct. The junior clerk in the corner didn't even look up. his pen scribbling rapidly in his notebook. The Ice Dragon Fjord colony follows the Colonial Expansion Act promulgated in the 20th year of the Saints calendar, which allows immigrants and colonists to establish self-governing councils, but without administrative power, the right to levy taxes, manage public affairs, establish private courts, or conduct independent diplomacy. These are the powers of the colonial governor, but the Ice Dragon Fjord colony currently does not have a governor, and you and your associates do not represent the governor's office. Anson silently took over the conversation. So what right do you have to ask me to join the White Whale Harbor Council, which is controlled by you and your associates? Harold's expression turned ugly. Forgive my bluntness, Colonel Anson Bach, but you'd better not harbor such hostility towards the White Whale Harbor Council. His tone suddenly turned serious. Don't forget, at least half of your and your men's monthly expenses are provided by us, especially the most crucial food and various military supplies. The mainland won't be sending you ship after ship of potatoes and wheat from thousands of miles away. Forgive my bluntness, Speaker Herald. The garrison's regulations clearly state that half or more of the supplies must be requisitioned from the local area. Anson looked at him seriously. It doesn't say the power to requisition supplies is allowed to be delegated to the council, but we are White Whale Harbor. Harold's expression grew increasingly grim. Ore, timber, arable land, all of White Whale Harbor's wealth, and indeed everything it has, is under our control. You want to develop the fishing industry? 4/5 of the fishing boat owners in White Whale Harbor are members of the Council of 500. You want to expand farmland? I can summon those plantation owners to headquarters right now. You want to develop manufacturing, forestry, and broaden trade routes? We can provide you with the assistance you need, but if you really intend to declare war on us, I guarantee that everything you do in White Whale Harbor will be impossible, Harold said coldly, his right hand holding the pipe trembling slightly. Anson put down his glass and scrutinized him closely. Are you threatening me? Absolutely not. Speaker Herald paused, his face tense. I'm just telling you a fact that will inevitably happen. The council is White Whale Harbor, and White Whale Harbor is the council. Refusing to cooperate with us is tantamount to conveying malice to the entire White Whale Harbor. That's unwise. Harold's tone was incredibly sincere. But Anson didn't answer him. The only sounds in the deathly silent headquarters drawing room were the burning charcoal in the fireplace and the rustling of the clerk's pen. Anson suddenly looked up and chuckled softly, startling the tense Harold. Well, it's quite late now, you should go back and get some rest, Anson said casually, picking up his wine glass again. In a couple of days, I'll personally visit the Whale Harbor Council to discuss the specifics of the cooperation with you all. Oh? Harold looked surprised. Are you serious? Of course. I don't want to be at odds with the entire White Whale Harbor, Anson shrugged, taking a sip of mulled wine, looking completely matter-of-fact. Since cooperation is cooperation regardless of who you cooperate with, you should definitely cooperate with the strongest force. Is there any force stronger than the White Whale Harbor Council within White Whale Harbor? Of course, I will not join the White Whale Harbor Council under any circumstances. Then, regarding cooperation, I can assure you that all my ideas will be considered in consultation with the White Whale Harbor Council. If there is a lot of opposition, I won't be too stubborn, Anson said calmly. Of course. The premise is that you can really cooperate with me. Don't interfere with what I want to do. That's my only requirement. Speaker Herald nodded slightly. In that case, we respect your opinion. In his view, this should be Anson Bach's bottom line. Since the goal of forcing the other party to compromise has been achieved, there is no need for him to go any further. Besides, he didn't actually really want the other party to join the council. In any organization in this world, it's easy to get in but hard to get out, and this applies to both sides as well. While having the garrison commander join the council would indeed strengthen its authority, it also gives the other side an opportunity to undermine it from within. Given his military power and position, would he willingly become the 501st counselor and obediently follow all the orders of the White Whale Harbor Council? Absolutely not. Rather, it would be truly dangerous if Anson Bach actually agreed, indicating that he was completely dissatisfied with his power and intended to completely seize White Whale Harbor and become the governor of Ice Dragon Fjord. That would be far too dangerous. Since he wanted to take a step back and maintain a certain distance from the White Whale Harbor Council, this autonomous body, there was still a possibility of cooperation. With this thought in mind, Speaker Herald, finally relieved, left the headquarters. After seeing off the uninvited guest, Anson didn't immediately return to his bedroom, partly because he wasn't in a hurry to study, and partly because he had just suddenly realized that the visit might be a good opportunity to exploit. The other party repeatedly emphasized that White Whale Harbor is the council, and the council is White Whale Harbor, that the council is the most powerful force in White Whale Harbor, and that the council can provide assistance with anything that requires cooperation. In Anson's view, this proved at least two things. First, he was indeed taken aback by the number 500 people when they first met, but upon reflection, it wasn't entirely impossible. 1% was roughly the wealth gap in Clovis City. This meant the other party was probably not lying. All the property classes in White Whale Harbor, landlords, wealthy merchants, mercenary leaders, guild masters, church leaders, were all members of the 500-person council. Second, the other party seemed very afraid that he would bypass the council and cooperate directly with the locals of White Whale Harbor. This was very interesting. As the speaker of the White Whale Harbor Council, why would he be afraid of this, worried that he would bypass the council and directly contact various forces, thus undermining his position as speaker? How could that be? Anson couldn't help but laugh out loud. As the garrison commander, not the true colonial governor, no matter how much power he wielded, he had no right to interfere with local autonomy. His threats of overthrowing the White Whale Harbor Council and rebuilding one were just a bluff. If he truly caused widespread resentment in the colony, he'd have to flee overnight. In fact, if the other party were truly willing to cooperate, Anson wouldn't mind working with the White Whale Harbor Council, especially since they controlled a vast majority of White Whale Harbor's resources, and completely bypassing them was unrealistic. But the other party didn't seem to think that way. They not only intended to overpower him, but even wanted to take the entire Storm Division for free? In that case, he needed to make the other party face reality. Their strong aversion to him bypassing the White Whale Harbor Council and contacting other forces proved that this 500-member council wasn't an unbreakable monolith. But then again, does a monolithic council even exist in this world? The rest was simple. Taking advantage of the other party's initiative to win him over, he would directly find Herald's most powerful challenger in the White Whale Harbor Council, reach a cooperation agreement with him, and win him over by helping him rise to power, thus using a puppet to remotely control the entire White Whale Harbor Council. As for who Herald's challenger was, well, he had already introduced them to him personally. Mason Weasler, the general representative of the White Whale Harbor Chamber of Commerce, and Bishop Ripper, who adhered to the ecumenical Judaism. One was a wealthy businessman with deep roots in the local area, and the other was the spiritual leader of the entire Ice Dragon Fjord and even the surrounding colonies. Although they had only met once, both of them had left a very deep impression on Anson. Compared to Herald, Mason Weasler was a typical wealthy businessman, humble, content with the status quo, and very good at currying favor. His wealth was also considerable. According to the information found by the junior clerk, the Weasler family owned 5 ocean-going freighters, 2 large fishing boats, 2 coal mines, and a large estate, mainly engaged in the coal and salt trade. The trade volume of the Weasler family alone accounts for roughly 1/5 of the entire White Whale Harbor. His weaknesses are also quite obvious. The Weasler family amassed their fortune through salt trading and chartering fishing boats, but their immense profits are inextricably linked to the support of Herald. In other words, if he can be supported by another power, he can naturally break away and join that power, further elevating his position. In contrast, Bishop Ripper appears more dangerous. His influence extends far beyond White Whale Harbor, covering even the entire colony of Ice Dragon Fjord, boasting a large following willing to serve him. His power is so formidable that even Speaker Herald must personally introduce him to him. Furthermore, the ecumenical cult, as one of the Order of the Ring, differs significantly from other cults in that joining is extremely easy. It advocates not interfering with the daily lives of believers and doesn't even require mandatory participation in religious ceremonies, making the cost of faith virtually zero, thus facilitating rapid expansion. On the other hand, this sect is extremely fanatical in some aspects, firmly believing that the Ring of Order is the savior of the world, and that being shot or hanged is the greatest blessing for a heretic. Their minds are filled with holy wars and expeditions, so extreme that even the papacy cannot accept their views. However, it is precisely because of this fanaticism that they became the only sect after 47 years of the Holy Scriptures that was not tamed by the Church. Even though the Church had accepted a considerable portion of their ideas, they still preferred to leave the old world and maintain their independence. And not long ago, Fabian even shared an interesting tidbit with Anson. While the steam engine was indeed invented by St. Isaac, the idea of steaming a living person using a steam valve was the idea of the ecumenical church. Before 47 years of the Holy Scriptures, the church's common practice was generally shooting or hanging. Those bizarre and artistic forms of punishment were basically first implemented by the ecumenical church, and the church later simply adopted them because they seemed good. If the Inquisition were fanatics of the church, then the ecumenical cult was the fanatic among fanatics, their minds consumed by holy war and martyrdom. Coercion and bribery were utterly futile against such people. Those who adhered to this extreme sect were completely unmoved, let alone their leaders. They were the epitome of stubbornness and impervious to reason. Winning over such a person would undoubtedly come at a high price, and once their power grew, they could easily face a backlash. After all, they were a heretical sect far more terrifying than any pagan organization. After much deliberation and a minute of careful consideration, Anson made his decision. He would win over Bishop Repper and make him one of his own. Chapter 437 Reliable Candidate. The reason for choosing the more threatening ecumenical patriarch over the seemingly harmless wealthy Whistler family was simple. A fundamental conflict of interest existed between them. If his goal was merely to become a garrison commander, accumulating seniority in the colony without much effort, that would be fine. But his true mission was to help the Rune family establish themselves in the colony and become the de facto rulers of Ystdragonfjord. Conflict was inevitable with industrialists who possessed vast fixed assets and held a substantial monopoly. The most direct example was that to ensure the Stormbringers' self-sufficiency in the colony, local industries and manufacturing needed to be developed, raw material prices suppressed, and imports of domestic products reduced. This would inevitably harm the interests of the Whistler family, who controlled mines and forests. Even if they were willing to compromise, Anson wouldn't dare entrust these industries, crucial to the Stormbringers' logistics, to a local power. In contrast, the ecumenical patriarch had no such concerns. On this point, the ecumenical sect, which was the first to stand up against the papacy, was at the complete opposite of the church. The latter was always scheming to establish a heaven on earth, while the former had no interest in secular matters, firmly believing that the church should only be responsible for matters of faith, and at the same time, tried to simplify various religious rituals, even almost abandoning the very meaning of the church. Objectively speaking, if we disregard their various ways of persecuting heretics, and their fanatical ideals of holy war, in 99% of the time they should be considered a group of relatively simple and stubborn good people. Most importantly, the Whistler family's power was limited to Whale Harbor, while Bishop Repper had influence covering the entire Ystdragonfjord colony, and the ecumenical sect was the most popular sect among the colonists of the New World. If possible, Anson did not want his controlled area to be limited to the small Whale Harbor. In this regard, only the bishop of the ecumenical sect could provide more help. Admittedly, if cooperation with them went too deep, it would greatly increase the probability of revealing that he was a follower of the old gods or even a spellcaster, but even if he deliberately avoided them, it did not mean that the risk was less than or equal to zero. On the other hand, cooperation is a two-way street, not a one-sided affair. Why assume that only oneself will be affected, and not the other party? Even within the Inquisition, there are spellcasters. Why can't an Old Gods member also be a devout follower of the Ring of Order? Anson has always considered himself quite devout. Forming an alliance with this universal patriarch would not only allow him to leverage the other's connections and channels to access the network of relationships in Ystdragonfjord and even the other colonies of the New World, facilitating his future work, but also greatly increasing the efficiency of his contact with him. If he could go further, becoming a high-ranking figure within the local universal patriarch, or receiving officially appointed piety and protection, wouldn't he and the Rune family be even safer? As for the specific methods, since holy war against heretics is considered absolutely correct, or even the only correct, within the universal patriarch, Anson wouldn't mind transforming himself and his Rune family into a holy war banner, wiping out all the Old Gods members of the New World who refuse to cooperate. A holy warrior family of Old Gods who believes in the Ring of Order, how pleasing that sounds. Having made a decision, it was natural to act quickly and demonstrate sincerity to Bishop Repper and the ecumenical believers of Whale Harbor. Even if cooperation couldn't be achieved immediately, it was necessary to show a posture of ample sincerity. Of course, since he and Councillor Herald had reached a compromise, and all matters should be handled in cooperation with the council as much as possible, He couldn't rashly visit in person, that would make him seem untrustworthy, severely damaging his image. Therefore, he needed to find someone to replace him, specifically responsible for liaison with the church. This person needed to appear very honest, be good at adapting to changing circumstances, and know how to absolve himself of any responsibility at crucial moments, making the other side willingly take the blame. Most importantly, this person had to be reliable. Anson thought of a perfect candidate. Why me? At dawn, Major Carl Bain, who had been suddenly dragged to breakfast, held a cup of hot coffee, looking completely surprised. Because you are the person I trust most, without exception. Anson looked at his chief of staff with utmost sincerity, somewhat ingratiatingly pushing a fragrant can of apples in front of him. This was something he'd gone to great lengths to get from Lisa, and Anson had promised her that if he ever went out, he'd prioritize taking her over Talia. After 2 months on the ship, the girl had gone from being indifferent to feeling a bit resentful of Talia's constant abuse of Anson. But what does this have to do with me? Carl Bain was still a little confused. To put it bluntly, this was about Anson trying to win over the local church to pave the way for his future great journey, which meant finding a way to make money for the Rune family. Such professional negotiation work should obviously be handled by Alan Don, the scribe, especially since he was from the church. Because this matter absolutely cannot be a private matter, it must appear as official as possible, Anson patiently explained. The ecumenical cult's philosophy is to avoid interfering in secular affairs as much as possible. Conversely, this means they have no interest in anything other than hanging heretics, and you also said that Alan is a scribe from the church. During the sectarian wars, the ecumenical cult was the first to jump out and rebel against the church, and they've been rebelling ever since. Are you planning to have him hanged as a heretic? Which one is the heretic, anyway? The chief of staff muttered under his breath, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Then what can I talk to him about? Faith, of course, Anson smirked smugly. White Whale Harbor is a mixed bag right now. There are devout followers of the Ring of Order, but there are also many heretical faiths and even old gods followers. If we Stormcasters want to maintain order, we need to crack down hard on these potential threats. Crack down? Carl frowned, his tone utterly disgusted. You're not talking about the security force, are you? The Calindia security force, created by the junior clerk and Fabian, had left an indelible impression on him. No logistics, no salary, no organization. 3 days of training followed by a uniform, a rifle, or sometimes just a bayonet, and they were scattered like bait throughout Calindia port. Whether this entirely self-sufficient security force maintained order in Calindia port is debatable, but it was undoubtedly the main culprit behind the subsequent riots. Was this guy planning to replicate this classic scenario in the colony? Of course not, Anson retorted decisively, and the incident at Carindia port wasn't my fault either. It was mainly because the Carindians didn't know how to be patient. Otherwise, that incident would have been easily resolved, and the tragedy of being conquered by the Imperial Vanguard wouldn't have happened. Carl Bain, you're absolutely right. Continue. I plan to establish a de facto military administration system at Whale Harbor, a relatively lenient one, of course. Anson spoke eloquently. Even if Whale Harbor is truly loyal to the Clovis mainland, it doesn't change the fact that we are outsiders. To truly have enough influence instead of being ignored, we must find a way to demonstrate our presence and let Whale Harbor feel the difference before and after our arrival. But if we directly intervene, it's easy to provoke resentment from the locals, so it's best if it's not us, but some local power that takes the initiative to invite us to maintain the security of Whale Harbor in a more assertive manner. For example, religious matters. Carl understood immediately. Anson, holding his coffee, chuckled softly at him. Exactly. The most important thing is not to use our own name, although we absolutely have that right, but to actively cooperate with the followers of the ecumenical church. We shouldn't say anything except maintaining order. Let them spread the word for us, followers. The ecumenical church advocates a small church system, the complete opposite of the order church. An entire diocese might not even have 50 priests, so we can only cooperate with the followers, Anson explained. Therefore, Bishop Repper's attitude, especially his first impression of us, is very important, because no other church person with his influence would contradict him. As long as he nods in approval, all the ecumenical church followers in Ice Dragon Fjord will stand on our side. Carl Bain nodded. He roughly understood Anson's idea, using the maintenance of faith as a legitimate excuse to gain the active cooperation of the ecumenical church, and under their support and proposal, Establish outposts and patrol networks covering the entire White Whale Harbor to monitor the entire city. This way, opposition from within White Whale Harbor wouldn't be too strong, because with the absolute majority of the Universal Sect promoting the Storm Division, even if other forces wanted to oppose or resist, they could only do so secretly. On the other hand, the issue of faith was also an excellent pretext for interfering in White Whale Harbor's internal affairs. After all, hanging heretics was a foolproof act. As long as they smoothly took over White Whale Harbor's security without resistance, everything would be fine afterwards. What if heretics caused trouble and completely worsened the situation? Perfect. There's a battleship and 4 cruisers anchored outside White Whale Harbor. The Storm Division could then encircle the city, and the port ships could bombard it. No problem would be a problem anymore. This is one of the reasons why Anson insisted on acquiring warships from the Royal Navy. Even a small warship, combined with the Army, could pose a significant threat to Port City. So my task is simply to win over Bishop Ripper and get him to cooperate with us in taking over security at White Whale Harbor. That's right. Leave the rest to me. You just need to get him to agree to this one thing. Anson nodded slightly. This is just the beginning. Next, we need to find a way to expand our sphere of influence and take control of the entire Ice Dragon Fjord colony as soon as possible. It's impossible to supply the entire Storm Division with just White Whale Harbor. White Whale Harbor is wealthy and has great potential, but its potential is based on convenient transportation and coverage of the surrounding areas. If we only control this one port city, the resources we get will not be enough to support so many factories, nor can they support an infantry division of just over 6,000 men. If they agree, who will be in charge of security at Whale Harbor? How about you, me? Forget it, Fabian would be more suitable. He should be easier to handle. Fabian doesn't have the time for that right now. Anson shook his head. I've put him in charge of the construction plans for the base and headquarters. He'll also be in charge of the factory construction and port renovation plans. Can I switch with him? Carl rolled his eyes. This junior clerk will do. He's one of your confidants. No, I need him to be in charge of negotiating with the Whale Harbor Council and act as my plenipotentiary representative when I'm away. Anson expressed regret. Sometimes, he might also have to act as Miss Talia's plenipotentiary representative. Given Talia's personality and way of speaking, Anson didn't think those civilized people from the colonies could completely avoid angering her. Considering the lives of the colonists were also important, he felt it was better to have Alan Dawn handle this kind of work. Oh? You have Miss Sophia specially sent someone to act as your Rune family's fiancé's full representative? You really are. Never mind. I'll shut up now. Carl raised his hands in surrender. Wait? Going out? What are you going to do? I'm taking Lisa to the outskirts of White Whale Harbor. We won't be back for about a day. Anson stood up abruptly, took a military overcoat from the hanger behind him, and casually put it on. After we get back, I still have to negotiate with the White Whale Harbor Council, so you'll be in charge of the base and negotiating with Bishop Ripper during this time. Good luck. You're the person I trust most. What are you going to the outskirts for? Carl ignored Anson's thumbs up and the white teeth that appeared at the corner of his mouth. We'll examine the local natural resources of Whale Harbor, especially the forests and mines, as well as the surrounding villages and estates, to see what the yield is like. Seeing is believing. Numbers alone don't give you a real sense of things, Anson explained. Also, if there's time, we'll probably check if there are any idle wastelands nearby and their specific locations, to see if the store masters can utilize them. Wastelands? Carl was even more confused. What do we need wastelands for? Anson put on his tricorn hat, slowly walked to the door, turned around and looked at Carl Bain at the dining table with a matter-of-fact expression. To farm, of course. Chapter 438 Colonial Agricultural Survey. Despite his reluctance, Carl Bain could only watch as Anson and Lisa, surrounded by the guard company, left the garrison and headed towards the wilderness outside White Whale Harbor. Though called wilderness, it was still within White Whale Harbor's actual control. After all, a port city of 40,000 people couldn't be supported by fishing alone. Like Kalindia Harbor, at least half the population was scattered across farms, forests, and mines. Although White Whale Harbor possessed a fishing ground that even the three kingdoms of the North Sea envied, its main food source remained grains, dairy products, and meat products from farms. Unlike Kalindia Harbor, White Whale Harbor had very few scattered villages like those in the wildlands, or rather, none at all, and instead consisted mostly of large, fixed-location farms. To the countless immigrants who flocked to the colony hoping to start a new life, this was a land blessed by heaven, so fertile that a handful of seeds, left uncultivated, would yield abundant fruit. Everywhere was untouched virgin land, and with diligence and hard work, one could enjoy a life unimaginable in their homeland. The reality was far different. First, clearing land from scratch was an incredibly arduous task, impossible for a lone colonist to accomplish. It required at least 3 to 4, or even a dozen, people working closely together. Even if they succeeded, how to survive in the desolate wilderness, and how to wait for the first harvest to ripen, were enormous challenges. And after a whole day spent clearing land, how much energy would be left to find food and replenish what had been expended? Even if these problems could be overcome, there were still wild beasts raiding the farmland, unknown plagues, crops failing to adapt to the soil and water, completely unpredictable weather, and other colonists lurking in the shadows, waiting to steal your harvest. A lone colonist wouldn't even be lucky to survive one battle after another, let alone succeed in clearing land. In this environment, farms centered around groups were the mainstream in the White Whale Harbor colony. These farms initially had a dozen or several dozen people, and then gradually absorbed sporadic colonists to join. They collectively cultivated a piece of land, and to save on materials and fuel for heating, they lived together in communal longhouses or multi-story buildings. The farms had their own barns, mills, stables, blacksmith shops, all the necessities for daily life and work were provided, and the annual harvest was distributed according to the amount of labor and a certain hierarchy. Then they would continuously absorb outsiders, continuously expand the cultivated area, and so on, endlessly repeating the cycle. These farms not only owned their own land, but many also had their own industries within White Whale Harbor, operating fishing, forestry, controlling mines, or engaging in long-distance trade with other farms and guilds. Many of them held positions in the White Whale Harbor Council. The most successful small group had even evolved from ordinary colonists into elites, owning their own farms and guilds and controlling important trade routes. Speaker Herald and the Weasler family are typical examples of this. The characteristics of these farms are strong organization, high productivity, and high management level. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for White Whale Harbor to become so prosperous in just 50 years. The disadvantage is that they are difficult to control and have a strong degree of independence. Therefore, Anson's plan is to find a new wasteland near White Whale Harbor to cultivate and designate as the Stormtroopers' Manor. Coupled with the military and logistical support provided by the Rune family, the Stormtroopers can achieve true self-sufficiency. Of course, achieving this in the short term is unrealistic, but it would at least give the Stormtroopers a bargaining chip, preventing them from being blackmailed by the White Whale Harbor Council or scattered farms. What if the soldiers don't know how to farm? At least in the Kingdom of Clovis, this problem is absolutely non-existent. Firstly, 99% of Clovis soldiers are of farming origin, and even if they haven't farmed for many years, they wouldn't be completely clueless. Even if they've completely forgotten, learning again wouldn't be slow. Besides, who says that military land reclamation has to be done by soldiers? Once the initial construction work is completed, the subsequent work can be handled by recruiting immigrants from the mainland or the 3 North Sea kingdoms, letting the new colonists take charge of the subsequent farming. A penniless colonist, upon arrival, can immediately receive a well-paid job with a secure livelihood. Isn't that attractive enough? Anson thought this plan was perfect. What's even more ingenious is that once the reclamation farms in White Whale Harbor and even Ice Dragon Fjord are successfully established, many subsequent things will fall into place naturally. Control of the surrounding areas, replenishment and expansion of the military's non-military personnel, and the attack and extermination of the surrounding natives and even colonial forces. In short, farming is never just farming, it can also be expansion. Farm settlements are not necessarily just farms, they could also be well-disguised fortresses. Crossing the snow-covered wilderness, the group arrived at their destination. Under the quiet winter sun, what appeared before Anson was fields crisscrossing on both sides of the road, and in the distance, neatly fenced vegetable gardens could be seen. Rows of fruit trees marked the boundaries, like soldiers guarding the road and the castle. In the center of the vast field stood a towering mill, its fortress overflowing with barns and sheds housing pack horses and oxen forming a veritable palace. Further out, a row of mud and stone houses formed its walls, and behind these vibrant walls was a communal kitchen, wisps of smoke rising under the blue sky. This was a quintessential colonial farm. Upon seeing this scene, Anson felt something within him awaken. Even setting aside his past life, the former ensign, born in the countryside of this central province, had memories largely of rural areas and estates. Farming was nothing new to him. Since he was to reclaim wasteland, the first step was naturally to conduct on-site investigations of successful local farms, absorbing their experiences, understanding which crops yielded high yields, the characteristics of local farming tools, the patterns of climate change, and the construction of irrigation systems. These were all fundamental operations. The sound of bells echoed from the direction of the distant barn. The people of the farm had noticed their arrival the moment the group arrived. The villagers wore coats that, while not brand new, were certainly not tattered, and various hats. Their boots, worn through the mud, and gloves on their hands indicated they were well-fed. Both adults and children had rosy complexions, showing no signs of malnutrition. Faced with the sudden appearance of Clovis's army, the villagers appeared very nervous, huddling awkwardly in front of the farm, their eyes filled with unease as they looked at Anson and the military flag behind him. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, a young man suddenly stepped out from the opposite crowd, wearing an elegant brown trench coat and a matching bowler hat, approaching Anson with a beaming smile. "Greetings, Commander of White Whale Harbor and this esteemed lady." The young man removed his hat and bowed respectfully to Anson and Lisa. "It is truly an honor to have you two grace us with your presence." "You know me?" Anson asked, somewhat curious. "No, but my uncle told me that the garrison commander of White Whale Harbor has arrived, along with a local army," the young man said truthfully. "He also described your appearance to me, and considering the army behind you, Anson nodded knowingly. "And your uncle is the speaker of White Whale Harbor, Herald Ivicus," the young man smiled. Anson was taken aback. This is also Speaker Harold's farm. Could the information the junior clerk had gathered be incorrect, and Harold's influence extend far beyond White Whale Harbor? "Oh, no, that's not it," the young man quickly explained. "He's my uncle, and we're very close. But this isn't the Lifecast family's farm, it's our collective farm. I'm just the farm steward, elected by everyone, not its owner." You haven't introduced yourself yet." "My name is Bonnie Lifecast, and I'm the farm steward for this year. I'm responsible for handling all the big and small miscellaneous affairs on the farm. If you need anything or have any requests, just let me know, and we'll do whatever we can." The young man smiled very obsequiously, his expression somewhat ingratiating. "The steward for this year?" Anson was even more curious. "Do your farm's positions have terms?" "Of course, and they change every year," Bonnie said matter-of-factly. "The farm doesn't belong to any one person, it's property owned by the entire collective. Everyone is just a part of the farm. Any position requires an election, it's not hereditary." "Then how are they elected?" Lisa suddenly asked from the side. It's mainly through voting." Bonnie scratched his head, leaned down, and chuckled at the girl. "So, if more people support you for this position, you can become the person in charge, like my current position as a butler. It's through. So it's about who's liked by more people, and that person gets to do what they like?" Lisa asked loudly again. "So even if someone doesn't know anything, as long as lots and lots of people like them, and lots of people are afraid of them, they can be the head of everyone?" Bonnie's smile froze on his face. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Anson quickly changed the subject. "This is our first time in the colony, could you show us around the farm?" Of course," Bonnie readily agreed, eagerly walking ahead. "Please follow me." The group followed closely behind, entering the farm along the road. Upon entering the manor, the group discovered it was even more magnificent than it appeared from the outside. Neatly arranged longhouses, well-organized sheds, and workshops for pottery, blacksmithing, and leather tanning. Scattered throughout the farm, their simple division of labor forming a complete ecological loop. It could be said that, apart from salt, alcoholic beverages, and some products with more complex processing chains, the entire farm was almost entirely self-sufficient, providing a considerable amount of food to Whale Harbor. "Currently, our main crops here are wheat, potatoes, and oats," Bonnie explained as they walked. "This farm is still quite young, only 10 years old since its establishment, so we haven't been able to start planting other, more diverse crops yet. Farms that have been cultivated for over 20 years have even started growing cabbage and sugar beets." "And what about the yield?" Anson asked casually. "The first year isn't great, but it gradually improves from the second year onwards, especially on mature farmland, where the yield per acre can almost reach 3 to 4 times the initial amount." The young man's eyes showed gratitude as he spoke. This is all thanks to Uncle Harold's help. Otherwise, farms like ours, which don't have a large workforce, would often take more than 10 years to reach our current level. Speaker Harold, that's right. Although it's only some help within his means, Uncle Harold has always tried to support pioneers like us and lend a helping hand to newcomers. He's truly a good person. Almost 2/3 of the farms have received his help. Anson seemed thoughtful. Uncle Harold mentioned you to us. He said you are a very ambitious garrison commander who not only wants to maintain the security of the colony but also to establish industries here and develop land that belongs to His Clovis. The young man continued. Since Uncle Harold is willing to trust you, we will support you without reservation. Rest assured, our farm will do everything in its power to supply the garrison. As long as we have a potato, a beet, and a loaf of bread, we will never let the warriors fighting for White Whale Harbor go hungry. Just as the young man was confidently assuring Anson, a sound of someone falling suddenly came from behind the group. Anson instinctively turned his head and saw a man with ropes tied to his hands and feet lying in the cowshed, convulsing in pain amidst a pile of cow dung and mud, as if he had been completely frozen. He was wearing a burlap sack-like garment, so thin that his wounded body could be seen from the trouser legs and collar. In the snow-covered White Whale Harbor in December, this man was wearing only a single layer of clothing and was working in the shed with his hands and feet bare. This is a local native, the young man introduced calmly. Our slave. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439 Immigration Plan. Indigenous people? Hearing this word, Anson's curiosity was piqued, and he began to carefully observe the figure lying in the cowshed. From his appearance, he was very thin, with long, thin limbs, and a short stature. His skin was pale and rough, and his body hair was quite thick, especially his reddish-brown hair, which at first glance appeared to be almost twice the amount of a normal person's. But apart from that, he couldn't discern any other distinguishing features. Thin and short stature was common among beggars and vagrants in the outer city of Clovis. The land of Hanta was perpetually spring-like, and the skin of its inhabitants wasn't particularly smooth either. Reddish-brown hair, while not common in Clovis, was certainly not rare. Aside from the enviable abundance of hair, Anson couldn't find a single trace of indigenous characteristics on the man. So how did they distinguish between natives and immigrants? Accent? Thinking this, Anson, taking advantage of a moment when the others weren't paying attention, lightly snapped his right index finger, triggering his ability. The surrounding images immediately flooded his mind. But the next second, a slight stinging pain shot through his chest, near his heart. Almost simultaneously, the native, sprawled in the mud pit, suddenly shuddered. He abruptly sat up, his wide eyes staring behind him. In an instant, the astonished Anson and the native locked eyes. Thud! A wooden stick struck the native squarely on the head, blood splattering everywhere. The figure lying in the mud pit immediately collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, eyes wide open. The young man named Bonnie threw the stick on the ground and spat on the native with disgust. Who dragged him out? Wasn't it agreed that they would all be locked up? As soon as he finished speaking, a rather sturdy-looking villager rushed over in a panic, not daring to speak, and dragged the unconscious native away from the cowshed with a forced smile. I'm so sorry, I really haven't been very hospitable, the young man apologized immediately, his eyes full of guilt. I really didn't expect it. They're usually so docile, they don't even have the courage to look up at others. Are there many slaves like this on your farm? Anson abruptly changed the subject. I'm really not sure, I'm not in charge of that. Bonnie scratched his head awkwardly. There shouldn't be many, right? We're a small farm with only a few dozen people, it can't compare to those big farms. Uncle Sonny, do you remember? Oh. I remember, the fat villager who had just led the unconscious native away, now called Uncle Sonny by the young man, quickly stepped forward, trembling and not daring to look up. About 35, 5 or 6, so many. Bonnie's expression was very surprised. I always thought there were only a dozen or so at most. The number of these beast slaves is almost as many as the entire village's population. Beast slaves, Anson noticed this term. That's what we call the captured natives. They're like wild beasts, but easier to tame than livestock, Bonnie quickly explained. It's not meant to be discriminatory, it's just a name to distinguish them from our own people. I see. That's 100% discrimination. Anson feigned curiosity, glancing around. Our animal slaves common here in White Whale Harbor, very common, practically commonplace, Bonnie replied calmly, his eyes showing no sign of surprise. The number we have here is relatively small. Large farms probably have at least 100. Hell, there's no way around it. With only sporadic colonists joining, the land reclamation efficiency wouldn't be as high as it is now. As for the mines and forests, it goes without saying. Most of the animal slaves captured by mercenaries and adventurers are sold to them. Hell, after all, these jobs require more labor and are more dangerous. It's not just the colonies. I've heard that adventurers also pawn animal slaves to overseas merchants, selling them back to the mainland to build railways. It's quite a business. Anson knew a little about this. After the Clovis riots, the already struggling Railway Commission suddenly faced a labor shortage, and the war at the front lines forced an even greater demand for resources and manpower, thus accelerating railway construction. According to the intelligence gathered by the junior clerk, the Railway Commission was now almost desperate. Bankrupt farmers, prisoners, foreigners, slaves. There was even a joke circulating in the North about the Railway Commission. If goats and mice could wield pickaxes or lay sleepers, the commission would happily pay them a salary. Won't these animal slaves rebel? A soldier from the guard company couldn't help but ask. No, never. Bonnie's tone was firm, yet tinged with frustration. They're usually so docile they barely speak. They won't complain even when they're doing a lot of work. They never fight back when they're beaten, and they don't even dare to look anyone in the eye except their own kind. So I really don't understand where he got the courage to look the commander in the eye. But, please believe me, this is truly an isolated case, a very rare one. Most beast slaves are usually very docile and would never threaten or attack others. If you're interested, I can introduce you to a few reputable mercenary groups, and the prices are very reasonable. Although they can't do particularly meticulous work, buying them would be absolutely worth the money. As for that bastard who threatened you, no. Anson raised his hand to stop the young man, who was desperately trying to express his sincerity. How about this? I want to buy this beast slave myself. Just name a reasonable price. Look at what you're saying. How can I ask the garrison commander for money for a beast slave? Uncle Harold will definitely scold me for being unreasonable. The young man smiled ingratiatingly, pressing his hat to his chest and bowing to Anson. I'll have Uncle Sonny prepare that animal slave. You can take it with you when you want to leave. The two then chatted for a while, with Anson mainly asking about local farm tools and livestock. The answers he received were largely the same as Anson's initial guess, because manufacturing relied entirely on the local area. All the production tools in White Whale Harbor were extremely rudimentary, especially in metal implements. This rudimentary tooling exacerbated the labor shortage, one of the reasons why even successful farms took 3 to 5 years to get on track. At the same time, livestock, especially pack animals, were exceptionally expensive. Although the New World did have domesticated animals and mature livestock farming, the most developed livestock areas were far from White Whale Harbor, almost entirely within the colonies of the Western Empire. The already high prices deterred merchants and consumers, leading to fewer buyers and even higher prices. Of course, conversely, if large-scale purchases could be made and prices maintained at a suitable level, it would be an excellent business opportunity. Everyone understood this, but achieving this required a highly organized governor's office, and unfortunately, White Whale Harbor didn't have a governor. Anson fell into deep thought. Before leaving, the young man very attentively handed the bound beast slaves to the guards, and after much refusal, accepted the gold coins Anson had bought for him. He then happily led all the villagers of the farm to see the group off. Pretending not to care much about this, Anson had been carefully observing this native of the New World from the corner of his eye the entire time. Yes, he was now 100% certain that his feeling at that moment was not an illusion. This native, whom the colonists called beast slaves, did indeed bear the marks of a spellcaster. They weren't even the most ordinary, the most common type of spellcasters in the old world. Those who had merely undergone rituals, knew nothing of the 3 major magics, and possessed some insignificant, magic-like skills, but were genuine spellcasters who had actually mutated and were in the process of evolving. The proof was the single horn growing from his forehead. Over the next 2 days, Anson and Lisa continued to patrol the wilderness outside White Whale Harbor, visiting nearby farms while searching for suitable wasteland to cultivate. The results were quite optimistic. As a colony that had only been extensively developed for less than 50 years, the area around White Whale Harbor still had a large amount of untapped potential, with ample potential in all aspects. At least in the foreseeable future, it would be sparsely populated. Of course, this also brought a problem. Even if the Storm Masters and the Rune family could occupy these lands, there wouldn't be enough manpower for reclamation and development. The army could at most provide temporary relief, but without sufficient reserve manpower, it was destined to be unsustainable in the long run. The only solution is to control the immigrants who flock to White Whale Harbor from all over the world each year, while simultaneously increasing the number of immigrants to expand the base under his control as quickly as possible. At the same time, in line with the industrial plans he promised the Rune family, he will send all the residents of White Whale Harbor into factories. This way, he can win over the locals with stable jobs and absorb new immigrants into his ranks, allowing Storm's influence in White Whale Harbor to grow rapidly. Of course, he is not the governor of White Whale Harbor or Ice Dragon Fjord, and has no right to make such demands on the mainland regarding labor, much less order new immigrants to pledge allegiance to Storm Masters or the Rune family. But perhaps he can find a way to solve this problem directly at its source. So, without even returning to his base, Anson, still on his journey, picked up his diary and carefully wrote, "To my most respected Lady Sophia France, today is the end of December, the last day of the 100th year of the Saint calendar. Time flies so fast. Looking at the snow falling heavily in White Whale Harbor reminds me of that night when we met by chance at St. Isaac's Academy. Due to orders from the army, I must leave you without saying goodbye, but please believe that this cannot shake my loyalty to you. No matter what my identity changes, the Storm Master will always belong to you, and I will always be your most loyal follower. Therefore, please allow me to recommend to you the enormous business opportunity I discovered in the colony, immigration. There seems to be a prevailing opinion within the Kingdom of Clovis that colonies only need passive land reclamation, and that large-scale immigration can bring considerable profits at a very low cost without the need for large sums of money. Frankly, this is a very superficial idea. In fact, whether colonizing in small numbers or naturally, the returns are low and the risk resistance is poor. Only large-scale organized immigration can completely outweigh the risks and generate huge returns in a very short time. Furthermore, once the number of settlers in a colony reaches a certain level, even in the initial development stage, the returns will show an exponential growth trend in the coming years, maintaining stable positive returns after a period of sustained growth. If even the France family invests in immigration, the industrial confidence it generates will lead to an unprecedented period of development for the colonies. Many desperate Clovis will see a glimmer of light in the darkness. I can even assure you that simply sending immigrants to the colonies will bring you very considerable profits, whether it's Whale Harbor or any of Clovis's colonies. There is a huge demand for manpower, and there is no possibility of saturation in the short term. Regarding transportation, I have already reached a cooperation agreement with the Cecil family in the North Harbor. Actively contacting them will also expand the France family's influence in the North and within the Royal Navy. As I predicted, following the peace talks with the Kingdom of Isar, Major General Ludwig France's influence within the Royal Army has grown unstoppable. If you truly wish to counter him or retain your own place, you will need to seek new allies in a wider arena. The Cecil family is an excellent choice. Currently, the situation in the colonies around Whale Harbor is relatively stable, but I believe this is only temporary, or even superficial. In fact, some clues are enough to prove that the situation is developing in an unpredictable direction, and riots and conflicts are inevitable. However, chaos also presents opportunities. If you can seize the current opportunity and gain the upper hand before the conflict fully erupts, the France family can secure a firm foothold in the colonial interests, expanding and growing alongside the war, becoming an inseparable part. And you, controlling this portion of the interests, will also have greater influence within the France family. May the France family prosper, and may we meet again soon. Your loyal follower, Anson Bach. Chapter 440 The Order's Armed Forces. After a day and a half of inspection, Anson, keeping his promise to Lisa that he would only take her out, returned to the garrison with a satisfied girl. The reconstruction work at the garrison was just beginning, a scene of bustling activity both inside and out. Everywhere one looked, Storm Division soldiers were working tirelessly, their ranks as dense as an ant colony, orderly and methodical, renovating the inner and outer walls, digging trenches, and constructing makeshift artillery positions. For every Clovis soldier, the most frequent tasks in their military careers weren't actually pulling triggers, but rather carrying heavy loads and digging trenches. Thus, over the years of war, both had accumulated numerous standards. Whether it was a temporary, shallow trench or a foxhole, with continued reinforcement, more robust semi-permanent or even permanent fortifications could be built upon it. With a storm division strength, not to mention White Whale Harbor, even the entire Ice Dragon Fjord couldn't find a force capable of confronting it. However, out of absolute caution, Anson and the entire Storm Division Officer Corps unanimously agreed to transform the base into a literal, impregnable fortress. This wasn't just because the sense of crisis arising from being far from home made the Storm Division desperately want an absolutely safe base, it was also because the location of the base was indeed excellent, perfectly suited for building a fortress that simultaneously radiated across White Whale Harbor's land and sea areas. Perhaps even the White Whale Harbor Council themselves hadn't realized how excellent the location of the wasteland outside the city they had casually allocated to the Storm Division was. By constructing just 3 artillery batteries, they could completely blockade the city, the port, and land transportation, putting the entire city and even the surrounding roads within the range of artillery fire. Of course, it's also possible that they genuinely hadn't expected the homeland to actually send an entire infantry division, and one that had just fought overseas and was wealthy enough to have 2 artillery batteries and a cavalry battalion. As the project supervisor, the former Guards officer had absolutely no experience in large-scale engineering projects. However, Captain Doroshenko, the artillery company commander, had an engineering background and a talent for visual estimation, so Fabian only needed to supervise. Besides the camp's renovation and reconstruction, various supporting facilities were also under construction simultaneously. Although the start of the Augusta Armory was still a long way off, Fabian had already built a gun repair workshop, a lead bullet and gunpowder workshop, a uniform workshop, and a shoemaking workshop within the camp. Meanwhile, road clearing work had also begun. According to the officer's estimates, the entire garrison would be operational within 2 weeks at the earliest, and heating facilities, fireplaces and coal stoves, and basic sanitation facilities would be completed in another 3 days. The only regrettable thing was that Anson's much-anticipated sewers and heating system would have to be postponed indefinitely. There was no way around it. Things that were easy to do in Clovis, like water pipes and heating pipes, became incredibly difficult in the colony. This is one of the reasons why Anson insisted on establishing a steel mill in Whale Harbor as soon as possible. It would bring more than just stable jobs and basic logistical support. Its impact on the local area would be enormous, leading to a qualitative leap in both quality of life and productivity. And once they controlled the steel mill, even if Anson and Talia did nothing else, the Rune family's influence in Whale Harbor and the entire colony would continue to grow. Of course, this was contingent on the ecumenical emperor's genuine willingness to cooperate. Without an army to ensure security, he wouldn't dare build such an important factory within Whale Harbor. Bishop Ripper has agreed. In the command parlor, Carl Bain, who had just returned from Whale Harbor, said to Anson with a resentful look. The bishop's exact words were, "If the garrison commander is truly willing to provide security for all the devout believers living in the colony, he and all the believers will do their utmost to contribute to the Storm Division's propaganda efforts. Furthermore, if needed, the churches in Whale Harbor can be used as outposts, all of which can be rented to the Storm Division. I've roughly looked into it. There are about 12, all located in important settlements and transportation hubs within the city." Anson nodded slightly. It was only natural for churches to be built in the center of settlements and in convenient locations, especially in a place like a colony. The entire community might be built around the church. "Does he have any additional conditions?" "Yes, just one." Carl held up his right index finger. "The Stormbringers must train a paramilitary militia for the Ice Dragon Fjord colony. Oh, to be precise, for the followers of this Bishop Ripper himself, and provide them with some weapons so they can protect themselves." Protect themselves? Anson was taken aback. In his memory, the ecumenical church was the most averse to interfering in secular affairs, bar none. If possible, they wouldn't even want to build churches, so why would they think of establishing a private army belonging to the church like the Order Church? Because this is a colony. Faced with Carl Bain's confusion, Bishop Ripper's answer was only a complex sigh. Although there have been more and more new immigrants in recent years, not all believers are as devout as you, Chief of Staff, and Commander of the Garrison. For most people, the difference between believing in heretical gods and believing in the Ring of Order, is really not that great. Bishop Ripper frowned. More importantly, even among followers of the Ring of Order, there are not without differences, and many conflicts even outweigh the hatred for heretics. This is truly heartbreaking. Yes, it's your ecumenical church that was the first to jump out against the papacy, and it still hasn't calmed down. If it weren't for fleeing to the colonies, you would have been wiped out long ago. Carl Bain forced a smile. But what does this have to do with forming your own militia? I mean, the Storm Division can definitely guarantee your personal safety, but even you can only point your guns at heretics, can't you? Bishop Ripper suddenly retorted. Carl immediately became alert. What do you mean? Please don't misunderstand. I absolutely don't mean to point our guns at our comrades who share the same faith but have some disagreements with us, even though they have done so to us before, Bishop Ripper explained. I just believe that if such an army existed, it could greatly enhance the cohesion of the followers of the Order of the Colonies, allowing everyone to set aside their differences and unite under the same banner to fight for the future of the Order world. The Chief of Staff frowned. Then who are you planning to declare war on? Every army, no matter what kind, must have an enemy, or at least create one. This was all too clear to Carl Bain, who had been scapegoated for years. Infidels, of course. Bishop Ripper replied without hesitation, but noticing Carl's expression, he smiled and changed the subject. Of course, I'm referring to those infidels who are hostile to the colonies. As for those still lost sheep, we will try our best to guide them onto the right path, rather than resorting to violence. Carl Bain said nothing, only nodding slightly in agreement. He would only believe such nonsense as promises not to use violence first. Once the local Order of the Ring Church possessed its own armed forces, the conflict would inevitably escalate. The suppressed heretics would certainly not give up easily, and it wouldn't be surprising if the entire White Whale Harbor and Ice Dragon Fjord descended into civil war. However, Carl didn't care about the lives of the heretics, just as he didn't really care about the lives of the heretics in the colonies. What he truly hesitated about was the chain reaction that might affect the Stormcasters. Once the church's armed forces were organized, disbanding them would be virtually impossible. The last time the entire Order world united to try and reduce the church's power, it resulted in a centuries-long sectarian war. If this army expanded uncontrollably, the Stormcasters might be forced into pointless war, and there was precedent for this. This is just a slogan, a banner to unite all the followers of the Ring of Order in the colonies. Bishop Ripper's eyes were incredibly sincere. He smiled, his gaze sweeping over the bare church, which consisted only of walls and Ring of Order sculptures, lacking even a few decent benches. In this new world filled with primitiveness and crisis, and littered with traces of heresy, only this way can the followers of the Ring of Order set aside their disputes over doctrines and teachings, avoiding the tragedy of fratricide. This is also my only request. Carl's brows furrowed even more deeply. He glanced at the water in his glass, which was almost frozen solid. The creaking bench beneath him made him feel uncomfortable from head to toe. Visiting this drafty church, without even a fireplace, in the snowy late December was practically like being in prison. In contrast, the bishop opposite him, dressed in a coarse linen robe with patched trousers, showed no sign of discomfort, as if he truly enjoyed this extremely impoverished life. I can grant your request, but on one condition. Carl lowered his voice, deliberately using a slightly hoarse and low tone. The Storm Division can train an armed force for you, belonging to the followers of the Ring of Order, but the wartime command of this force must belong to the Storm Division. Furthermore, without the Storm Division's permission, it cannot take any unauthorized actions, and it is forbidden to establish anything like a church court. If you can promise to do this, I can now grant your request on behalf of the garrison commander, but if there are difficulties, I can only... No, there are no difficulties. Before the Chief of Staff could finish speaking, Bishop Ripper interrupted with a smile. I can promise you now that without the garrison commander's permission, this army belonging only to devout believers will absolutely not be used. Even so, I still suggest you consult the commander himself. What do you think? I think it's no problem, Anson said without hesitation. As long as we can guarantee that the training and command of this armed force are entirely in our hands, I can agree to it. Are you serious? Carl was shocked. This is a religious army. Once it's formed, don't expect to disband it. Besides, what this bishop wants is definitely more than just, so you think if we don't agree, this army won't be formed, Anson countered. Impossible, right? Anson sighed softly. Since he dared to make this request, it means that this bishop and the believers of White Whale Harbor have made up their minds. Even if we refuse, At most it will only delay them for a few years, or they will seek cooperation with other forces. The reason they approached us, I guess, is not only because we outsiders urgently need his cooperation, making negotiations easier, but also because the White Whale Harbor Council may have rejected their request once, but rejecting once doesn't mean rejecting forever. Besides, even if White Whale Harbor never agrees, do you think they really won't do it? Anson countered. Carl paused, then silently shook his head. Of course not. They would still form their own army, and because of the obstruction of external forces, their attitude would only be more radical than it is now. Since it's only a matter of time, we might as well agree while they're just starting to prepare. That way, we'll still have some leverage. This also confirmed his earlier guess. The local church's influence might overlap with the White Whale Harbor Council, but their interests weren't entirely aligned. Otherwise, the council would have no reason to stop Bishop Ripper from forming an armed force composed of Ring of Order believers. Furthermore, Anson had a bold idea, to use this army to infiltrate the Rune family's influence into the Ring of Order believer community. Since they'd entrusted him with training and command, as long as he could appropriately promote the Rune family, find a way to plant some people, or more directly, recruit some more flexible-minded youths, then many things would fall into place naturally. So, how many people does this bishop intend to train for his church's armed forces? I'm not sure, but he seems somewhat conflicted, Carl speculated. On one hand, he probably wants to build an elite force of 200 or 300 men, but on the other hand, he wants to form an irregular militia, the more the better. Ideally all believers who meet the physical fitness requirements can participate. That's the difference between a knightly order and a fanatical army. Anson nodded. In that case, let's prepare for both. A large-scale organization is necessary, and the elite force can also serve as junior officers. So, before Anson could finish speaking, there was a knock at the living room door. A smiling young man following behind the junior clerk entered the room, removed his hat before speaking, and bowed to Anson. Your Excellency the Garrison Commander, my master, Speaker Herald, has sent me to invite you to the New Year's Eve party at White Whale Harbor. Chapter 441 New Year's Dinner. On December 31st, 100th year of the Saints' calendar, in the inner city of Clovis, at the Frantz mansion, a grand New Year's banquet was being held in this luxurious mansion, draped in silver, under a somber dome. Lively notes filled the air as a pianist in a tailcoat played, the melodious tunes floating beneath the crystal chandeliers. The sweet voice of a female singer graced the stage, while glamorous guests, men and women, sipped chilled wine and enjoyed various delicacies served by servants in the warm, spring-like hall, chatting and laughing on the dance floor. The most discussed topic among the guests was naturally the host of the evening's banquet, and undoubtedly the protagonist, Ludwig Franz. In fact, due to the still unfavorable stalemate in the war with the Empire on the Western Front, the atmosphere in Clovis at the end of 100th year of the Saints' calendar was quite somber. On the one hand, the Empire did not, as most had expected, cut its losses in time after failing to achieve any significant results, ending this pointless war in a way that was acceptable to both sides. On the other hand, Clovis, although it did not lose any territory, also gained nothing, coupled with a far smaller total military force than the Empire, yet with almost the same consumption of resources, its various expenditures gradually became unsustainable. Without the timely replenishment from the victories in the War of the Wilds and the punitive war against the Iser Elves, the Clovis Royal Army, supposedly elite, had a dismal record throughout the year. To support the frontline war, and also to express his dissatisfaction with the army's performance, Charles II even cancelled the Royal New Year's banquet, a tradition held at the palace, and suggested that the various noble families in Clovis also reduce their extravagant spending. The Franz family, however, became the sole exception. To welcome the triumphant return of Major General Ludwig, Charles II even personally funded the hiring of an entire orchestra for the Franz residence's New Year's Eve dinner and borrowed his favorite chef. So, on this snowy night, the Franz residence, which was not particularly remarkable before, became the brightest, most brightly lit corner of Clovis on New Year's Eve, enveloped in laughter and joy. I'll repeat myself, this was absolutely not my idea. In the quiet smoking room, Ludwig looked at his sister, dressed in her finest attire, as she pushed open the door, explaining with a helpless expression. Frankly, he had never liked overly lively environments, and he loathed spending time that should have been spent enjoying himself with a group of hypocritical, glib-tongued people, pretending to maintain a so-called respectable facade. But he knew even better that His Majesty Charles II was using him to send a message to the Royal Army, which was struggling at the front lines. After all, the Franz family's discord with the army and his own long-standing marginalization were well known. First of all, I did not steal any credit from Anson Bach in the Hantu. Secondly, although this sounds a bit boastful, I voluntarily ceded the Iser Elven royal court to him. Otherwise, given the distance between our two sides and the royal court, he wouldn't have had a chance to conquer it. Furthermore, immediately transferring him to the colony was an order from the army, and I had no right to interfere. By the way, he is also my subordinate. Do you think I haven't resisted? Ludwig was quite frustrated. If he could, he would certainly prefer Anson to stay, so that he could at least be in charge of the Hantu, allowing him to negotiate with the Iser elves in peace. Instead, it seemed as if you had interfered and stolen the honor that originally belonged to him. But Sophia, sitting beside him, seemed not to hear his explanation. Holding a cup of hot coffee, the girl looked up, feigning ignorance at her highly respected brother. What are you talking about? I just thought it was too noisy outside, so I came here to relax. Is that not allowed? Ludwig rolled his eyes. He knew his adorable sister all too well. The more she pretended to be indifferent, the more it proved to be true. Fine, think what you want. I just wanted to tell you this has nothing to do with me. Ludwig sighed helplessly. By the way, I just received news from North Harbor that Anson Bach set off 2 months ago. Judging by the time, he should have arrived at Ice Dragon Fjord by now, picking up his cigarette case and a glass of champagne. Ludwig stood up, not forgetting to close the smoking room door behind him as he left. Bang! The moment the door slammed shut, Sophia's calm expression immediately darkened. She knew, of course, that Anson Bach had left the homeland for the colonies. In fact, the garrison commander had written a letter the moment he arrived at North Harbor and sent it over immediately. Sophia felt conflicted about this old God's member. On one hand, she was ashamed and angry that he had deceived her for so long, but on another level, he had never truly deceived her. If her identity as a spellcaster hadn't been exposed, and her father hadn't intervened and disrupted her initial plans, the entire scheme would have been flawless. The Stormcaster would have been the greatest contributor to the War of the Wildlands and the War of Retribution against the Either Elves, and as the founder of this heroic army and a rising star in the newspaper industry, she would have secured a firm place in the entire city of Clovis. At the very least, she would have had the influence of someone like Lady Katarina, the behind-the-scenes manipulator of the Railway Commission. But now, all her plans had become nothing but a pipe dream. Having lost its biggest news source, the newspaper she had single-handedly built up was once again exposed as a tabloid, its territory being eroded again by the Morning Post and Kingdom loyalty. And without her help as a major investor, Anson Bach, isolated and helpless in the colony, was probably just like herself now, powerless to change the situation in the frozen wasteland. The girl's furrowed brows grew increasingly grim. The cheerful singing outside sounded so jarring, as if mocking her repeatedly. The next second, the coffee cup she clutched tightly in her hand was suddenly thrown towards the roaring fireplace. Bang! Dot. Accompanied by the crisp clinking of glasses, the New Year's banquet at White Whale Harbor reached its climax. Speaker Herald, the host, stepped forward and excitedly raised his glass to the numerous guests in the hall. Gentlemen and ladies, let us raise a toast to welcome the brave Commander-in-Chief, Colonel Anson Bach, and his noble and beautiful fiancée, Miss Talia August Rune, to the White Whale Harbor Council. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds, Anson, still dressed in a gray military overcoat and a tricorn hat, led the elegantly dressed Talia by the hand, stepping onto the red carpet into the White Whale Harbor Council Hall. Despite its unassuming exterior, the council hall was exquisitely magnificent. 32 marble columns and enormous stained glass windows formed the walls on both sides, and 9 crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, which depicted the myth of the Ring of Order, extending from the entrance to the podium. Combined with the reflections of the metal decorations on the walls, the entire hall was bathed in golden light. Even the floor beneath their feet was paved with top-quality bricks and stones, not only engraved with reliefs but also producing a clear echo when stepped on. The wooden benches on either side seemed unremarkable at first glance, but a closer look revealed that they were all made of the finest wood, directly hewn from whole centuries-old logs, without a single trace of splicing. The Ring of Order above, this is too extravagant. Following closely behind Anson, Carl craned his neck, looking around in astonishment. Am I in the city council of a small port at the end of the world, or the Privy Council of Clovis? In fact, This city council was likely modeled after the Privy Council of Clovis, the junior clerk said, holding a briefcase and looking up. Huh? Carl was even more surprised. That's right, or more accurately, not the entire Privy Council, but Carlos Hall, also known by many as the Crystal Hall, a public space where His Majesty holds the 3 weekly regular meetings and the monthly parliamentary session. The junior clerk looked around, and although it's supposed to be an imitation, it seems even more luxurious than the original Crystal Hall. If I remember correctly, that hall only had 7 large chandeliers, while this one has 9. Oh, and the chairs here are made of cedar wood. I've never seen long cedar chairs before, and pure solid wood at that. Just as the two were speechless, Anson had already walked to the front of the hall and, under the spotlight, reached the VIP seats. Speaker Herald, holding a wine glass, was the first to stand up and take the initiative to greet him. It is truly an honor to have you both grace us with your presence. Speaker Herald was overjoyed, his excitement as if it were their first meeting. To be honest, when my dear nephew told me that you had accepted the invitation, I almost doubted my ears. You are too kind, Your Excellency Speaker, Anson said calmly, pretending that he had truly accepted the invitation on short notice rather than as if it had been prearranged. It is also an honor for us to be accepted by Whale Harbor. To make this great city shine, we need the joint efforts of the garrison and the Whale Harbor Council. Exactly. Harold's eyes lit up, and he quickly agreed. In his eyes, this was the most direct manifestation of Anson Bach setting aside his arrogance and choosing to cooperate with the Whale Harbor Council. Previously, he and many of his supporters within the Whale Harbor Council had worried that this excessively young commander would be stubborn and completely refuse to cooperate with him. After all, he was indeed very young. If he were truly determined to go his own way, Harold had countless ways to thwart all his grand visions, but that would be tantamount to provoking conflict. In any case, it would be unwise to anger an officer who held the reins of the army. At least, before dividing and wooing his officer corps. This is Miss Talia August Rune, the current head of the Rune family. Just as Harold was smugly lost in thought, Anson seized the opportunity to introduce her, and also, my fiancée. Your presence, Miss Talia, is an honor to the entire White Whale Harbor. A slightly flustered Harold quickly bowed, cautiously raising his head as he said, please forgive my ignorance, but... Rune. I don't think I've ever heard of such a powerful family as Clovis. Of course not. Talia smiled slightly, lifting her skirt and curtsying. Just a minor noble family in the countryside, not a historically significant family. Please don't mind, it's perfectly normal that you haven't heard of them. A minor noble family in the countryside. Although he knew the girl was definitely doing it on purpose, Anson's lips still twitched. If even the 1,000-year-old Rune family couldn't be considered historically significant, then wouldn't the prestigious Clovis royal family, the Osteria family, only deserve to be called nouveau riche? Well, but then again, it seems quite a few people say that. Anson continued with a smile. The Rune family operates in the arms and steel trade in Clovis City and has many dealings with the military. They own a newly established military-industrial enterprise in Clovis, which is very famous in the Southern Army. All the soldiers in my army are equipped with weapons they produce, from rifles to artillery, all products of the Rune family's august armory. I see. Harold suddenly understood, and his eyes showed a hint of awe as he looked at Talia. Coal, steel, and arms are practically the lifeblood of the kingdom of Clovis, firmly controlled by the Osterian royal family. It's impossible for this completely unheard of Rune family to have influence over two of them without connections to the royal family. Harold had even begun to imagine the relationship between the two men before him. This young commander had probably secured a lucrative position of commander of the White Whale Harbor garrison through his fiancée's family connections, in exchange for helping his family expand their business and using the colony's cheap raw materials to expand their arms trade. Thinking about it this way, the man's so-called great expedition made perfect sense. Was there anyone in the world more eager for war than an arms dealer? With such a beautiful young woman as Miss Talia wanting to contribute to the future of White Whale Harbor, the entire Ice Dragon Fjord will be moved to tears. Harold flattered without reservation. Please rest assured, the White Whale Harbor Council will fully support the construction plan of the new factory. We can provide manpower, resources, and raw materials at the lowest possible prices. As the Speaker of the Colonial Council, Harold immediately realized the enormous profits hidden within land acquisition, labor hiring, raw material transportation, product manufacturing, and sales. Arms was one of the most profitable industries in the world, Even controlling just one or two links could yield unimaginably rich returns. That's wonderful. We look forward to the next collaboration. Seeing that the other party had taken the bait, Anson, with a smile that didn't change his expression, began to reveal his true purpose. Speaking of collaboration, I also plan to organize the army to find a few places outside the city for land reclamation. I wonder if the speaker could provide some assistance in this regard. Chapter 442 Power and Responsibility. Reclaiming Wasteland. Speaker Herald, holding his wineglass, asked with a casual chuckle, "I'm curious, what brings you to this idea?" In fact, he already knew Anson was planning this. The day before yesterday morning, his nephew Bonnie had told him in detail about Anson's visit to the farms. He even knew that Anson had visited 6 different types of farms over the past 2 days and surveyed all the wasteland near White Whale Harbor. But precisely because he knew this, Harold had to appear even more curious and surprised, otherwise the other party might easily misunderstand that he was secretly monitoring his every move, although there was actually no misunderstanding. Because there are full 6,000 store masters, Anson said with a helpless wry smile. 2/3 of the farms in White Whale Harbor were connected to this speaker. He couldn't possibly be unaware of what he had been doing for the past 2 days. However, since the other party intended to play dumb, Anson didn't mind playing along. The entire White Whale Harbor has only 40,000 people, and the entire Ice Dragon Fjord has only 100,000 people. With such a large population, plus the area of cultivated land and the yield per acre, it is almost impossible to avoid problems if we have to undertake the supply of the Storm Division's military needs. Therefore, I plan to cultivate some new farms to alleviate the pressure on the local area through self-sufficiency, Anson explained. You are indeed a benevolent officer. By the ring of order, this is probably the first time in my life I've heard a soldier say something about reducing the burden on the people, Speaker Harold praised without reservation, but then immediately changed the subject. But you don't need to do that at all, because White Whale Harbor is fully capable of handling all the Storm Division supplies. In fact, we had already done the calculations and considerations before you arrived. The conclusion was that with the food reserves of Ice Dragon Fjord and the annual increase, it was enough to supply 10,000 off-duty soldiers for 8 to 10 years without cutting supplies and stabilizing food prices. It was my fault as speaker for not informing you of such important information immediately, and if possible, please accept my sincerest apologies. No, you don't need to apologize at all. Before the other party could bow, Anson immediately stepped forward and placed his hand on Harold's shoulder. Because I have made up my mind that I must establish a reclamation farm near White Whale Harbor no matter what. Why? Harold glanced quickly at the hand on his shoulder, a flash of sternness crossing his surprised expression. Because it's not just about logistics. Anson stepped forward, deliberately lowering his voice. As you've always known, Ice Dragon Fjord, and all of Clovis's colonies have long been under pressure and threat from the Empire. They've coveted this most important port in the New World for a long time. Before we set out, I received some very important intelligence. The Empire was transferring troops from Edland, preparing to send a fully armed army, plus no fewer than 8,000 soldiers, to the colonies. Huh? Harold's expression was astonished. It wasn't that he doubted Anson's lie. In a sense, he was even willing to believe it. Otherwise, why would the Empire expend so much manpower and resources to send an army of several thousand to the colonies? But what does this have to do with your plan to build farms? They are a crucial step in my entire plan, Anson said solemnly. Whale Harbor is a port, which means the enemy can launch attacks from both the sea and land simultaneously. No matter how impregnable it is, it cannot withstand 2 enemy forces at the same time. I once heard the fleet commander who accompanied us, Colonel William Cecil, mention the North Harbor Uprising of St. 95. At that time, the Empire used this method to completely blockade North Harbor, leaving the great city isolated and nearly burned to the ground during the uprising. Therefore, I have come to the conclusion that to protect a port, one must avoid being attacked from both the sea and land, and take the initiative to defeat one of the enemy forces first, so as to have a stable rear if one side is blocked. At sea, we have the invincible Royal Navy, but on land, the Army needs stable logistical support to operate outside its borders. This support is not just about various supplies, but also about convenient roads, fortresses for rest and stockpiling supplies. And the farms I plan to have the Army build, a bridgehead for the attack, Harold blurted out. You're absolutely right, Anson praised earnestly. These farms, connected by roads, will not only provide logistical support for the Army, but will also become an absolute barrier for White Whale Harbor in the event of war. Even if the war is lost, as long as the barrier is not breached, White Whale Harbor will remain safe. I see. Speaker Harold's mouth dropped open, his eyes wide with surprise and admiration. Excuse my bluntness. Colonel Anson Bach, as an officer, you possess some meticulousness and caution completely beyond your years. I suppose that's why the king sent you to the colony. No, they just wanted someone to clean up this mess, or someone to take the blame when the situation became irreparable. Anson smiled. You flatter me. It was only after seeing the colonial farms with my own eyes that I realized they could serve even more. In this respect, your dear nephew Bonnie gave me a lot of inspiration. Indeed, these fortress farms connected by roads not only serve as bridgeheads and barriers for the entire colony, but also strengthen Anson's control over the colony through the radiating influence of these outposts. This is Anson's true purpose. Speaker Harold's influence stems from his relationship with White Whale Harbor and all the outpost farms in East Dragonfjord. Maintaining control over these farms would significantly weaken the bargaining chips he holds. That's his honor. Harold smiled humbly, then suddenly his eyes lit up. By the way, I've thought of a good way to greatly save you money and time on this matter. Oh, Anson feigned curiosity. You don't need to build any new farms at all, you just need to make use of the existing ones. Harold laughed. Transform all the farms in White Whale Harbor, no, all the farms in East Dragonfjord into small fortresses with strong fortifications, capable of housing an army. Enlist all the villagers in the garrison, organize them for a certain level of military training, and then select suitable candidates from among the villagers to appoint as local military commanders. We only need to pay a minimal cost to have hundreds of fortresses and tens of thousands of troops throughout East Dragonfjord. That way, even if the Imperials dare to invade the colony, they won't be able to take it all, and then, these farms, now armed and possessing castles, will certainly not be satisfied with the status quo. They will rapidly transform into feudal lords, and the entire colony will become a kingdom composed of countless minor lords. To avoid being swallowed up by the garrison, they will need to find a suitable representative in White Whale Harbor to form a huge alliance that can rival the garrison and even the homeland. Of course, this representative must be firm in his stance, yet know how to compromise, and be adept at maintaining a balance between the two forces. Finally, he must be very reliable. Speaker Harold had always considered himself a very reliable person. This matter doesn't require your personal attention, Commander. Just provide some weapons and grant them garrison legion status. The rest of the complex work can be handled by the White Whale Harbor Council. Speaker Harold appeared very enthusiastic, including your factory construction plan. Since they are already your subordinates, serving the commander is their duty, and it will be easy to fully mobilize the manpower of the entire colony. I can even assure you that the garrison won't have to spend an extra penny on this. Under my management, this hiding soldiers among the people policy can even provide you with an additional income. So, what do you think? Having said that, Harold, holding his wineglass, looked at Anson with utmost sincerity. His right hand still poised to clink glasses in celebration. But Anson did not answer. Clearly, this was Harold's plan. If he agreed, the White Whale Harbor Council would possess an army of tens of thousands of militia and hundreds of fortresses. This force could not possibly confront the garrison directly, but it would be a crucial bargaining chip. If they could protect themselves, what would be the point of the garrison? But if Anson refused, Harold could use this as an excuse to more closely unite White Whale Harbor and even the entire East Dragonfjord around him to deal with the full of malice from the garrison commander. No matter how he answered, his goal would be achieved, uniting the entire colony and forcing Anson to cooperate through him and the White Whale Harbor Council behind him, rather than alone with other forces. Unless. Absolutely not. Just as Harold remained silent, quietly and even somewhat smugly awaiting Anson's reply, a powerful voice suddenly boomed in the hall. Whether it was the counselors in formal attire or the naval and army officers in military uniforms, all the guests present turned to look, and the entire hall's gaze instantly converged in the same direction. Suddenly, Bishop Ripper, also dressed in a black trench coat and top hat, roared from the crowd, leaning on his long, thin cane and glaring angrily at Speaker Harold. Tap, 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 tap. The once deathly silent council hall was now filled with the sound of the bishop's hurried footsteps and the sharp tapping of his cane on the floor tiles as he impatiently approached the three people who were conversing. Colonel Anson Bach, Miss Talia, and Speaker Harold. I don't know what you were discussing, But in any case, the power to form an army and build fortresses must never be given to farms throughout a colony. Under everyone's gaze, the indignant bishop, without even stepping forward or bowing to the three, spoke excitedly. I agree to form a militia army belonging to the colony. And I agree that the defenses of each farm should be strengthened, but this absolutely cannot be the responsibility of the farms themselves. That is absolutely true. Oh, why is that? Before Herald, whose expression changed, could speak, Anson stepped in front of him, blocking him, and asked with great confusion, I think this is a very good plan. That's because you only see the advantages of this, but you haven't realized the price that will be paid. Bishop Repper said in a deep voice, the colonists already have their own land. If they are allowed to have their own army, the most direct consequence will be the division of the entire colony. Division. Anson was shocked and deliberately asked loudly, how is that possible? Of course it's possible, the bishop cried out in anguish. Giving every farm its own army seems to empower them for self-defense, but it also means telling them they must protect themselves. This will inevitably create rifts between the farms. And these armies, originally meant to protect them, could very well be used by those with ill intentions, becoming tools for mutual annexation and conquest. Anson's voice trembled. Bishop Repper, you have just made a very serious accusation. Do you have any evidence? Of course I do. The bishop raised his head, pointing his right index finger at the vaulted ceiling of the hall. The evidence is the entire Order world. 6 of the 7 knights swore allegiance to the Dragon Knights, vowing to protect the heretic family forever. Have their descendants always kept their word? The vassals of the knights received land and the power to recruit knights from their lords, promising eternal loyalty to their lords. Have they not broken their oaths? Wealth, force, land, worldly power can never be completely trusted. To maintain peace and unity, these powers must be divided, and all forces must be concentrated, not left to fracture. Moreover, protecting the colonies is the garrison's mission. Colonel Anson Bach, this is your mission. How can you shirk such an important responsibility to those who need your protection, leaving them to fend for themselves? This is a grave dereliction of duty, a failure to properly shoulder your responsibilities and obligations. You should be ashamed of your thoughts. Bishop Repper glared at Anson, speaking righteously and sternly. I demand that you, now, immediately, apologize to everyone present. The hall fell silent. After a long while, the silent Anson slowly raised his head, his expression grave as he looked at Repper, who was glaring at him. Your Excellency, you are right. Harold's face instantly darkened. Chapter 443 The Lighthouse of the New World. I must admit, you are absolutely right. Protecting White Whale Harbor is my mission. How can I shirk this responsibility to those who should be protected by me? Under a deathly silence and a multitude of gazes, Anson displayed an expression of profound remorse, his inner regret overflowing. The great people of Ice Dragon Fjord, they have the right to take up arms to defend their home, but they also have the right to enjoy peace and a good life. Bishop Repper, I was wrong. You were terribly wrong. Bishop Repper deeply sympathized, but it's not too late. You still have a chance to redeem yourself. Prove to the entire White Whale Harbor that Clovis's army still has the determination to protect her. Show your courage and resolve, and I believe that all the devout followers of the Ring of Order will feel the sincerity you convey. Yes, Anson nodded excitedly. He turned around, glancing apologetically at Herald, whose face was noticeably pale. The young woman beside him obediently took a half step back, a faint smile on her face, leaving the stage to her beloved fiancé. The solemn-looking Bishop Repper turned away from the view behind him, simultaneously drawing a circle of order on Anson's back. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Anson stepped forward, raising his wine glass in his left hand while placing his right hand behind his back. His gaze swept across the hall. Members of the White Whale Harbor Council, esteemed guests, Anson Bach, after carefully examining the local situation and having detailed discussions with the bishop and the speaker, I wish to offer my sincere apologies. Clearly, my initial understanding of this land was far too superficial. I only saw many surface problems and did not understand what our most loyal people truly needed. I thought my responsibility was merely to protect everyone's safety and, within the bounds of practicality, to improve your lives. I was wrong, so now I apologize and ask for your forgiveness. Anson sighed, his tone filled with profound sorrow. Carl Bain, sitting below the stage, watched as his lips twitched uncontrollably. I ask myself, do the people of White Whale Harbor need peace? Of course they do. Does White Whale Harbor need to become more prosperous? Of course they do. Do the people of White Whale Harbor have the right to defend themselves? Of course they do, but White Whale Harbor needs more than just that. You deserve more, better things. White Whale Harbor rightfully holds a unique position within the kingdom, because you are so important, continuously providing the homeland with everything it craves. This should grant you more rights, at least, a better quality of life, Anson said solemnly. As your garrison commander, I cannot secure much for you on the homeland, but I can assure you now that the Storm Division will proactively undertake the construction of public facilities in White Whale Harbor and even the surrounding area. In the next 6 months, we will begin to transform the road environment within the city and the surrounding suburbs, truly connecting the entire White Whale Harbor colony into a unified whole, rather than just individual settlements as they are now. For example, the natural forests in the northeast of White Whale Harbor could be easily connected by building a short section of road and laying wooden tracks, allowing trucks to transport freshly processed timber to the nearby river and reach the outskirts of White Whale Harbor within a day. Another example is the farms outside the city. Because the roads between them are independently constructed, there has been a lot of duplication of construction, and the road connecting to White Whale Harbor is still a dirt road trampled by people and horses. Moreover, they are not connected to each other, resulting in a large amount of wasteland being abandoned. And then there are the mines in the northwest, especially the coal mines. The harsh road conditions and the risk of attacks by natives mean that the transportation cost for a 2-day journey is almost 5 times that of mining. To improve this, we only need to connect the roads to the nearby farms and build a patrol post, which would reduce the cost of local mines by 2/3 and increase transportation efficiency by at least 2 times. As Anson continued to give examples, the guests who had been terrified and tense from the previous argument looked up with serious expressions at the garrison commander. The junior clerk standing beside Carl beamed with pride, his gaze towards Anson growing increasingly adoring. He had only compiled and handed over all this information to Anson just before the banquet began, and now Anson could recite it from memory. As a responsible clerk, Alan Dawn solemnly swore that Lord Anson Bach was absolutely capable of becoming an excellent administrator. As for White Whale Harbor, I originally thought my duty was merely to protect everyone from enemy invasion, but it's clearly not that simple. Anson's tone shifted. This great port city also suffers from aging, dilapidated, and even overburdened roads. The chaotic traffic situation also creates numerous problems for normal trade. Many merchants even need to hire mercenaries to ensure they can safely walk the short 500 meters from their shops to their homes after closing each day. Of course, I am well aware that White Whale Harbor is different from the mainland. Its people have the right to enjoy unrestricted freedom, but this freedom should not be unlimited, or to put it more bluntly, such freedom is only fit for devout followers of the Ring of Order. Those heretics who are so different from us, who believe in false gods, deserve no amount of strict surveillance. Therefore, I am honored to inform you that, by the personal invitation of Bishop Ripper, the Storm Master will officially take up residence in White Whale Harbor in 2 days to take over the security of the entire port and provide security for the daily travel of all devout believers. Anson slightly turned to the side, raising his glass in a toast to the smiling bishop beside him, and, as you all may already know, everything I've said above is an obligation voluntarily undertaken by the Storm Division. You don't need to pay any extra price for it, because it's all rightfully yours. This work will begin simultaneously with the previous factory construction and the upcoming reclamation plan for the Storm Division's farms, but slightly earlier. I will balance the interests of all parties and prioritize starting with Oak, which best suits the development of White Whale Harbor. In other words, whoever pledges loyalty to the Storm Division first will start with that part. Whoever is most stubborn and refuses to develop will definitely encounter various unexpected situations in the infrastructure construction of their part of the industry. After all, the Storm Division only has 6,000 soldiers. The labor force is definitely not enough, right? Plus, he now has a fleet under his command, and Colonel William Cecil still owes him a favor. In such a dangerous place as the sea, any accident, such as a merchant shipwreck, is quite normal, right? Mason Weasler in the audience suddenly looked up, seemingly realizing something. As the colony's most powerful and wealthy merchant, he understood better than anyone how much convenience these infrastructure developments and improved security would bring to trade. But as a staunch supporter of Speaker Herald, he also knew that once these facilities were completed, the Stormbringers would inevitably replace the current White Whale Harbor Council at an astonishing speed. At the very least, Anson Bach's influence would certainly surpass Herald's. After all, The White Whale Harbor Council was merely a coordinating body, while the garrison commander held an army in his hands. At the same time, Speaker Harold's suggestion reminded me that protecting White Whale Harbor is not only my job, but also the right of all the people of White Whale Harbor. Anson's voice continued, I will not shirk my responsibility, nor will I pass on all the responsibilities that belong to the garrison to everyone, but I also respect everyone's thoughts and understand the determination of all the devout believers who want to fight for the Ring of Order. Therefore, I have decided to establish a brand new militia legion in White Whale Harbor. This legion will be composed of all believers in the Ring of Order, and will fight for our faith. Crack! The exquisite wine glass shattered on the floor. Harold, whose clothes were mostly soaked by the spilled wine, was oblivious. His right hand was still holding the glass, his eyes fixed on Anson's back as if he had heard the most absurd words. Bishop Ripper, standing to the side, maintained his serious expression, only a fleeting smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Talia still smiled radiantly, her expression like that of someone sitting in the audience of a theater, watching the plot gradually reach its climax. Any believer who considers themselves loyal to their faith, who considers themselves a follower of the Ring of Order, regardless of their origin or interpretation of the faith, may join this glorious community and fight for the glory and happiness of all believers, Anson said solemnly. I must clarify one point, this battle is not merely about pulling the trigger on the battlefield. Anyone who helps the colonies strive for a better life should be considered a warrior of the Ring of Order, exploring the wilderness, cultivating the land, engaging in maritime trade, hunting and harvesting, forging roads, producing labor, everything in the New World, in the colonies, is a war, an eternal war. We are not only seeking a new life here, but also utterly defeating those infidels, not only defeating them on the battlefield, but achieving decisive victory in every aspect, replacing the decadent with the noble, the backward with the advanced. We will use our excellence to prove their defeat, our correctness to prove their error. This requires not only the blood of our soldiers, but also the wisdom, diligence, and sweat of all of us. To defeat them honorably, to crush them. Thunderous applause, cheers, and celebratory shouts filled the air. Harold's face was ashen. No wonder Anson Bach dared to accept his invitation, even deliberately visiting the farm right under his nose, intending to weaken his strength by using the Legion's land reclamation. Because no matter how much he planned, he hadn't expected a traitor to emerge from among his own people. You'll regret this. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Harold glared at Bishop Ripper, his voice hardening with venom. You think this bastard really puts control of this army in your hands? Wishful thinking, let me tell you. In his eyes, you, and all the ecumenical believers of Ice Dragon Fjord, are merely tools to fulfill his governorship ambitions. Once you're no longer of use to him, he'll immediately discard you and install a puppet more suited to his tastes. When you're abandoned, don't regret it, and don't be surprised why your loyal believers didn't save you. Faced with Harold's threat, Bishop Ripper merely smiled faintly, his calm gaze casually sweeping over Harold's contorted face. It was as if he were looking at a dead man. Harold's body trembled violently. He abruptly turned to leave. This hall, which had once held countless hopes for him and witnessed his path to power, was now unbearable to him. Staying here would only mean allowing Anson Bach to humiliate him at will. Halt! Just as he was about to leave, a smiling Talia suddenly spoke. Harold, stopped in his tracks, frowned slightly. You can't leave now, Talia said softly. Anson and I came here tonight at your invitation. If the Speaker of the White Whale Harbor Council leaves at this time, the entire council will suffer a terrible split because of your actions. Is that so? Harold sneered. I thought this was exactly what the commander wanted. Quite the opposite, Talia said softly. We accepted your invitation precisely to avoid this consequence. Otherwise, we could simply point the cannons at this hall, couldn't we? And what if I insist on leaving? Harold's face darkened. What will you do to me? Talia didn't answer, only smiled slightly. Boom. Harold was about to say something when he suddenly felt a violent tremor, as if he had been thrown into an icy abyss. He froze, his limbs began to spasm uncontrollably, veins bulging on the skin beneath his sleeves, his eyes bulging as tears streamed down his face. What? No. A smiling Talia walked to Harold's side, her voice gentle and soothing. You won't leave. Not only that, but tonight you will reconcile with dear Anson, fully supporting his plans to make White Whale Harbor a prosperous port, not because you're threatened, but because it's your own wish, isn't it, Lord Harold Livicus? The gentle question echoed in his ears. Harold nodded quickly, his face streaked with tears. At the same time, Anson's speech came to its final conclusion: let us do everything in our power to make White Whale Harbor not just a port, but a lighthouse. May its light illuminate a new world of ignorance. Chapter 444. A good start. It must be said that the New Year's Eve party in the year 101 of the Saints' calendar was a resounding success, at least in the eyes of one particular junior clerk. Almost immediately after Lord Anson's speech ended, Alan Dawn, seated in the audience, found himself surrounded by at least a dozen members of the White Whale Harbor Council, who excitedly questioned him about road construction plans and whether the storm masters had any general plans. The reason there were only a dozen was because the petite clerk could only fit so many people around him. Several layers of heads surrounded them, as if they wanted to bury him alive. As for Carl Bain, who had come with him, the chief of staff, always wary of others' unexplained enthusiasm, immediately sensed something was amiss, but couldn't escape. He was surrounded by at least 4 or 5 pairs of hands of counselors, who patiently inquired whether the storm masters needed any extra assistance with a large-scale land reclamation project. The other officers were no exception, all getting completely drunk and staggering around the crowd, bombarded with questions. Even the accompanying naval officers weren't spared. One counselor, speaking with a thick Crows accent, confidently declared that his great-grandmother was a member of a collateral branch of the Cecil family and insisted on marrying his daughter to Colonel William Cecil. William, both amused and exasperated, could only comfort the little girl, who was crying from the rejection, while firmly insisting that the other party was mistaken. His ancestors were all genuine imperial citizens, and it was impossible for him to have a rural relative from Crows. As for Talia, after seeing her inseparable from Anson Bach, no one dared to approach her to speak. It turned out that Herald hadn't lied at all. The 500 counselors of White Whale Harbor truly encompassed all the major and minor powers and wealthy individuals of the entire colony, and this brought another problem: their interests were not entirely aligned. Even among the farm representatives who comprised half the council, their demands weren't entirely aligned. Small farms needed to maintain stable growth, while large farms urgently desired transformation, cultivating more profitable crops and requiring better sales channels. The remaining half was even more divided: fishermen, smallholders, ocean traders, mercenary settlers, mine owners, lumberjacks. In this respect, Speaker Herald's management of the council was impeccable. He first controlled the largest group of pioneering farms, won over the most powerful ocean traders in White Whale Harbor, and cultivated a good relationship with a religious leader, Bishop Ripper. The remaining fragmented and insignificant members, no matter how numerous, couldn't influence the council's decisions. Of course, even such skillful maneuvering couldn't prevent the colony's heavy dependence on domestic ocean trade, a result desired and deliberately cultivated by the homeland. That is, treating the colonies as a cow that could be constantly exploited, while simultaneously begging its master to squeeze it dry. The earliest colonists may have genuinely intended to build new homes in the New World, but all subsequent immigrants who conceived the idea of going to colonies had a simpler purpose: to make money. Timber, minerals, slaves, seafood, if they couldn't be exchanged for domestically manufactured goods, becoming tangible wealth that allowed them to live in mansions and drink coffee with sugar, then no amount of resources mattered to these colonists. As a loyal subject of the royal family, Anson fully agreed with the homeland's approach, but this kind of unchecked exploitation was not only inefficient but also risked inciting rebellion, and might even lead to its eventual demise. Even with leeks, it's better to wait until they've grown vigorously, lush and green, before harvesting. After all, only healthy cows can guarantee a stable and abundant milk production. Although he wasn't the governor of the colony and theoretically had no right or obligation to interfere in its internal affairs, as a loyal subject of the kingdom, Anson felt he should be willing to take responsibility. After all, taking responsibility might just bring unexpected benefits. As long as he perfectly integrates the entire East Dragonfjord colony and firmly grasps the army and tax revenue, even if a governor is sent from the mainland to take office in the future, it will be easier for him to better assist, or rather, create, him. As a return favor for Bishop Ripper's defection, the recruitment and training of the colony's religious armed forces must naturally be put on the agenda as soon as possible, and their formation must begin. Anson, with his memories of 2 lifetimes, was mentally prepared for how terrifying and uncontrollable an army organized and trained according to modern military models and doctrinal principles could be. At best, it would help maintain colony unity. At worst, It would be a pack of completely uncontrollable mad dogs, even without any military training. Simply organizing them would be extremely dangerous. Fortunately, as a branch of the Ring of Order, the Universalist Church has a very negative attitude towards worldly affairs, only showing interest in endless imagination and external exploration and the hanging of heretics. Anson still remembers the Royal Military Academy's history textbook, which described them like this: a good ecumenical cleric would smash you to pieces with a mason shotgun if you were a heretic or pagan, but if you decided to follow the ecumenical church the next second, he would use all his savings to hire the best doctor for you. This black and white attitude, coupled with extremely high tolerance for the behavior of believers, as long as they didn't apostatize, they could do anything, and the near-zero cost of joining, gave the ecumenical church a near-immortal vitality. Since Bishop Reppy used this as a condition for helping him, it meant that the emergence of ecumenical religious armed groups in the colonies was only a matter of time, rather than waiting for it to grow into a completely uncontrollable state before trying to contain it and becoming enemies with all the ecumenical fanatics in the colonies. It was better to get involved from the beginning and minimize its destructiveness as much as possible. Controlling them was impossible, but at least they could have a general idea of their strength and distribution and try to avoid them becoming their enemies. And since Bishop Repper repeatedly stated that this was merely for the purpose of uniting all believers and not actually intended to make it combat ready, Anson, as he wished, would turn this armed force into a genuine militia. So, what does this have to do with all believers having to register at the church, in the dimly lit smoking room? Bishop Repper asked with a puzzled look, and a slight hint of aversion. As the most steadfast follower of the ecumenical doctrine, or at least outwardly the most steadfast, Repper found it difficult to have any affinity for any coercive means, and this approach seriously violated the ecumenical church's principle of non-interference. I suspect you've misunderstood. We are not going to take any coercive measures, it's merely a suggestion, not a mandatory requirement for everyone to register their believer status, Anson said sincerely to the bishop, gently exhaling a wisp of smoke from his pipe. Monocle, pocket watch, pipe, pen, diary, tobacco case. Anson was slowly developing the habit of carrying these things with him. Although he couldn't find a good way to contact a notorious contraband dealer yet, that didn't stop Anson from starting now. Once these things were transformed into magical items one by one, others wouldn't suspect anything. In fact, I personally don't like coercive methods. After all, who wants others to interfere with their normal life? It's like no one wants to hurt others, but for self-defense, we must also take up arms. Anson's expression immediately became serious. Since we're going to build a believers' armed force belonging to White Whale Harbor and even the entire Ice Dragon Fjord, the first thing to do, of course, is to count the number of believers throughout the entire colony, to confirm who can join and who can't, who is eager to fight for their faith, and who is just a pseudo-believer who talks about faith all the time. You agree, right? But Bishop Repper was clearly still somewhat doubtful. Well, Your Excellency, let's be frank, Anson sighed. Your hope is to unite all believers of the order, regardless of denomination. If that's the case, then we must be realistic and acknowledge that not all believers are followers of the ecumenical church. If I'm not mistaken, what you're worried about is that, given the nature of ecumenical believers, they won't voluntarily register, and those who end up participating are those who are used to being ruled by the church, like me, right? Bishop Repper remained silent, clearly acknowledging Anson's guess. In that case, we must encourage ecumenical Christians to step forward. If they themselves are unwilling to fight for their faith, who can we expect to willingly shed blood and sweat for them? Anson countered. Moreover, this isn't about getting them to acknowledge their sect, it's merely about faith. Since the goal is to bridge the conflict and build unity, shouldn't the ecumenical Christians be the first to make concessions and demonstrate their sincerity? Could we change it to a recommendation system? Repper frowned. I know some young believers, young people full of passion for their faith. If I actively persuade them, they will definitely be willing to join, and I believe that too. Anson shrugged. If your goal is merely to build a militia centered around the ecumenical Christians, that's fine, but I remember your goal is to bridge the conflict among believers, isn't that right? If that's the case, excuse my bluntness, but this method of you selecting rather than believers voluntarily participating, besides creating greater division, I see no possibility of bridging the conflict. Repper's frown deepened. Of course, we can also take a more flexible approach. Anson suddenly changed the subject, his eyes full of implications as he looked at the bishop. Bishop Repper raised an eyebrow. For example, you can persuade those believers you wish to join to sign up, and then we can approve them directly." Anson smiled and puffed on his pipe. "Then, we'll have these people persuade those who are still hesitant, making them understand that this is for the benefit of everyone. This work will probably last 1 to 2 months. After that, we'll selectively recruit and train them based on the number, size, and specific branches of the applicants." Anson continued, "We'll strive to ensure that all believers have undergone at least 4 weeks of military training, without interfering with their daily work and livelihood, to create an armed force of believers for the entire colony. Furthermore, since we need to bridge the differences between the two sides, I suggest minimizing religious content and focusing more on commonalities. We should also try to categorize them by occupation, rather than by faith or background. This way, we can not only establish a militia but also compile a map of the colony's main able-bodied workforce, as well as their approximate occupations and living areas." "That sounds perfectly reasonable." The bishop nodded slightly. "I must admit, I didn't think this far ahead when I first decided to form this militia. That's probably because I'm a country bumpkin from Clovis, more influenced by the Ivory cult and St. Isaac." "Right," Anson smiled nonchalantly. "We respect professionalism, firmly believe that everything can be summarized into objective rules, are enthusiastic about developing detailed plans for all our work, and welcome all new ideas." That's certainly the most successful aspect of the Ivory cult," Riper murmured in admiration. "I guess that's what you call professionalism." "Exactly," Anson nodded. "Given the colony's population size and infrastructure level, and referring to similar places on the mainland, this militia can be formed in as little as 3 months, becoming a vital force protecting Istragan Fjord from infidels, just infidels. It could also be Imperials, but it's still winter. Even if they hate us, they wouldn't launch an invasion this season, would they?" "Yes. I must be overthinking it." Early morning, the sea surging. In the chilly sea breeze, a young girl stood alone on the deck, gazing at the vast ocean. A thin mist hung in the air, and only the occasional seagull could be seen flashing by. She wore a thick, long-sleeved trench coat, a wide scarf and a full hood covering her head, yet even so, her slender figure was still evident. "What are you looking at?" A gentle voice sounded unexpectedly behind her. The girl jolted, turning sharply to reveal a pointed elf ear peeking out from under the thick brim of the hood. The New World. Chapter 445 Whale Harbor Good Samaritan Report. After finalizing the plan, Anson didn't even enjoy a proper New Year's holiday, mainly because the headquarters wasn't finished yet, and besides, there wasn't much to do in White Whale Harbor. He immediately began mobilizing the entire Storm Division to implement various tasks. First, the armed training of the believers, along with maintaining order in White Whale Harbor, were entrusted to Chief of Staff Major Carl Bain and Lieutenant Colonel Alexia, commander of the 2nd Infantry Regiment. The reason for this was that the two tasks were essentially the same. It was December, and given the colony's weather, large-scale venturing was impossible. Even if militia recruitment were needed, it would primarily be within and around White Whale Harbor, allowing it to be carried out simultaneously with maintaining port security. After all, not every Storm Division soldier was a gifted individual capable of enduring sub-zero temperatures and blizzards for long marches. Most importantly, although Anson had promised Bishop Ripper to establish a religious armed force, the core of this work for the Storm Division wasn't the force itself, nor was the focus on fulfilling the promise. Rather, it was about using the promise to achieve the Storm Division's own objective: population distribution statistics. How many people lived in White Whale Harbor? How many were first, second, or third generation colonists? Who were natives of the New World? What were their occupations? What were their approximate incomes? What was the ratio of young, middle-aged, and elderly to children? Furthermore, as agreed, the entire militia organization was to be trained and armed by the Storm Division. In other words, the names and all information of the young, able-bodied laborers of the entire colony who could join the army or work would be in the hands of the Storm Division. With this information, Anson would know far more about Istragan Fjord's wealth and resources, its daily productivity, and the number of artisans and soldiers it could recruit than the entire White Whale Harbor Council of 500. If the Storm Division were to organize and compile statistics in its own name, the cost would be immense, and inciting a riot would be almost certain. But if they were to use slogans like religious armed force and fighting for faith to get them to register voluntarily, that would be a different story. Of course, Anson would diligently fulfill his promise, providing them with ample training to build a qualified colonial militia organization, ensuring that Reaper wouldn't discover anything amiss, except that he needed the Storm Division's approval to command this force. The same applies to land reclamation and infrastructure construction. Large-scale implementation is unrealistic in the current climate. However, this doesn't stop Anson from going through the motions, making grand promises to the councillors of Whale Harbor, especially the farm owners and industrialists. Based on Anson's extensive experience dealing with clients, the most harmonious relationship is during the initial stages of making promises, even though everything is still just talk on paper. With all the results in PowerPoint presentations and contracts, the clients often have a sense of satisfaction that the matter is already accomplished. So even if the Storm Division simply plants a flag on the construction site and hangs a under construction sign, in their eyes, it's as if neat roads, fully equipped factories, and farms already exist. In any case, most people hardly leave home these days, either gathered on farms or in the port, even if the Storm Division only does something symbolic, sending scouts and cavalry to raise flags along the way to show their attitude and determination. It's enough to achieve an effect similar to completion. Most importantly, we must ensure that the royal banner of Clovis and fully armed soldiers truly appear before the colony's people, so they can feel that the Storm Division has established effective rule. Anson, slapping the map of Ice Dragon Fjord behind him, addressed the Storm Division officers before him in a deep voice. From this moment forward, the Storm Division is on high alert. All officers and soldiers, unless back in their barracks, must maintain impeccable military bearing and be ready for battle at any time. Violators will be court-martialed. Defeating the enemy on the battlefield is one thing, managing and ruling the colony is another. The Storm Division is no longer the conscripted force it once was. Your conduct and records will directly impact your careers. Finally, I understand that after making their fortunes in the wildlands, you are dissatisfied with being stationed in the colony. I can assure you now that what you will gain in the colony will be even greater than in the wildlands, but the prerequisite is that Whale Harbor becomes our Whale Harbor. Understand? Understood, the officers answered in unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement, and smiles playing on their lips. The stormtroopers of today were no longer the rabble outside Hyperion, each harboring their own agendas and ready to scatter at any moment. Now they had silver in their pockets, official positions, and unparalleled confidence in a bright future. In short, though cannon fodder, they were a group of cannon fodder who believed themselves to be very promising. Sitting in the corner, the junior clerk cheerfully waved his pen, writing in the meeting minutes. At 10:15 a.m. on January 3, 1011, sacred calendar, an emergency military meeting was held. The entire Storm Division unanimously passed a major resolution on strengthening colonial security, improving the Army's self-sufficiency, and actively cooperating with local administrative, religious, and judicial matters. On the morning of January 4, Karl Bain and Alexei led the 2nd Line Infantry Regiment into the harbor in full view of the entire city, and at the invitation of the many devout believers, transformed all 12 churches in the city into Storm Division outposts, raising the Clovis flag atop the buildings. The church priests, who had been informed in advance by Bishop Reber, remained remarkably calm, enthusiastically assisting the soldiers in transforming the empty churches into multifunctional offices equipped with heating facilities, fire pits, office facilities, desks and chairs, and lighting facilities, oil lamps and candles. Upon seeing these priests, dressed in tattered robes and clearly malnourished, Karl Bain, his heart softening, immediately announced that from that moment on, they would be the first civilian personnel of the local militia, receiving only the bare minimum allowance. The price was that they would have to go door to door, in place of the Storm Division, to gather personal information from the believers who frequented their respective churches, especially those who wished to join this vibrant military organization. In addition, the Storm Division specifically dispatched an infantry platoon, establishing one at the White Whale Harbor Council and another at the port docks. The reason was simple: these are important locations and densely populated areas within the city. To prevent chaos and accidents, a higher level of security is naturally necessary. Thus, the White Whale Harbor Council members awoke to find the entire council heavily surrounded by the Storm Division. 2 rows of fully armed line infantry stood like statues outside the council gates, their black and red overcoats and tricorn hats piled high with snow. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Colonel Fabian, leading the Grenadier Regiment, had already begun land reclamation and road construction. To reduce extra burden, All soldiers in the Grenadier Regiment unanimously agreed not to carry shovels or spades, instead carrying 2 military flags, a banner, and a megaphone, setting off in company and platoon units. Upon arriving at their designated locations, the soldiers would immediately fence off the wasteland with their military flags and hang banners or under construction signs. Whenever they saw curious passers-by, they would raise their megaphones to announce the good news that Whale Harbor was about to undergo a major upheaval. Of course, as a modern soldier living in the year 101 of the Saints' calendar, Anson knew very well that simply doing the work wasn't enough. One also needed to find a way to let everyone know that they were doing something, to publicize it extensively. Often, spending an extra gold coin on publicity was more effective than investing 5 more gold coins in actual work. This statement was written in the textbooks of the Royal Military Academy. Anson didn't entirely agree with this, but he also understood the importance of propaganda, especially the power of discourse. If it weren't for Miss Safia's advocacy and promotion from the rear during the Hantu War, the entire Clovis would probably be unaware that they had already fought against the Empire in Hantu, and even won. However, organizing propaganda in the colonies was quite restrictive in many ways, especially in winter when most people stayed indoors, significantly reducing the effectiveness of word of mouth. To deal with this situation, more modern propaganda methods had to be adopted. Extra. Bishop Repper is recruiting believers to actively join the army, the garrison is recruiting craftsmen, and the Riverside Forest Road construction has officially begun. Extra. Listening to the cheerful boys running along the street outside shouting loudly, Herald, sitting on his bed in his pajamas, stared intently at the good people of White Whale Harbor in his hands, his lips twitching. When did these things appear? Early this morning, the old steward waiting beside him quickly spoke up. The garrison of Chengjian has hired a large number of priests, children, and drunkards to distribute these newspapers everywhere. Distribute. Herald noticed the old steward's choice of words. They don't want any money, they even pay them out of their own pockets. The old steward nodded repeatedly. Those officers are distributing the newspapers while shouting in the streets. Whoever can distribute 100 copies of the good people of White Whale Harbor in a morning can get 10 silver coins from them. Aren't they afraid that people will just throw the newspapers away? Herald was shocked. No. There are garrison patrols all over the city now, especially in crowded places, and they said that if anyone catches someone doing this, they will be rewarded with 15 silver coins for reporting valid information, and 30 silver coins for catching the person in question. The old steward became more and more flustered as he spoke, and if someone can read and is willing to read the contents of the newspaper aloud in public, the reward will be doubled. Harold's mouth twitched violently. He glanced at it briefly. The notice prominently displayed instructions encouraging the residents of White Whale Harbor to register at the church. Great people of White Whale Harbor, today is the day to show the steadfastness of your faith. The White Whale Harbor garrison commander has reached an agreement with the colony's great spiritual mentor, Bishop Repper, to formally establish a great legion belonging to the entire colony, in order to counter the threat from heretics and to unite all warriors willing to fight for their faith. Their name is the Alliance of the Keepers of the Faith. The Alliance of the Keepers of the Faith welcomes all devout believers of the Ring of Order, regardless of your social status, origin, wealth, or denomination. As long as you are willing to take up arms to protect our faith and land, the Alliance will open its arms to welcome you. All those who actively and enthusiastically sign up will receive comprehensive military training from the garrison commander, forging you into qualified warriors of faith. Here, you will possess a strong physique, the friendship of comrades, and the warmth of family. If you are an old person or a child, don't worry. The Alliance will not force anyone to join the army, but your statement is very important to the Alliance. Our comrades, your fellow believers, are eager to hear your voice. The newspaper not only contained text, but also thoughtfully catered to a portion, the vast majority, of readers who were illiterate, providing vivid, comic book-like illustrations as annotations, truly making the content obvious at a glance. Later, there were news reports about the reclamation of new farms, the improvement of roads outside the city, and the opening of factories, all accompanied by comic book illustrations. Harold had been to Clovis City, and he could tell at a glance that this was a complete copy of the Clovis Truth newspaper. Is it really that obvious? Leaning against a roaring printing press, Anson looked at Fabian with slight surprise. The stormtroopers traveling north from the Hanta by steam train certainly wouldn't carry such large equipment as a printing press. The one in front of them was acquired during their stop at Northport along with various other tools. While it's unclear why such items would be found in the North Harbor Supply Depot, considering the Storm Division's acquisition of other important supplies like rotten wood painted with gold, century-old cooked beef, and rare bronze armor, items like small bread ovens, second-hand printing presses, and simple spinning machines seem particularly useful in comparison. As it turns out, they were indeed quite useful, except for a few metal-type pieces that were nowhere to be found. From the layout to the ridiculously crude comic strip illustrations, anyone who's seen it should recognize it at a glance. Well, even the paper is exactly the same, cheap paper that tears at the slightest touch. As a former Guards officer, Fabian was all too familiar with this kind of low-quality tabloid, except for the lack of those boring street news, third-rate stories, and 3 pages of vulgar, obscene full-page illustrations of women. It's practically identical to the Clovis Truth. What a pity, Anson sighed regretfully. I happen to know a novelist who's good at writing third-rate stories. It's a huge loss for this newspaper without him. Indeed, Fabian nodded repeatedly, deeply agreeing. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446 Desperate Situation. What industries are crucial for a region is always a matter of debate, but which industry is the loudest and most influential is never in doubt. As an industry dedicated to disseminating information, eager to spread even the most trivial, fabricated, and contrived stories to everyone's ears, the media wields a terrifying power akin to life and death. It cannot decide anything for a reader, but it can influence every decision they make. This is because everyone's thoughts and current reflections are largely related to the information they receive, especially for those who rarely go out and have very small social circles. A newspaper may be over 70% of their information source, with the remaining 30% coming from family and friends. If their family and friends are in similar situations, their conversations will likely also revolve around the newspaper's content. A good newspaper doesn't even need to deliberately show bias, as long as it can focus its readers' attention on what it wants to focus on and generate great interest, it is already considered successful. Therefore, when Anson discovered that the White Whale Harbor colony had no local newspaper, his excitement was akin to discovering a new continent. If he could establish the White Whale Harbor Good Guy newspaper, half of the promise he'd made to the Rune family would be fulfilled. He wouldn't even need the newspaper to boast. A few subtle hints, or even deliberately fabricated stories about the Rune family, along with a brief appearance in each news article, would establish their influence locally. Thus, on January 4, 101 of the St. Calendar, the Good Guy newspaper was officially established in a secluded alley in White Whale Harbor. Currently, it was just a signboard, with daily operations entirely handled by the Stormcaster's logistics department, and even the only printing press located in the military camp. However, Anson, through a series of transactions, effectively gave Talia a 60% controlling stake in the newspaper, making it the Rune family's first business in the New World. For some reason, Talia showed immense enthusiasm for running the newspaper, even voluntarily suspending her daily routine homework to discuss how to increase newspaper sales. Actually, right now we only have one newspaper in the entire Whale Harbor, so sales aren't a problem at all. Facing the girl whose pupils were shining with curiosity, Anson, feeling incredibly relaxed in front of Talia for the first time, spoke fluently. The Storm Masters now control 12 churches in Whale Harbor. With them, plus the Keepers of the Faith Alliance, plus at least some publicity, we can sell at least 2,000 to 3,000 copies per issue. What really limits our newspaper's development is raw materials, paper making. Talia hesitated for a moment. That's right, Anson explained, Whale Harbor only has some small paper mills. The quality of paper produced by this kind of handicraft is unstable, and it's difficult to completely standardize it. Most importantly, their output is seriously insufficient for a newspaper that can cover a large community of 100,000 people. To sell 10,000 copies of the newspaper every day, besides the newspaper and the printing press, we also need a professional paper mill. This is not easy. Compared to textiles and leather tanning, paper making is a relatively advanced light industry with certain technical barriers. Which is an important reason why Whale Harbor has never had a local newspaper. The material problem is relatively easy to solve. Local forests and farms in Whale Harbor can provide them. Costs can be quickly reduced by scaling up production. The real issue lies in machinery and skilled workers, both of which the colony cannot provide. We'll have to wait until next spring to find solutions from within the colony. Until the paper mill is built, we can only rely on warehouse reserves and local paper mills. That inventory can only last for one issue per week at most. Anson shrugged. Anyway, we have no competitors. As long as we can increase sales, even losing money doesn't matter. As long as we ensure content sales will steadily increase, for now, then how can we keep sales growing? Curious, Talia even pulled out a pink notebook from her bosom and began taking notes seriously. It's simple, just define your readership, Anson said with a slight smile. Thanks to a certain third-rate novelist and Miss Sophia, who had somehow become enthusiastic about the newspaper business, he now had a thorough understanding of the thriving newspaper industry in Clovis City. For example, the readers of the Morning Post are those who are currently ruling the country. The readers of the Kingdom Loyalists are those who believe they should rule the country. The readers of the Faith Truth are those who believe the country should be handed over to the church. And the readers of the White Lake Evening Post believe that no matter who is in charge, they will be the ones being ruled. As for the readers of the Clove Truth, they only care about fabricated shocking news, dirty jokes, third-rate comic books, and erotic illustrations in the third edition. The specific operation is to deliberately cater to the tastes of a certain group of readers. You don't need to care about the others at all. Anyway, they won't read it, and if they do, it's only to find fault, so just ignore them. It also makes you seem very magnanimous and wins the favor of your own people. However, these are all very late-stage operations. Right now, you only need to ensure the quality of each issue's content. You don't need to consider anything else. By the way, why are you interested in newspapers? I thought only people like Miss Sophia France, Anson, who was chatting and laughing just a second ago, suddenly realized something, and his smile froze instantly. Talia, still smiling, calmly took notes, her large, curious eyes fixed on Anson. Miss Sophia, what's wrong with her? No. Nothing, I misspoke. Anson quickly tried to change the subject. Let's continue talking about the newspaper. To increase sales, we need to, that's already been said, isn't it? Talia interrupted with a smile. Anson's lips twitched. Suddenly, the air felt much quieter. The air was truly quiet. Dear Anson, you don't need to be like this. Talia slowly put away her notebook, a smile playing on her lips, and looked up calmly at Anson, who had suddenly become tense. I know about your relationship with Miss Sophia France. I've met her. Oh, Anson forced a smile. When? Talia paused slightly, a faint smile appearing on her face. That's not important. What is important is that I believe dear Anson is absolutely loyal to the Rune family and would never be swayed by a personal friendship with France's eldest daughter, because dear Anson is a smart man. He knows very well who supports him consistently and who can give him more. Am I right? Anson's throat tightened. With mixed feelings, Anson quietly left the bedroom, wearing simple pajamas, and went to the study. He silently took out his pipe from his pocket and lit it with a match from the desk. Although due to inadequate infrastructure, it was unlikely that any building in Whale Harbor would have central heating for at least the next 10 years. Fireplaces and simple underfloor heating were still guaranteed. Istragan Fjord possesses abundant coal resources, but the locals still prefer to use charcoal. On one hand, the local demand for coal is enormous, leading to a severe shortage. On the other hand, the local timber resources are unbelievably abundant, and the colony's construction requires a large amount of timber, further influencing supply. As a result, the local residents only need leftover scraps, scavenged firewood, and a small amount of coal to sustain them through the entire winter. This reminded Anson of his plan to emulate the general staff established during the Hanta War, organizing the forest owners within the White Whale Harbor Council into a timber supply and demand committee. This way, the stormtroopers could exchange the construction of roads and storage facilities and the maintenance of forest security for the committee's oversight. The Rune family would then place orders with them to purchase specially selected timber for building factories and Legion farms. Of course, directly proposing this condition would violate his agreement with Speaker Herald. All matters must be handled through the White Whale Harbor Council. However, this is actually quite easy to solve. The Timber Supply and Demand Committee can simply propose forming the committee, and then Anson can step in to support it without breaching the contract. As for coal, as the lifeblood of industry, Coal is the foundation of modern industry, 16th century. However, considering that unless the sun rises in the west, the mainland is unlikely to hand over its steam core to the colony, Anson can only plan to build a briquette factory in Whale Harbor. As long as roads are repaired, coal production is steadily increased, and coal prices are lowered, simple heating devices like briquettes and small coal stoves can easily become widespread, or rather, the mainland is exploiting the colony so much that even a coal-producing colony can't afford coal. Given the crowded conditions in Whale Harbor, it's even easier to popularize heating facilities. A township community heating committee can be formed to specifically promote facilities and handle collective procurement, which would also help lower coal prices to a level acceptable to everyone while ensuring everyone makes a profit. This facility could even be developed into a form of welfare. Anyone working for the Roon family's businesses or as a storm master could enjoy priority access to free heating installation and briquettes. Meanwhile, members of the Keeper of Faith would receive a minimum heating guarantee, purchasing cheap briquettes specially prepared by the committee at a 30% discount. By separating these benefits and having a dedicated committee manage them, the people of White Whale Harbor could be divided, clearly identifying ordinary people who were indifferent to faith and only wanted welfare, and fanatical believers willing to die for the ring of order. The junior clerk was indeed right. The committee system was truly a great invention of the Clovis, propelling the entire order world forward at breakneck speed on its cold, rigid, and inflexible bureaucracy. Just as Anson was seriously studying the White Whale Harbor map, planning which vacant land to allocate to the Roon family's industrial zone, he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Knock, 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 accompanied by a crisp knock. A former Imperial Guard officer pushed open the door and entered, bowing to Anson at the entrance. After careful discussion, the forest owners have decided to accept your suggestion, and the White Whale Harbor Timber Supply and Demand Committee has been officially established. Oh? Anson, puffing on his pipe, looked slightly surprised. So fast. He had only asked Carl Bain to find a way to leak this information to them on the evening of January 3rd, and now it was the morning of January 5th. They had only discussed it for one day, and they had already made a decision? Such high efficiency would probably make even the Church of Order blush with shame. Because they've actually had this idea for a long time, but they just haven't had the opportunity to implement it, Fabian, his face somewhat stiff, explained. Ice Dragon Fjord has abundant timber resources. There's no need for zoned logging at all. The fundamental conditions restricting the development of the timber industry are labor and transportation environment, but the White Whale Harbor Council can't provide either of these. They said that if the storm masters are willing to repair the roads and build a dedicated timber processing plant nearby, the entire committee is willing to stand on the side of the storm masters and the Roon family, and give us priority in supplying timber at a price agreed upon by both parties. That's the only condition. That's the only condition. No objection to a request for oversight rights. On the contrary, they really hope we can send a unit to be stationed near the forest, where quite a few wild animals actually live. I suggest we send some novice skirmishers there to help them practice their marksmanship. No problem. Then agree to them. Anson nodded slightly and exhaled a puff of smoke. Is there anything else? As soon as he finished speaking, Fabian's expression suddenly changed. But he quickly regained his composure, calmly putting his hands behind his back. Do you remember that beast slave you brought back before? You mean the native kept on that farm? Anson paused, startled. Of course I remember. What's wrong? He's dead, Fabian said calmly. Dead? Anson's pupils constricted sharply. How did he die? The specifics aren't clear, because he wasn't breathing when we found him, and his body was cold. A hint of self-reproach flashed in Fabian's eyes, and he pursed his lips. When we examined the scene, we found he wasn't wearing any clothes, and he had torn the winter clothes we prepared for him to shreds. His 3 meals a day were also dumped in the corner, and he himself was leaning against a blood-soaked wall, his skull fractured, looking like someone so desperate they had nowhere else to turn, that they smashed their own head open. Chapter 447 Corpses. The moment the door opened, a pungent stench of blood assaulted the senses. Blood and the putrid stench mingled with the ashes rising from the brazier, swirling and churning in the unbearably hot cell, assaulting every nerve of the intruder. Fabian, standing behind Anson, was expressionless, his hands gripping his lower back tightly. The 2 grenadiers monitoring him had grim faces, their lips pressed tightly together, desperately trying to conceal their discomfort. To extract information from the natives, Anson had prepared a private cell for him, complete with a brazier, a warm bed, and a set of sufficiently warm clothing. He was given 2 meals a day, the same food as the soldiers, and was forbidden from entering the cell or engaging in any surveillance except during meal times. The sole purpose was to minimize his vigilance. Anson strode towards the iron bars inside the cell. The beast slave he had brought back lay naked against the wall. His cold body was completely stained red with blood. A quarter of the head was completely shattered, the face almost unrecognizable. A huge slit ran down the cheek from the left eye socket, the left eyeball shattered into a shapeless puddle of viscous substance against the wall, the right eyeball bulging out of its socket, blood mixed with bone fragments and other colors, smearing the entire wall. The gaping mouth and teeth lodged on the tongue seemed to indicate a final scream before death. In the corner beside the bed, piles of rotten, stinking food and torn clothing were stained red by the blood that had splattered the entire room, resembling a puddle of viscous. Anson sighed, a fleeting sense of helplessness flashing in his solemn eyes. Who was the first to discover it? It was me. A pale-faced grenadier stepped forward from behind the door, instinctively raising his right hand, his left hand gripping the butt of his rifle tightly, appearing extremely tense. When did you notice the anomaly? Anson asked without turning his head. 7:30. Today, it's my turn to bring him food, the grenadier stammered as he answered. Did you notice anything unusual? No, you didn't even hear anything? I heard, but I'm used to it. Anson turned sharply, staring intently at the grenadier. He's like this every day. The grenadier seemed panicked, stammering as he explained. At first, he seemed to want to escape, but after finding the cell very sturdy, he started banging his head against the wall, banging it against the wall non-stop. We tried to stop him at first, but it was no use. Even if we chained him up, he would desperately bang his head against the wall or the floor. Why wasn't this reported? Fabian asked coldly, his face grim. The fact that such an important prisoner had died mysteriously in the cell his own subordinate was monitoring was a great irony for a former Imperial Guard officer. We reported to the platoon leader. Although Fabian had his back to him, the grenadier still felt a chill for no reason. But after sending people to check, they didn't find anything unusual. The prisoner's body is quite sturdy, the wall plaster is even a bit worn. He only had a minor head injury from hitting it. We never expected that. Enough. Anson interrupted the grenadier who was about to continue explaining, holding up 3 fingers on his right hand. I'll ask 3 last questions. Yes. First question, besides the 2 of you. Has anyone else been here before? No. Are you sure? We work in shifts. It's impossible for anyone else to come in. Second, has he said anything or made any kind of sound before? No, except for shouting. He hasn't said anything. Finally, when did he start banging his head against the wall? The first day we arrived. We reported it immediately, but found nothing unusual. Very good, you can leave now. The 2 grenadiers fled the cell as if their lives depended on it, not forgetting to close the door behind them. A minute later, the room returned to deathly silence. What did you find? Fabian, with his hands behind his back, slowly stepped forward, standing cautiously behind Anson, his attention completely focused on the corpse with its shattered skull. The brazier had been extinguished, and the gradually cooling cell seemed to be cooling down along with the atmosphere. Nothing. Anson shook his head, his expression somewhat helpless. They weren't lying. No one has entered this cell. The door, the iron bars, the walls, there are no signs of forced entry, and there are no tunnels nearby. Apart from those 2 grenadiers, the prisoner hasn't seen anyone, and couldn't have seen anyone. The smell in the cell made Anson subconsciously take out his pipe, but he didn't light it immediately. He kicked open the cell door and walked into the cell one after the other with Fabian. Torn clothes in the corner, and spilled food. We can assume that he originally intended to starve or freeze to death, but in the end, he failed, so he decided to commit suicide using the method he started with, smash his own head to pieces. But that raises another question, why did he want to commit suicide? Fabian frowned slightly, carefully considering his words. We provided him with a fairly comfortable room, warm clothes, and enough food to fill his stomach. We didn't inflict any physical or mental harm on him, or even subject him to routine surveillance. As far as I know, 99% of the beast slaves in White Whale Harbor wouldn't receive the same treatment as him. What could possibly motivate him to want to die so desperately, even to the point of smashing his own head against the ground? This was Fabian's biggest concern. If he had long been unable to bear the humiliation and the unbearable life of a slave, he wouldn't have waited until now. If not, he certainly wouldn't have committed suicide at this time. and smashing his head against the ground. As a former Imperial Guard officer, Fabian felt his experience was sufficient to judge that this was not as simple as it seemed. He had seen countless prisoners living a life worse than death, yearning for death, and he had seen people who had lost the will to live choose suicide, but neither of them would smash their own heads against the ground. To do this requires not only unwavering resolve, but also absolute calmness, sufficient strength, and a touch of skill. What could possibly drive someone to such a level to kill themselves? Unless he didn't do it voluntarily, but was. Fabian looked up at Anson, his expression thoughtful. "I know what you're thinking." Anson met Fabian's gaze, his pipe clenched, and replied calmly, "Unfortunately, no. If someone, or even himself, had used magic within the military camp, Anson would have been perfectly capable of not noticing the instantaneous reaction and the lingering effects. Even if he hadn't, Anson couldn't believe any spellcaster could use magic right under Talia August Rune's nose and leave unscathed. It was simply impossible. Fabian fell silent at Anson's reply, then said meaningfully, "Even so, you shouldn't have told me. At least, you shouldn't have been so direct." "It's all right." Anson shrugged, smiled at him while smoking his pipe. "At least in private, I believe my grenadier commander is absolutely loyal." "That's really very high praise." "Quite unexpected." Fabian was startled at first, then chuckled a few times, and bowed to Anson with one hand on his chest. "I hope my loyalty is worthy of the sincerity you've shown me. Then I look forward to your performance." Anson, still smoking his pipe, turned around and said casually. His identity as a spellcaster had already been exposed when they first met, so there was little point in continuing to hide it. Rather than continuing to play dumb, it was better to be frank and save time. In the following time, the two carefully searched every corner of the room and examined the native corpse from head to toe. They could basically confirm that he had not been mistreated and had indeed committed suicide. Anson could roughly guess that the other person's death was probably related to him. The moment he activated his power, the other person sensed the spellcaster's reaction on him. But why? Just because he was a spellcaster, captured alive by a spellcaster, he had to commit suicide, and in such an extreme way? The New World was the edge of the Order world, and also the exile ground for the entire Order world. All those who lost hope in the old world were constantly coming to this land to become pioneers. Most of these people were ordinary people, but there were also many adventurers who yearned to challenge themselves and possessed bloodline power. Spellcasters who were hunted everywhere and had to leave their homes were not few either. Although Anson had formed a trusty alliance, trying to win over the believers of the Order ring within the colony, this did not mean that he believed there were no carefully hidden spellcasters in White Whale Harbor, nor did he believe that he was the first person discovered by the natives to be a spellcaster. If that was the case, what reason did he have to commit suicide? A secret? That was possible. Bang! The cell door was suddenly opened, and a small, thin figure rushed in. "Alan," Anson paused, looking at the figure leaning against the wall, panting heavily. "What is it?" "Sorry to interrupt your conversation with Lieutenant Colonel Fabian." Ugh! The junior clerk was startled at first, then bent over and painfully retched, thump, collapsing to his knees. Fabian stepped forward and helped him to the door, then Anson followed him out of the cell. "Major Carl Bain. He's currently in White Whale Harbor and told me to come back and tell you the situation." The junior clerk struggled to his feet, vomit still clinging to his lips. "Our soldiers were attacked. It was the natives. I have a cold. I don't want to move." Chapter 448. I disagree. The entire Storm Division is mobilized. Immediately blockade Whale Harbor, and have the fleet anchored in the harbor prepare to open fire on the city at any time. This was Anson's first thought upon hearing the junior clerk's report. Then, he tossed this utterly absurd idea into the trash can. The problem now was merely that the patrolling troops had been attacked. If you were to actually blockade the city on a large scale, or even have the fleet bombard the harbor, all the preliminary work he had painstakingly done would be wasted. Conversely, if he remained indifferent to the military attack, not to mention whether the Storm Division's morale would be affected, at least in the eyes of the enemy, this would be a sign of weakness, and the Storm Division's deterrent power over Whale Harbor and even the entire colony would be greatly reduced. In order to arrive at Whale Harbor before the new year, the Storm Division's logistical preparations were quite inadequate. Although weapons were barely sufficient, ammunition was basically only a basic quantity, enough to sustain at most 2 low-intensity rapid battles. If the entire army were to be deployed to Whale Harbor for maintaining stability and security, or even suppressing rioters, a month would be enough to exhaust the entire force. Considering the need for further expansion, preparations against native raids and imperial invasions, and the fact that the Storm Division could only organize one large-scale battle at most before receiving the first support from the homeland in March, they couldn't afford to waste logistical reserves on meaningless internal conflicts. Even if Whale Harbor wasn't entirely loyal to the homeland, not to Anson himself, he had to avoid direct conflict between the Storm Division and the colonies, which could affect resource delivery to the homeland. That was the bottom line. Having thought these things through, Anson, trying to remain calm, took a deep breath and looked at Fabian. What is the army currently doing? They are building outposts to prepare for future land reclamation and road repairs, the grenadier commander replied decisively, his expression becoming extremely serious. At the latest, all troops will be assembled within an hour. As for Fleet Commander William Cecil, he is currently in the barracks. Fabian didn't say anything more after that, but the meaning was clear. Immediately assemble the troops and have everyone return to their camps, prepare for battle, but no one is allowed to leave until ordered, Anson said in a deep voice. As for Colonel William Cecil, at least until this matter is resolved, try to keep him from finding out, including the native suicides. Fabian's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure. Understood, Alan. After arranging the troops, Anson turned to the junior clerk who was still lying on the ground, retching incessantly. Go tell Miss Talia that I need to go to the White Whale Harbor Council immediately and tell her not to wait for me tonight. Also, go and fetch Lisa, and have her bring the guard company with me. The most important thing now is to quell the situation as quickly as possible, find the cause of the incident, and at the same time, not to be too aggressive. While maintaining the Storm Division's deterrent power over White Whale Harbor, it is necessary to prevent the situation from escalating. If this were in the vast lands, this situation would already warrant ordering the warships to bombard the city, but this is a colony. If you want White Whale Harbor to truly become your base, you must exercise as much restraint as possible. Having reached a decision, the three wasted no more time and immediately split up. On the carriage to the White Whale Harbor Council, the accompanying junior clerk briefed Anson on the general situation. The cause and course of events were simple. 4 patrolling soldiers entered a relatively remote community and clashed with the local natives over a verbal dispute. During the altercation, a native suddenly drew a weapon, and the soldiers immediately pulled the trigger. The dispute escalated into a riot, and nearby churches and patrolling soldiers rushed to reinforce them. Reporting the situation to Carl Bain at the White Whale Harbor Council, the first officer to arrive at the scene attempted to cordon off the area, but White Whale Harbor's densely packed houses and narrow roads made it impossible for the newly arrived Storm Division to completely seal off the area. The officer only found the bodies of the 4 soldiers and a dozen or so White Whale Harbor civilians, some natives, some colonists. Their cash, boots, and some valuable luxury items have all vanished, but their weapons and uniforms are still there. The uneasy junior clerk, still shaken from the earlier shock, said with lingering fear, not only them, but also the belongings of the other corpses on the ground, boots, belts, and gloves, have disappeared. Robbery, Anson asked instinctively. The officer in charge of the blockade reported the same thing, believing that one of the reasons for attacking the patrol was likely their valuables. The junior clerk nodded blankly. You know, besides obvious items like uniforms and warm clothing, Storm Division soldiers always seem quite extravagant when they're on patrol. The two exchanged a knowing, slightly helpless look. The war in the vast lands ended, and the entire Storm Division made a fortune. Although the junior clerk used various means to convert the largest portion of the spoils into military assets and Anson's personal wealth, scattered across a dozen or so bank accounts, the remaining officers and soldiers still reaped substantial rewards. Furthermore, because their garrison had changed from the agreed-upon Clovis City to White Whale Harbor, Anson hadn't stopped paying them even during the 2 months at sea to maintain morale. The problem was, there was practically nothing to spend at sea, the direct consequence being that these soldiers were now completely flush with cash. Their savings, coupled with their impeccable attire and jingling pockets, made them absolute winners compared to the 50% of immigrants. It's easy to imagine how much attention they attracted when they frequented taverns and markets. But besides that, the officer mentioned something particularly strange. The junior clerk looked up, a familiar fear in his eyes. Those 4 soldiers, and all the remaining corpses, their heads were all smashed. Smashed? Anson's pupils contracted sharply. If only 1 or 2 had this, it could be understood as an accident during the riot, But all of them, that could only be explained as someone doing it intentionally. The question was, why smash their heads? Was it to avoid discovering their true identities, to cover up other wounds, because of some specific ritual or belief? Or was it truly due to some extremely low probability accident? Anson's first thought was of the beast slave who had smashed his own head. The existence of spellcasters, heretics, and even cultists in the New World, these were not news, but common knowledge. From Talia, Anson also learned shocking information. The New World, known as the Land of Rest, was also the tomb of the three old gods. Therefore, it's perfectly normal for a heretical belief to exist that the soul and life reside in the brain. This isn't entirely unreasonable. In the old gods' belief system, the most important organ in a spellcaster's body is their heart, followed by their brain. For the followers of the Black Magic King, Mutter, the brain is even more important. If it was indeed done by natives or heretics, could it be related to this? With a slight tremor, the carriage slowly came to a stop outside the White Whale Harbor Council gates. Anson subconsciously looked out the window. 20 fully armed line infantrymen stood guard outside the council gates, with barricades and ropes used to block the streets, a posture of complete readiness. Entering the hall, the dim light made the atmosphere unusually somber. The hastily assembled councilors sat scattered throughout, some huddled together, some alone, but all without exception chose seats further inside, farther from the entrance. Anson glanced around and found that most of the people who had come were members of the Timber Supply and Demand Committee, along with a small number of ocean-going merchants and fishermen. Ignoring the gazes of the others, Anson went straight to his loyal chief of staff and patted him on the shoulder. "How's the situation?" "The situation is under control." Carl Bain sighed and moved closer to him. "Lieutenant Colonel Alexei has led 2 infantry battalions to seal off the entire community, and the rest of the troops are still patrolling the city, trying not to affect port security, of course, only trying. Whale Harbor is a port city with only 40,000 inhabitants. It's impossible to completely prevent news of a gunfight from leaking out in such a place. It's obvious that news of the Storm Division soldiers being attacked has already spread throughout the city. At this time, besides hoping that the city's residents can exert some initiative, expecting a 600-man infantry regiment to maintain order in the entire city is pure fantasy." Anson nodded slightly, sitting down beside Carl and casually asking, "Has the culprit been caught?" "No. I don't even know who the murderer is yet." Exhaustion from the past few days, coupled with this sudden incident, made the chief of staff somewhat irritable. "The only thing we know right now is that not everyone who died at the scene was the murderer. A mercenary who joined the Keeper of the Faith told us that he personally witnessed at least 3 blood-covered men running away. There are 14 communities in the entire Whale Harbor, 12 excluding this council and the port. 8 of them are inhabited by a mix of natives and colonists. To catch the murderer, we would have to investigate them one by one. Unless you send the entire Storm Division into the city, it's simply impossible, but you might as well just have the fleet bombard the city." Anson nodded slightly. Carl's thoughts were completely in agreement with his own. "Where's the messenger now?" "In the bishop's church, with the other eyewitnesses from the scene." Carl sighed, reaching into his jacket pocket, only to find it empty except for a deflated cigarette case. Anson pulled out his pipe and handed him a pack of cigarettes and matches. "You didn't bring them to the council?" "No, that would be too obvious. Staying in the church could be explained as a religious activity, but bringing them to the council would be too obvious and would make them nervous. Besides, we don't have enough manpower to guard them right now." The light flashed in Carl's hand, and a wisp of smoke drifted slowly between the two. "And I have a guess. This isn't a group crime, it's more like a spur-of-the-moment act. The residents of that community probably don't have much connection to the perpetrators." "What evidence do you have?" Anson took a puff of his pipe. "Because all the witnesses at the crime scene gave the same answer. They all called the killer the guy covered in blood." Carl Bain, a cigarette dangling from his lips, frowned slightly. "No physical characteristics, no description of his complexion, no mention of his clothes. All the witnesses noticed was that he was covered in blood. I think that suggests they didn't have a strong impression of the killer, so much so that they didn't even notice him near their homes when the incident occurred. It's even possible he had just arrived there at the time the incident happened. Otherwise, even if they were trying to cover for their own people, they should have deliberately told a few lies. It's quite suspicious at first glance that they all gave the same answer," Carl explained. "That makes sense." Anson's eyes lit up. "I never expected my loyal chief of staff to be so good at deduction." "Yes, and also good at taking the blame for others while doing the work of several people for an extra salary. Carl rolled his eyes. When are you going to find someone specifically in charge of security at White Whale Harbor? I'm the commander-in-chief of the guards during the day, the chief instructor of new recruits in the afternoon, and I still have to be your chief of staff at night. Even a donkey on the farm isn't used like this. Hang in there a little longer, just a few more days, a month at most. After a month, I'll send someone specifically to be in charge of security at White Whale Harbor. Anson smiled reassuringly, not forgetting to add, also, the security in Clovis City isn't handled by the guards anymore, it's called the police, also known as Whitehall Street. Our Lieutenant Colonel Fabian lost his job because of that. I don't care what they're called, I don't care if they're called the Whitehall Guards, Carl said hysterically. In short, we can't let the stormtroopers into the city now. We can only use the 600 soldiers in the city and your guard company to search each community one by one. Let Bishop Ripper and the Faithful Alliance assist, minimizing the impact as much as possible. They were covered in blood, many people must have seen them escape. It's impossible they didn't leave any clues. Find their whereabouts first, then seal the city gates after dark, and things will be much easier. Anson nodded slightly, silently agreeing. Just as the two stood up, preparing to act, a powerful voice suddenly rang out from outside the gate. No, I disagree. Feeling a bit better. Chapter 449 The Eternal War. Anson turned around in astonishment. Standing before the gate was none other than Bishop Ripper, the spiritual leader of Ice Dragon Fjord. Not only him, but the entire hall's gaze instantly focused on this middle-aged man with slightly graying temples, some shocked, some bewildered, some as if they had expected it. But Bishop Ripper completely ignored those gazes. Leaning on his cane, he stood proudly before the gate, his lips pressed tightly together as he stared at the astonished Anson, like a towering torch. Lord Anson Bach, you absolutely cannot be so merciful, you absolutely cannot let this go. A booming voice echoed through the hall. I know, this looks like an accident, a murder, a group of greedy scoundrels setting their sights on Stormcaster soldiers, killing them for a few gold coins, as if it were just a common security incident in White Whale Harbor. But this isn't true, it isn't true. No, they are not ordinary murderers, and what they want is not just a few gold coins. If you treat this as a case, as a group of criminals to be arrested, then you are sorely mistaken. The villains who killed your soldiers, they are envoys, sentinels, trumpeters, sounding the horn for you and for all of White Whale Harbor, the horn of war. The entire hall fell silent. Archbishop Ripper, leaning on his cane, staggered toward Anson, his eyes fixed on him as if possessed by some kind of mad magic. Anson raised his hand to stop Lisa and the guards who tried to intervene, breaking the silence first. What war? The eternal war. Bishop Ripper stepped forward, his pupils radiating boundless light. The devout believers, inspired by the Ring of Order, have rallied to form the Alliance of Keepers of the Faith, fighting for their faith. The heretics have sensed the threat and are attempting to nip this great force in the bud. They are provoking, testing us. They want to use such despicable means to see if we have the courage and confidence to fight back. If we remain indifferent to all this, they will increasingly perceive us as weak and vulnerable. A greater, more terrifying catastrophe will befall every believer of the Ring of Order, turning White Whale Harbor into a hellish inferno ruled by demons. Taking a deep breath, the bishop roared in his deep voice. In that case, we must act first, using the most direct and ruthless methods to destroy them, annihilate them, crush them. Let the brave soldiers enter the city, let the warships set up their cannons, arm the Alliance of Keepers of the Order, mobilize all the faithful followers of the Ring of Order, and then, community by community, farm by farm, settlement by settlement, purge the vile heretics. Let the light of the Ring of Order rise from White Whale Harbor, illuminating the entire Ice Dragon Fjord colony. The war has begun from this moment. As the words fell, the counselors in the hall all paled. Looking at their obviously unnatural expressions, Anson, who remained silent, could roughly guess why. As a colony that had flourished in just 50 years, White Whale Harbor's success certainly had an element of hard work from the colonists and new immigrants, but the exploitation of the native inhabitants was clearly indispensable. According to the junior clerk statistics, basically every large-scale farm had 1 to 2 times, or even more, beast slaves than the colonists, and the mining industry was even more outrageous, at least 4 times. The situation within White Whale Harbor was largely similar. Wealthier colonists might keep some docile beast slaves, While the majority of submissive natives took on a large amount of basic work that no one else wanted, living alongside new immigrants in the most dilapidated and marginalized communities. The number of these natives was incalculable, but even by the most conservative estimate, it was at least a quarter of White Whale Harbor's population, over 10,000 people. As for the heretics, their numbers were even more incalculable. Despite advancements in navigation, going to sea was still considered extremely risky in this era. How many of the immigrants who abandoned their native lands to go to the New World were secretly followers of the three old gods, it was impossible to count. Since even within Clovis City there were large numbers of old god followers, and wealthy nobles kept magical artifacts in their homes, could the colonists be completely unaware of the old god followers lurking around them? Impossible. Given the church's permissiveness towards the New World, even if half the counselors were old god followers, or even spellcasters, Anson wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. After all, for the vast majority of ordinary people without bloodline power, who could resist the temptation of achieving extraordinary things, gaining omniscience, or achieving immortality? Even if these seemingly sweet treats conceal terrible poison. If what Bishop Ripper said is true, at least half of White Whale Harbor will have to be burned down, at least. I agree with you. This is very likely to be a war between the followers of the Ring of Order and the heretics, Anson said calmly. Now that we've come to this land, we can't expect those heretics to actually submit to the authority of the Ring of Order without resorting to force. Hearing this, the counselors present became even more flustered, while a hint of smugness appeared on Bishop Ripper's lips. Before he could continue, Anson spoke first, but, since this is a provocation from the enemy, it proves they absolutely planned this in advance, luring us into a pre-designed trap. For an army, the most dangerous situation is entering a battlefield pre-planned by the enemy, allowing them to firmly control the entire battle's rhythm. The heretics can act with impunity, but we cannot, because Istragan Fjord belongs to all believers of the Ring of Order, and White Whale Harbor is the beacon illuminating the entire New World. Her glory should not be stained with blood. He paused slightly, then turned sharply, his gaze sweeping over all the counselors present. I assure you all that unless the situation truly becomes uncontrollable, the Stormcasters will not choose to resort to force, turning this city blessed by the Ring of Order into a battlefield engulfed in flames. This is a promise, and even more so, the Stormcasters resolve. The White Whale Harbor garrison will, at the lowest possible cost, eradicate any heretical groups that threaten the believers of the Ring of Order, as well as any threat to the colonies, whether it comes from outside or from within us. A steady voice echoed beneath the vaulted ceiling of the hall. Bishop Ripper frowned, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, as he watched the smug expressions on the faces of the counselors present. Anson's answer had surprised him greatly, far exceeding his expectations. If the army is not allowed into the city, and the streets are blocked, how do you plan to resolve this incident? In the least costly way, of course, Anson replied without hesitation, pipe in hand. So far, he had very few clues, but they were basically enough. First, based on Carl Bain's assessment, the attackers were highly likely to have acted impulsively, attacking the stormtrooper patrol without any preparation or detailed planning. The evidence was the large number of eyewitnesses at the scene, and the fact that these people had no recollection of the attackers, unanimously referring to them as a blood-covered fellow. This is an extremely exaggerated description, completely contrary to the normal reaction of a person encountering a criminal or murderer. Excluding the possibility that everyone else was an accomplice lying to protect this person, there's only one conclusion: this person was indeed covered in blood, and literally so. If he had a plan from the beginning, he would never have made himself so conspicuous while fleeing. Secondly, the other party is highly likely a spellcaster, or a gifted individual who has awakened bloodline power. Crushing a person's skull isn't as easy as it seems, let alone a dozen. If the other party came prepared, they would most likely possess a portable blunt weapon. Since not, we must assume they are capable of blowing the heads off a dozen people without tools. Of course, the situation would be very different if they had guns, but according to the on-site officer's autopsy report, only 3 of the bodies had gunshot wounds to the skull. Finally, Anson remembered a beast slave who smashed his own head to commit suicide. Although there was no evidence, he couldn't help but connect the two events. If it truly wasn't a coincidence or accident, but rather a tradition of some indigenous people, a pagan killing ritual, then this would be a crucial clue. Whenever a similar case occurs, the perpetrator's approximate area of activity can be quickly determined based on the crime scene. Finally, and most importantly, Why did the other side do this? Attacking and killing Storm Division soldiers without any prior preparation or plan almost inevitably provoked a reaction from himself and the entire White Whale Harbor, risking being killed or captured alive. What was his purpose? Provocation? That's possible, but the cost and risk are far too high. Moreover, if the conflict were to escalate completely, what would the other side use to fight against a fully equipped infantry division and battleships docked in the port? At least until reaching the level of blasphemous mages, the spellcaster's advantage lies in concealment and surprise. Even with a certain number, they are no match for line infantry and 68-pounder Karen cannons. Even if the other side really does possess a spellcaster of that level, to be honest, Anson isn't afraid. In fact, he hopes the other side will step forward, since he won't be fighting alone this time. On the other hand, if it really was a spur-of-the-moment decision, as Carl Bain judged, rather than a deliberate plan, then it proves that the 4 soldiers at the time likely discovered something that forced the other side to risk exposure to eliminate them and the other witnesses. The most important thing right now is to arrest the perpetrator as soon as possible, or find clues to pinpoint his whereabouts. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. And without hesitation, he said, since the other side is the enemy of all followers of the Ring of Order, our first task is to understand the purpose, as well as their organization and numbers. Only after clarifying these can we proceed with the next step of our operation. If they truly intend to provoke us, then as long as we haven't engaged in battle, similar criminal activities will not cease, and they will eventually expose their whereabouts. Until then, I demand that all followers of the Ring of Order be on high alert and mentally prepared for any eventuality. Anson's face darkened. This is a critical moment, Bishop Repper. I regret to inform you that some of my previous promises may have to be revoked. Promises revoked. The bishop, his face grim, paused. You mean, from this moment forward, all members of the Order of the Ring in White Whale Harbor must register at the church near their community to prove their piety, Anson said in a deep voice. Within 10 days, all those without a rank will be treated as apostates and heretics, executed on the spot in the square outside the White Whale Harbor Council. The bishop's pupils constricted. Furthermore, anyone who has registered their name is not allowed to refuse a summons from the Storm Masters and the Alliance of Keepers. Any believer found to have a discrepancy between their registered identity and the facts will be treated as an apostate or heretic. Anson slowly took off his pipe and looked at Bishop Ripper, whose expression had suddenly turned grim. My lord, you said, we are waging a war. Since it is a war, the first thing to do is to distinguish friend from foe, and then to unite our forces to the best of our ability. At this critical juncture, those believers who are still unwilling to fight for their faith, or even call out their own names, are they truly devout followers of the Ring of Order? But this doesn't need to be forced. Bishop Ripper showed a hint of panic. As long as a summons is issued, I believe everyone will be willing to fight for their faith. There's no need for, this is war. Anson interrupted the flustered bishop directly. War is fought by soldiers. Soldiers must obey orders. The bishop's eyes widened. He looked at Anson Bach, whose face had suddenly turned ashen, and recalled Speaker Harold's vicious complaints at the New Year's Eve party. Of course, the most important task right now is still to arrest the murderer, or at least find out his whereabouts as soon as possible. Anson's tone shifted. This task won't be easy. I'll entrust it to the most reliable and trustworthy person, and guarantee a result within 3 days. Huh? Upon hearing this, Carl Bain shuddered, his eyes suddenly going completely black, as if he were about to collapse. The next second, Anson slowly spoke. Lisa Bach, my sister, and the commander of the guard company. Chapter 450. Waiting patiently. The moment Anson officially announced the choice, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. The guards present wore expressions of utter disbelief, while the counselors throughout the hall wore a variety of expressions, with gasps and whispers filling the air. Carl Bain stood frozen, thinking he had misheard. Bishop Ripper frowned, staring at Anson in shock. Even Lisa herself stared wide-eyed, her face practically screaming disbelief. However, her reason for astonishment was slightly different from the others present. The girl didn't see her size or age as a problem, nor did she believe she couldn't do it. She hadn't even figured out what had happened. Lisa only knew that some soldiers had been killed. Carl had reported the situation, and then the lame old man, Bishop Ripper, wanted Anson to do something extraordinary, and Anson was going to entrust the matter to her. That was all. Trying to get any more information from the girl was simply too much for her poor little brain to comprehend. Carl Bain, finally snapping out of his daze, looked at the girl's bewildered expression and stared at Anson with utter astonishment, as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" But Anson didn't seem to be joking at all. He put his pipe back in his jacket pocket, knelt down on one knee to meet the girl's gaze, and gently pressed her head down, saying seriously, "Lisa, I need your help." "Huh?" The confused girl paused for a moment. Well, let's say there's a group of very, very bad guys." Anson had originally intended to say one, but based on the current evidence, it was clearly not. "They killed Storm Division soldiers and planned to kill more our people and innocent people. I can't catch that guy by myself. I need Lisa's help to have any hope of success. So, Captain Lisa Bach of the Guard Company, would you be willing to lend me a hand?" "Yes, sir." The girl, startled, straightened her face and gave Anson a perfectly solemn military salute. The childish reply echoed under the vaulted ceiling, causing the surrounding counselors to exchange bewildered glances. Bishop Ripper, his brow furrowed, was speechless with shock, utterly bewildered as to why Anson would entrust such a task to a little girl. Ignoring the reactions of the crowd, Anson, expressionless, took Lisa's hand and, under the watchful eyes of countless people, turned and left the White Whale Harbor Council Hall with the guards. He really said that, at dusk, Speaker Herald, sitting before the fireplace, held a copy of the White Whale Harbor Good People's Gazette, looking incredulously at the wealthy businessman Mason Weasler who had rushed to his door. Absolutely, breathless, Mason hastily handed his snow-soaked hat and coat to the waiter behind him, not even having time to drink a cup of hot cocoa. As the most powerful businessman in White Whale Harbor, and also Speaker Herald's most important ally, without exception, he usually wouldn't be too proactive. That would only make him appear inferior, as if he had become the other party's subordinate. But this situation was far beyond his expectations, and he could no longer care about appearances. "Two timber merchants told me this privately." Anson Bach refused Bishop Ripper's invitation to seal off the entire city, but ordered all members of the Order of the Ring in White Whale Harbor to register their identities within 10 days, or they would be treated like apostates and heretics. He actually refused. Harold's expression was quite surprised. Upon hearing that someone had attacked and killed soldiers of the garrison, not only him, but the entire White Whale Harbor Council firmly believed that Anson Bach would definitely use this incident as an excuse to let the stormcasters into the city and completely bring White Whale Harbor under his control. It should be said that this outcome had both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantages were obvious: the White Whale Harbor Council was finished, and even the entire White Whale Harbor was finished. As a colony where various forces were mixed together, White Whale Harbor didn't have any shadowy entities. Many members of the old gods and spellcasters were simply operating openly and recklessly within the city, completely unrestricted, and no one cared whether they were enemies of the Order of the Ring. If Anson Bach truly intends to turn Whale Harbor into a beacon of the New World, he'll first burn half of Whale Harbor to ashes, then fight the remaining half to the death. As for the benefits, since he's blockading the entire Whale Harbor, it means all his forces will have to be concentrated within the port, all previous promises will naturally be broken, and all the reclaimed farms will become worthless. At that point, as long as the entire colony is thrown into turmoil, preventing the transport of ores, timber, and seafood to the mainland, without them even lifting a finger, this seemingly invincible garrison commander will be dismissed by the enraged Privy Council and the landowners, and slink back home, but his army will certainly remain. And I and my colleagues in the Whale Harbor Council can use the time between Anson's dismissal and the appointment of a new garrison commander to gradually transform this army into the army of the Whale Harbor Council, but he actually chose to refuse. Harold struggled to suppress his surprise and couldn't help but ask, "What about Bishop Ripper? Did he just accept it?" Harold knew this universal patriarch who had suddenly betrayed him quite well. He was a true fanatic who would stop at nothing to expand the influence of the Ring of Order. It seems so at the moment. At the moment, Anson Bach appointed his sister, that little girl who looks a lot like Lady Talia and always carries a rifle, to arrest a murderer who killed the soldiers. Mason shrugged, swallowing hard. "I guess this is just a smokescreen, to make everyone overlook his most important intention, which is to make all followers of the Ring of Order register their identities with the Alliance of Keepers of the Faith." Can you imagine the consequences? The names of everyone in White Whale Harbor, their relationships with each other, their property, nothing is left to chance. All of it is in the hands of our garrison commander. Harold nodded thoughtfully, clearly. Our Lord Anson Bach not only wants to be an excellent garrison commander, but also intends to become the governor of the colony. Then what should we do? Mason asked nervously. It's simple. Herald picked up the White Whale Harbor Good People's Daily. We wait. Mason's eyes widened. That's right, wait, Herald said nonchalantly. Didn't he say he'd find the killer of the soldiers within 3 days? Very well, we'll just wait. If the killer is caught or killed, the next step is to deal with the heretical groups in the city. Bishop Ripper will definitely seize the opportunity to escalate the incident. If the killer isn't found, the Keepers of the Faith Alliance will force the Storm Masters into the city, and Anson Bach will have to face the question of whether to keep his promise to White Whale Harbor. Regardless of the outcome, since he intends to use the power of the ecumenical cult to control the colony, he must be prepared to be devoured by that power. Delaying it is only a matter of time. When the situation becomes completely chaotic and unmanageable, that will be the time for the benevolent and kind speaker to step forward and uphold justice. In Herald's view, the alliance between Anson Bach and Bishop Ripper is actually quite fragile. Both sides are only temporarily getting what they need. Sooner or later, they will clash fiercely because the other cannot satisfy their interests. All we need to do is wait patiently, Herald said meaningfully. On January 6, as the residents of White Whale Harbor rose from their beds, they immediately sensed a change in the city's atmosphere. First, their worst fears, the storm mages entering the city, did not materialize. Although the number of soldiers patrolling the streets had increased significantly, and their demeanor had completely changed, at least their numbers hadn't increased much, and there were no artillery emplacements or cannons blocking the streets. But before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, thinking the matter was finally over, they discovered a large group of civilians, carrying banners of the Ring of Order, appearing out of nowhere and patrolling alongside the storm mages. The White Whale Harbor Good People's Gazette also began to feature more reports about the alliance of the Keepers of Faith, demanding that all loyal believers in the city immediately go to the church to register their identity information and prove their faith. Compared to the encouraging tone of the previous reports, this time the tone was noticeably harsher, filled with the words like traitor, heretic, and may they die a horrible death, subtly carrying a threatening undertone. Bishop Ripper and his few ecumenical followers took to the streets to promote a League of Keepers of the Faith, appealing to those who resented such coercive measures to register. As the sect most averse to coercion, the ecumenical tradition's enduring vitality stemmed from its near non-interference in the secular lives of its believers. To exaggerate, even if someone robbed, murdered, or committed countless atrocities, as long as their faith was steadfast, they were considered a good believer. The Storm Master's current demands clearly violated the ecumenical tradition's most fundamental doctrines. But Bishop Ripper had no choice. Forming the League of Keepers of the Faith and waging war against the heretics were both his demands. Refusing Anson would be tantamount to denying himself. He had to persist, otherwise he would be admitting the existence of accomplices of heretics within the local church, or giving Anson ample excuse to postpone the formation of the League of Keepers of the Faith and the purification of the colony's faith. He wasn't unaware that Anson Bach was using him to strengthen his control over the colony, but even just to ensure the other party would keep his promises, Bishop Ripper had to continue. Meanwhile, Anson Bach's plans were progressing smoothly. While the attack had significantly impacted the 2nd Infantry Regiment stationed at White Whale Harbor, it also, in a sense, granted them more authority. They had a perfectly reasonable excuse to demand full armed cooperation from various communities and patrols, threatening to treat those who refused as infidels hostile to White Whale Harbor. Karl Bain and Alexei had little experience in security work, but a former guards officer offered them some small, constructive advice. Regardless of the specific circumstances or the number of personnel, the more ostentatious and arrogant the patrols, the better. Those who dare to openly attack the Royal Guard, patrols, are always a minority. Ordinary people don't easily want to cause trouble. Even being a little arrogant is fine. In any situation, don't hesitate, open fire immediately. Even creating a riot is a million times better than being secretly killed by someone. Under Fabian's guidance, the two, suddenly enlightened, quickly began the reorganization of the troops, replacing their original rifles with revolvers and shotguns, uniformly draping their black and red uniforms with single-shoulder capes made of military flags, and issuing each squad a military flag with an iron megaphone, topped with an iron bell. They were as arrogant as could be, and the entire infantry regiment rapidly evolved into the Royal Guard. Unfortunately, the buildings in Whale Harbor were too crowded, and the roads were very narrow, making it very difficult for large vehicles to pass. In addition, livestock prices here were too high, Otherwise they really planned to equip the infantry regiment with heavy horse-drawn carriages, as a tribute to the royal guard of Clovis who had already passed away. However, widening the city's roads was already an urgent task, and the livestock trade was also part of the Roon family's business plans. It was only a matter of time before the people of White Whale Harbor could enjoy the authentic royal guard. At the same time, Anson also established a timber supply and demand committee and the community heating committee, to win over the colony's forestry and coal mining owners. These two forces in White Whale Harbor shared the characteristic of not being too powerful, but still holding considerable influence. They both had a high demand for the infrastructure and security provided by the store masters, and Anson could now offer them incentives. The former was very interested in the large orders from the store masters, rebuilding bases, farms, and factories, while the latter was completely captivated by Anson's honeycomb briquette concept. Not to mention the future orders from the Roon family's steel mill, the annual heating expenses for the entire White Whale Harbor were an unimaginable lucrative sum. Of course, all of this depended on the Stormbringers completing the road repairs and ensuring security along the route. Otherwise, coal production couldn't be increased. Otherwise, even fulfilling the annual domestic orders wouldn't be possible, let alone leaving much coal for the colonies. As for other mine owners, fishermen, mercenary groups, and ocean-going merchants, Anson knew very well that many in the White Whale Harbor Council were still observing, and he had to prove that these two committees could indeed be profitable before they would follow suit. Amidst this atmosphere of observation, January 7th arrived, just one day before the agreed-upon time to arrest the murderer. The case made no progress. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.